Yo, how's it going, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? Ellie, who's been banned from the Discord. How's it going? Zach, Alpha Tango, Agravane, Gaming Hellfire, Clip with the massive raid. Welcome in. Thank you, Clip. You're awesome. Everybody hasn't checked out Clip before. Go do it. He's one of the stream team. He is awesome in the D4 community. Go check him out. Blood Farts, how we doing? Recently partnered, awesome. D-Rock, Schmeedley, how we doing? Aussie, Herky Derp. Who else we got in the house? We have got and Trey. I think that's everybody. How we doing, everybody? Renee, how we doing? How we doing, Schmeedley? How we doing, dudes? You're technically in the top 10. Nice. I'll fix that for you in a second, Ellie. You forgot kitties. No, you're okay. I think I've just had a look. I think I understand. Yeah. No, Aussie. No, if you looked at Aussie, you'd understand why. I think she's turned off all of her roles to none, and then she's been banned because it's none. Which is wrong. Let me have a look. I'm just looking now. Yeah. No, this is alright. I'll fix it. If I can work out how to fix it. Yeah, okay. Aussie's fixing it. Thanks, Aussie. All right, that's been fixed for you, Ellie. Yeah, I think if anyone gets set as none on there, we set that as a trap for bots. Like, that option for none is there purely to catch bots. So if anyone selects that, like auto bans, pretty much. Hey, Kerrigan, how's it going? Drink City Streamer. How is everybody? How is everybody? Is everybody excited for the weekend? So I didn't come on yesterday because I thought I was going to the cinema this weekend. It turns out I'm not. We're going on Monday. So I decided I was going to... And I got in the flow of working on guides yesterday of all games. So today I am going to be playing D4. I put a poll out on YouTube for 4 different builds of what people would like to see me test. And it was pretty close, actually. It was closer than I thought it was going to be. But Crushing Hand did win, so we're going to be playing that today. I'm going to be on the next 3 days doing D4. We'll see how long Crushing Hand takes. Hopefully, we'll get at least 2 builds done over the next 3 days. Yes, that's the plan today. Is anyone else actually playing D4 right now? Or is everyone playing other stuff or PoE2? Flex that, Mark Ace and Ombi. How's it going, dudes? How's it going? Cheers, everybody. You've been sleeping. Oh, yeah, I've not long woken up from a nap. Yeah, I've been trying to get back into a schedule of doing stuff like working out. I'm off caffeine completely, and I'm finally feeling okay for it. Don't feel like I've got withdrawal symptoms from caffeine anymore, which is good. Rosie, how's it going? You're D4ing all along, nice. No PoE, cool. I like PoE's been fun, but I'm happy to put that in the background for the minute. What I'm essentially doing now. I did a bunch of PTR testing, and I know that there's probably going to be some changes. But what I've done is I've left the builds that I know aren't going to probably change that much between this season and next season, and we can essentially put them together in this season. I can make sure my guides are in tip-top shape, and they'll be pretty much good for next season because there's not that much changing with the builds for our class. Unless they suddenly come in and throw the whole of the class on its head, which I doubt. It means I can basically do Season 14 prep whilst also just playing around with some of the builds I haven't got to yet. So, yeah, Crushing Hand was voted the most today by a few %, and we're doing that. Yeah, you're playing Dying... I'm playing Dying Game. Dying Game? What Dying Game? What's that? But yeah, as always, if anyone needs any help in game, let me know. It shouldn't take me too long to put a build together. I've got a build guide already for Crushing Hand. It needs updating a bit. So we'll just put a baseline together and we'll go from there. I still don't have any mythic seals, so I can't test with any of those. Oh, Barb. Oh, I see. I thought you were immortal on Barb, to be honest. You shouldn't be dying on Barb. Let me put together what I've got first, Zach. I've got so much stuff on my account, which I've stored. I'm going to see what I've got first. And then we'll go from there. If there's like anything I'm missing. The only thing I can't test with, really, is the mythic seal, but that's fine. We'll just put together something without it. But the reality is, Crushing Hand will just get stronger next season because the Rod of Kepaleka is getting stronger, and the Rod of Kepaleka, and we probably will need to use the Rod of Kepaleka on the Crushing Hand build. But this is where we'll test and we'll find out and work out how I want to build it. So yeah, that's the plan for today. Probably stay on until we've got it functionally going. I'm expecting I can probably get it somewhere between 120 and 130. I'm not going to try and juice it up to absolute max. I just want to get a pretty good idea of what I like on it. Get it playing nicely. Work out how to make it not really slow. And then I can put a video, well, maybe a video together, but definitely get the guide put into better shape. The other 3 builds I had on the list were Quill Body, Fire Rock Splitter, which I have a guide for now. I wrote that yesterday. I was doing a bunch of guides yesterday. And Saw. Now, I played around with Saw a few weeks ago, and it was okay. It actually did pretty good damage, but it was a bit clunky. But since then, I've actually figured out some things which might make it nowhere near the highest damaging skill, but it would make it less clunky. So it's another one I might go back to and play around with at some point. Crushing Hand was one of my favourite builds before Ossa, yeah. We're going to have to use the Path of Emissary for farming, so we've got some mobility in there, I think. The Swarmborn is really good, yeah. You made it a couple of weeks ago, Rene. Nice. So, funnily enough, the Swarm build is still the strongest pushing build on the PTR, but it's much less of a gap, you know? And also, the Swarm build was a lot slower. You don't inherently get to 300% movement speed, and at least from my testing, you didn't have permanent evade. So, maybe with the Mythic Seal, you can bridge that gap and make it better, but it was nowhere near as fast movement as, like, Firestorm. But Firestorm didn't scale its damage as much in the PTR. Obviously, we're expecting at least some changes from the PTR to the actual season release. We'll have to see what and how much. Obsilia, how's it going? You're trying to play a Thorns build, okay? Oh, you're trying to plan a build. But I just look at too much options. Okay, Obsilia. Welcome in, by the way. First time chatter. You're thinking of playing a Thorns build. What are you thinking your main damage skill is going to be? Because that's normally where you start. What's my main damage skill going to be? You choose that, and then you go, okay, now let's work out how we support this. You'll be pleased to know Thorns is getting buffed in the PTR, and also we have reported all the bugs, and we've requested that we get things like a Thorns damage multiplier, because we don't have one right now. We've got crit and dot, but we don't have Thorns. So if we get that, Thorns builds will be really solid, so we'll see. But Thorns builds are still okay overall. Thorns evade was the best this season. That's going to be dead next season, pretty much. That just will not work with normal evade. So they're going to have to rethink that skill entirely. Without the Rushing Claw counting as an evade, that just won't work. I don't think. So, yeah, that's, I think. I'll double check the skill in a minute. But that's... You saw what I meant about the tower stuff. Which bit, Zach? Hey, PD Wellen, how's it going? All right, I'll tell you what, guys. Let's flick over to the game and get into it. And yeah, let's go smash some demons with our crushing hands, I suppose. Let's do it. So, yes, Rogue was still very, very broken on the PTR, I agree. We are hoping that will get addressed because... Let's be honest, a season knowing that Rogue is going to be doing 150s and nothing else is going to come close is not good for the health of the game. So that obviously has been reported. Obviously, we're looking forward to seeing... I'm hoping that will get resolved, yeah. Hey, Ratman, how's it going? I was confused as to why they made Rushing Claw not count as an evade. Yeah. Let me just double check this 1 second. Yeah, they've killed the skill. I'm going to have to mention this. When you evade through enemies, the problem with this is you can't do it anywhere near frequently enough for it to be decent anymore. They probably need to change that so it's not an evade anymore. So it's when you go through an enemy or something. Not just with an evade. They've got, or actually when you go, no, when you use a mobility skill and go through them enemies or something. When you evade or use a mobility skill, this skill specifically needs that interaction for it to work. With normal evade, this doesn't work. Normal evade is far too slow. It doesn't matter how much damage this does. This actually felt really good to play with Rushing Claw. They've already made it so the Rushing Claw stuff can't be done permanently anyway. I don't know what they're thinking is. They cut this skill. This skill got gutted basically. So I'm actually going to. I'm not going to update that guide for season 14 at the moment. I don't see this being a thing at the moment. So that's a bit unfortunate. You was doing 150s 4-man carries this season a lot on Rogue. I'm not surprised. It's Giga broken. Yeah, it doesn't interest me playing that. Not really a big Rogue player anyway. Yeah, Zach, when you say about the tower stuff, which tower stuff do you mean? I've mentioned it a lot. You're turning 41 tomorrow, Penny Weller. Nice! Well, coming to stream tomorrow, and I'll sing you a happy birthday serenade. Aren't you lucky? Your ears can bleed for 2 minutes. Tonight you're blasting until the early hours? Nice. Obviously, I wanted to mimic the evade thorns. Okay. But using saw evade. With saw evade, saw doesn't count as an evade. Loyalty's mantle, gorilla, then bring down ulti, low cooldown, and maybe using aspects of intricacy to have free saw cooldown. So I'll be looking into a saw build. I know kind of how to get saw spammable, but it won't be thorns. Saw doesn't count as an evade. So, yeah, that's the problem. Trampled with foot, underfoot, has very... Also, when you're doing an evade thorns build, if you're not using trampled underfoot and you're using gorilla stuff, you use one or the other. This will just be higher damage than your gorilla stuff. Yeah. It's annoying. Trampled underfoot has been gutted to the point where it's like... Well, it will be gutted. It was incredibly good this season. I'm going to have to mention to them that that skill's been subvertedly killed because we have no way of reactivating it often enough anymore. Standard evade is just, you know, if you sit there and just... I can't do the animations, but it's just that. It's way too slow. And I'll be way too slow and way too clunky. I don't know what their thinking is. Doing that over and over again, like, I can't do it multiple times, but yeah, doing that and then doing it again and then doing it again. It's like, it's like in slow mode. It'll feel terrible to play. So, yeah, I don't know. Hey, Blaze, with the 8 months. Thank you, Blaze. I appreciate you. You're awesome. That's really kind of you. Let me know if you want me to do a bean or not. Exploits. Oh, yeah, Zach. Yeah, those people are silly. They'll be on a blacklist, if nothing else. Solo Spiritborn leader. Someone's actually done a 150 now, though. Yeah. All of these people are very silly because they're all going to be jotted down as having done this exploit, at a very least. I stopped engaging with the leaderboard ages ago because I'm not interested in engaging with a leaderboard that has exploits in it, straight up. Just not interested in getting involved with that. You like all classes because all classes have their pros and cons. I appreciate... Yeah, that's true, Rene. Yeah, that's true. I mean, every class does have its pros and cons. I'm not a big Barb and Rogue player. It doesn't mean I don't think they're good. They're just not my thing, really. Right, let's have a look what gear I've got here. That's a pretty good Ring of Midnight Sun, so I'll use that one. I'm going to be slapping together a Crushing Hand build. I do not have any space in my inventory to place any of my gear. I think, actually, the first thing I've got to do is make some space because this is getting a bit silly. I've got literally no space anywhere for anything. Christ. I don't even know where to start. That was really good for fire. Do I have a better Rod of Kep? I have a really good Rod of Kep for a lightning build, but it's got no max life on it. Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh, yeah, I've got a really good one for Crushing Hand. Oh, no, it's a Sunstain. Damn it. No, I don't. I'll probably just use my fire one then. We can't roll these, can we? Yeah, I'll use my fire one. That's alright, it'll be a little bit under the damage, but it's got... Oh, it doesn't have max life on it. Let's have a look at that one again. I thought that one had max life on it. Clearly not. Okay, I might just use this then. Since it's actually stronger. Oh, wow. Look at the aspects. It didn't even roll max... Actually, I'll tell you what. Actually, no. We won't use that in the weapon slot anyway. So what am I doing? This will go on as a charm. So that's that problem solved. Oh, we even got one with gorilla skills. That's nice. Or eagle skills. Okay. We'll try this one. Alright. Alright, that's what we do with this. Hey, Silent Lark, how's it going? First time chatter. Rake build is my favourite all time at Season 13. Rake is not dead on Season 13. I don't know who told you that. They're wrong. But it's certainly not the meta. I did Fire Rake and Gorilla Rake. Gorilla Rake was actually the best. And I've got a guide for it. It wasn't by any means the fastest or strongest build by a mile, because it didn't use the evade tech. But I was doing pit 125s with it, and that was fine. So I wouldn't say it's dead. It's just not the strongest. So it does kind of depend where you see it. But Rake should be fine. Like Rake, I didn't use the Rod of Kepaleka on the Rake because it was worse this season. With the buffs to Rod of Kepaleka next season, Rake will probably use it. The Purify Pally I made yesterday's fun. Oh, really? There's a Purify Pally. How good's that doing? At least I learned something from this season. When there's an exploit, everyone will abuse it no matter what. They always will. I didn't learn that this season. I learned that a long time ago. Yeah, if people can get a leg up on someone, they will. Couldn't you use attacks reduce evade charges? Yes. You can't get more evade charges. Evade's just really slow. I tried and failed to make a crushing hand build in PTR, so I hope this build you're going to make... Oh, yeah, this build will be fine, Ratman. With Scorn on the Earth, Saw becomes... Oh, of course. No, you are correct. With Scorn on the Earth, Saw becomes evade. True. True, I didn't consider that. No, fair enough, sorry. I'm being a Dumbo. Actually, I should have remembered that because that's how I built it when I put it together. Look at this pair of Saw boots I've got that I was messing around with a couple of weeks back. I got one with GA Saw on it. And look at these. You'd be well gel with this, Obsilia. Look at this pair of boots I've got. I tell you what, though. Actually, what you really want is you want maximum evade charges, not attacks reduce evade cooldown. I'd have really wanted the max evade charges would be better. You can only have one or the other. And I don't think I've ever jot one. I've got one. Look, I've got one here with GA max evade charges, but it doesn't have the Saw skill ranks on it. So, yeah. I've kept that deliberately for when I get to test Saw again, so I can test with both of these pairs of boots. And I've never jot one with quite the right stats. And next season, we might be able to roll them on there. Raw Lettuce with the 2 months. Thank you, Raw Lettuce. You're awesome. Appreciate you, dude. How you doing, man? Yeah, sorry, I totally forgot about that. Yeah, it does. It turns into evade, doesn't it? I tell you what, then. Obsilia. If you're going to do that, you want to use this here. The only way to get Saw spammable is to get maximum cooldown reduction. The only way to really do that is to use the Loyalties Mantle. I think when I tested it, I managed to get it low enough on cooldown without the Loyalties Mantle and using the Harmony of Evil Waka that I could use this regularly, but not very quickly. However, I have actually figured out another way that you would be able to potentially make it so Saw is spammable. So, yeah, but this one goes up and down. Like, literally on the spot, and it hits twice. So that one might work really well with Trampled Underfoot if there's no internal cooldown. Because you might be able to hit twice with it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. You just need to be able to spam it. And then you'd be able to apply your Thorns damage over and over. That is how you... That's probably... And it's much faster animation. Much, much faster. So we'll get into that at some point next week or this weekend. We'll see what build I get into. But we're doing Crushing Hand today anyway. The aspects of intricacy will die in a fire, as far as I'm concerned. I hate that aspect. That is not the aspects I would use. I have another one that's better than that, I think. I don't like the fact that you have to use an entire aspect for something that doesn't even solve the problem. It's really clunky at best. It always was. It creates a timing problem on your builds, and if you misfire the timing, the build just falls apart for however many seconds it takes to reset, and I hate that. Always did. Kind of burnt on Season 13 Raw Lettuce? I think a lot of people are, yeah. And the upcoming changes for Season 14. But we've got to wait for the final patch notes. I always give them that at least. Off to Weird AI now. Have a good stream. You're off to... Oh, Weird Owl. Not Weird AI. Weird Owl. Nice. Have a great time, dude. That's awesome. That's going to be a sick show. Enjoy. Right. So we're using a Rod of Kepeleka Charm. I can pretty much straight up use this weapon. Although a quarterstaff would be better. We want to attack faster. Have I got a quarterstaff with that kind of stats on it? I do. Literally. That'll do. Lovely. I've got so much gear lying around. I can probably just swap out. So I tell you something that I've actually requested from the devs, and this might be an unpopular opinion. I asked them to nerf Supremacy. I asked them to reject, because what this does is, it says it goes up to 10 stacks, which makes it very strong. And then it goes to 30 if you keep using your ultimate often enough and they keep dying, which makes it so strong, it's better than everything by an actual mile. And it's also so good, even with the buffs to both Sepazontic and Rod of Kepeleka next season, and the mythic buffs on top of it, Supremacy absolutely swamps both of them still. And I don't like that. I don't like the fact that you're never going to use those weapons in their slots. You're always going to use them as charms because this is just too strong not to do that. What I've asked as a return, or recommended, not asked, but recommended, is cap this at 15 stacks so it goes to... It's still a very strong aspect, 270 max, but you have to get there, which will make it easier for all builds to cap if you want to use it, because you only have to overstack 5. And then as a return, do something like go to every Paragon board in Spiritborn and just buff them by 50%. Literally, make that 3%, make this 9%. Let's literally buff them all by 50%. That would roughly, I mathematically works out roughly, it would roughly outweigh, it'd roughly match the loss. The benefit of this is twofold. One, every single build in Spiritborn, if you did that to every single Paragon board, every single build in Spiritborn would benefit from this. This is the only one that would be a bit weird. Maybe not Prodigy's Tempo, but every single build in Spiritborn would just about benefit from that. So builds that aren't performing as well would get a bump. All the ones that are currently performing would be about the same. Maybe a little bit less, but basically about the same. So it'd level them out a bit. And it also would then mean you wouldn't just by de facto default go to use Supremacy on a legendary weapon all the time if there's nothing else that makes more sense. Yeah. Basically, if a build can't use Supremacy very well, your build's not going to be able to perform as well. And then that's that, really. It kind of sucks, really. Yeah, and I'm not the only one. Once I put that out there, there were a few people that were on board with it, so we'll see. Hey, Crantry, how's it going? Really hoping Spiritborn isn't, well, it's being dubbed the lowest on the tier list that have been put out right now, so we'll see. There'll be some builds to play. Trample Slide for the Druid for the early days. Is there not a Trample Slide build anymore? Is there not? I haven't even looked at Druid since the expansion came out. Well, this is the thing, Zach. I'm not trying to gut the class. I'm trying to shift the power from one thing that's clearly too powerful into a place that makes every single build on the class benefit. Or at least maybe the most powerful builds don't benefit. They stay roughly the same. And the ones that weren't as powerful will get a bump. That couldn't really use it properly would get a bump. And then it means the build crafting across different builds wouldn't just be, right, we use Supremacy on the weapon. You know, or something like this. It would be more healthy, I think. So, yeah, that was just a thought that crossed my mind. Right, we'll use this. So we don't necessarily need that attack speed, but we're going to use it anyway. We've got the weapon sorted. I need to take all my gear off so I can actually... Something in my eye. Oh, God, it's... Kind of want to do this without the Air Perdition, because this on the PTR did not grant us any crit chance when you're playing solo whatsoever. That could be bugged, but it doesn't. So, yeah. I am not sure I want to test with that. We'll see. Well, maybe we'll start with it and then we could try without it. But I literally don't have any space to put my gear. That's a problem. Okay, we'll come back to that in a second. We'll put that ring on. We're going to need that ring on. What's my chest piece like that I just took off? Oh, that's really doing my head in. I've got something right in my left eye. Yeah, I'm not going to change that chest piece. Have I got one that's better? Glins. Oh, max result. Oh, yeah, that's decent. Oh, yeah, I'll do. Max resource. Yeah, sweet, I'll do. Okay, that one I do. Gloves. Vulnerable crit. All damage dex. That looks reasonable. I can always change that around if needed. Looks pretty good. Won't necessarily need cooldown on this build. We'll probably use Prodigy's Tempo. What other rings have I got? I don't know why I kept this. Probably will need some resource gen, but I don't know how much. We'll find out when we get there. That would work, but it hasn't got the vulnerable damage on it. I guess we can stick that in for now. That's probably the best I've got floating around. I've got so much random gear floating around. I've reutilized a lot of this stuff across different builds, so I'm trying to work out what I've got and where it is. I thought I had a really crazy ring. Yeah, there's nothing here that's like jumping out at me as being... Oh, there you go. Oh, no, it's only vulnerable and physical, so it's not that useful either. Okay, that one I've put on's probably about as good as it gets. Finally on the PTR, when I was looking at stuff, that's Lord's Mantle. One second, I was going to just take my hoodie off. It's actually quite warm in here. Alright, 2 seconds, guys. Suddenly gotten really warm in here. I always forget when I turn my 2 computers on, this room warms up very quickly. Alright, there we go. Hey, Obsidio, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. What boss drops the protector gloves? Heshrek Asungi, Butcher. Hey, Dan, I'm good, mate. I'm good. How you doing? Just putting together a crushing hand build. I'm just going through my swaves of very organised gear to work out what gear I can put on. I must have stuff in here that I can just put on. There, like crit vulnerable, all damage dex. Perfect. That sounds good. We'll use that. That's a... Oh, no, that might be the brick one. Oh, that might be the sad amulet that I bricked because I was testing some stuff and I was hoping they'd fix it. And then they never did. Which made me incredibly sad, so I might just have to go salvage that one. Oh, sad panda. Oh, that's like my GG amulet that got bricked. Okay, well, I'll have to go find another one. Oh, well, there must be another one in here somewhere. I might as well just salvage that now, because it's not going to ever get fixed. I must have another one of these somewhere. What we got? Crit, basic skills, vulnerable. That's not bad. That can certainly work. It's not got the third multi, but it would be okay. Oh, here we go. Oh no, it's damage over time. Won't use that one. Crit vulnerable dex basic. That will work for now. It's not. This isn't going to be the highest damage version because I haven't got all the multis, but it'll do okay. What my pants like here? Pretty good. Have I got another pair? I could always change the aspects on there actually. We can just straight up use. Oh, I've got another one here. We'll use this instead. Oh yeah, we want this anyway. You gain resolve for each. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, we can use that. Fine. Why can't I put that in? Oh, is that because I've got Yell Q up there? Okay. Let me take those out there. Now, I'm thinking, for a pushing version on this, you may not use the Path of Emissary Boots, but for farming, you certainly will, because that gives you the old tech where when you got Ravager on, you like lock onto enemies. So, yeah, I need one of these with movement speed. Hey, Renee, thanks for the bits, appreciate it. Yeah, Butcher drops hashes, yeah. Hey, XJ, how's it going? Yeah, I'm good, How are you doing? You got 2 druids this season, Boulder and Companion, but they rely on resolve stacks. Everything relies on resolve stacks. There's going to be a lot that's going to be hurt because of that. Oh, I've got a really good pair here. Dex, movement, speed, attacks, reduce evade cooldown, and I can change the thorns on it. Great. Actually, funnily enough, these boots are changing in the next season. They do the same thing, but it's been changed to something like this skill activates X amount of times over X amount of distance. It's like over 60 meters, it activates 19 times or something, as opposed to every 5 meters, it will invoke it. So as this stands, if you're at 4 meters, that means every 15... Yeah, you would get 15 activations over 60 meters. I think it was over 60 meters. And then it was basically going to activate more often the way it was set up. Over 60 meters, it would activate more than 15 times, something like this. Yeah, I noticed it. It's a subtle change, but it was I guess they've done it that way so that they can scale it easier, because they can only reduce from 4 down to 3, down to 2, down to 1, and then that's it, isn't it? They can't do it more granular. They can do it more granular the way they've changed it. So if they want to up it by 3 or 4 like 3 or 4 activations, they can do that, rather than it being you have to, like, if you go down to 3 meters, then it'll probably be too much for spike, for example. So I see why they changed that. Right, we'll put that on there for now. I want my diamonds. And, oh gosh. I'll tell you what we won't be guessing. I highly doubt we're going to get any extra tab for gems. We really need it, though. It's kind of wild that they took away the tab. They completely filled the tab with runes and completely forgot about the fact that we've got gems as well. So we ended up in a situation where we got nowhere to... We still have to put runes in our stash. Or gems in our stash, but either way, it's not great. I can't even remember where my big ones of the... I'm gonna want diamond. Oh no, I'm gonna want skulls in here, aren't I? Have I got some big skulls floating around somewhere? Maybe. I swear I must have made some of those at some point. I've got these ones here. I guess this will do. I swear I had a bigger one than that though. What did I do with it? Maybe I gave it away. I might have done. Yeah, I guess I must have. That's fair enough. We can take that out. I haven't used that in a hot minute. Use those in my gear. Hey, Pretty Mofo, how's it going? First time chatter. Love the guide. Just a quick question that I see nowhere mentioned in PoE2. Okay, no one seems to mention anything about the spirit problem that you get after trying to summon everything. Okay. How How much spirit maximum? What's your maximum spirit in PoE2, Pretty Mofo? I probably could add a section in the FAQ. You are right. Maybe I'll do that after stream. 350. Okay, and how much spirit reservation have you got on your gear? Because I've tried to explain this to some people before. You don't actually want to stack much more. I've got 380, but the thing is, the more maximum spirit you've got, the bigger problem you're creating for yourself to a degree. Because your tame companions in PoE2 are based off of a percentage of your maximum spirit. So you need to have a lot of spirit reservation to make it so that those percentages of your maximum spirit get squished. So you're basically scaling your maximum. It doesn't show this in your character panels anywhere, which is kind of annoying. But you're essentially taking your 350 spirit and scaling it to like 700-800, depending on how much spirit reservation you've got. So it's a combination. Like when I put a helm on that would give me 100 spirit, and it was worse than my helm that's got 8% reservation on it. It literally gave me less effective spirit that I could use. I couldn't have as many skills on. So it's important to get that spirit reservation where you can. Like I'm not on PoE2 today, so I can't show you the tree right now. What I can do, maybe, let me just get the guide up a second. I can show you. I mean, you should have, by the guide, if you followed the guide, you should have the nodes. If I just come over here a second. Yeah, if you're in the guide, you should have the nodes that give you the spirit reservation. So that's over here. So you're going to get... I left this on because that gives you 30% on your companions. It makes your non-companion stuff more expensive, but we don't have much of that on. Your companions are the main thing. And then you get 41 over here as well. So that's quite a lot. And then on top of that, you can, if you're lucky, get reservation on your helm. You want a darkness... You can buy a darkness enthroned belt quite cheap. You can look for a 90% darkness enthroned helm with a helmet that goes into your helm slot because it has 2 sockets in it. And it allows your socketables in there to act as if they've been socketed in your helm. And then slap the spirit reservation one in there. I've got 15% because I've got a 98% one. But yeah, if you look at like 90% or something, it might be quite cheap. You can also get spirit reservation in a few other places, which I haven't got at the moment, like chest piece and weapon. I'm pretty sure I've only got it on the helm and the belt. Yeah. And then in my passive tree. So you can try that. So other than this, you might have to look at... it depends what type of companions you're trying to put on. I've got Silver Fist, Vile Vulture, and about 4 other tame companions and the wolves and mana remnants, and I managed to fit all that in, and I've got 380 spirit. With 350, you're probably going to have 1 less companion. I have at least 1 companion on that's only 31.2% reservation. It's quite a cheap one. So you do want to have some cheap aura bots in there. Like, they've got auras, you just make them tanky, and they're cheap to equip. And then try and keep the 40% plus ones thinner if you can. I've got 2 or 3 of them, I think. Yeah, you might find that some... It's because you've got a lot of... Yeah, without seeing your full setup, it's difficult for me to say exactly, but... I know that I've got 8 companions all in all, including the bear, and the Sylvian wolf, the Asmerian wolf. I know I've got that. Actually, we can't use the Erudition on this. We're going to have to use the... We're going to have to use the Harmony of Ibawaka because we're using the Rod of Kepaleka charm. And since I don't have any mythic charms, I have no option but to do this. All right, let's see. I've got a few Ibawakas lying around here. That's got max resource. That's pretty nice. Might use that one. Because that's damage. Yeah, we'll use that. Okay. I might be able to dump my gear in here. I haven't really got anywhere else. Man, my inventory is such a mess. I don't really want to get rid of these just in case I need them for testing. That's why I kept them all. Oh, well. I'll dump my Sunbird's gear in there for now. Okay. Stump those in there for now. Hey, Oldman, how's it going? I thought it's weird that in all the guides I don't see people mention that you might face a spirit problem. No, fair enough. Okay, I can add to my FAQ about that, I guess. It is a good point. I mean, I'm pretty detailed in my guides, but I'm not going to say I've got everything in there. So that's a good point. I can add that. Hey, Wise Wizard, how's it going? You're going to try and make a Crushing Hands build as well. Okay, Ratman, let me know how you get on. You just rocking... Oh, you said you were rocking some D3, Dan, yeah. How's that going? I haven't played D3 in ages. I used to play that all the time. Runes-wise, well, we're going to have the Zik rune in, and that was still busted on the PTR, so... we'll see. If that gets fixed, then Spiritborn's going to be even weaker. But we'll see. Wait, Poc. Q, probably. Where's Poc? Yeah, Poc Q. I think. We'll start with that. You might be able to go Poc Zik, but we'll go Poc Q start with, and then Tam Zik. Because we're going to be smashing our Crushing Hand loads. That'll do to start with. Okay, let's go do some tempers here. Doop, 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 doop. Movement speed, yes please. Hopefully I don't burn through all of my Forgotten Souls immediately. There we go, nice. Okay, that seems fine. I've got at least a bit of movement speed. It's not a lot though. 191. How have I got 191? I've got 74 there. Where's the other 17 coming from? It's a good point. I actually don't know where the rest of that movement speed is coming from. Oh, it's because of the Paragon boards. Yeah. If we take that off, we're going to be giga slow, but we won't be using this. So honestly, as much as I'd love to be in decks here, I'm going to want some movement speed. That's still not going to cap me. I don't think we can actually get capped movement speed on this very easily. But that will at least mean I actually have got some movement speed on the build. You don't want to be too slow running, otherwise it's going to suck. We don't need crit chance on there. So we'll change that to crit damage. Might as well try and get the crits. I should have basically infinite resources because I farmed for ages and never actually used much. It's only Forgotten Souls I'd be worried about if I was doing this without any farming. $150, please. There we go. Hey, Cade, how's it going? When does next season start? Well, we haven't got an official date, but we are expecting it to be around June the 30th. So we'll see. It's a good day. Finally got your build past 105 on the tower, and somehow I'm in the top 100. Nice! On the Spiritborn. Oh, well, yeah, it's going to be like a massive gap then, because the tops are at 150 using the exploits. But that's still really good. GG's. You gain resolve for each 15 vigor you are the maximum vigor. That sounds good. We can always come back and address some of these things again if needed. So we got supremacy there. We're not going to be using that because we don't get 300% movement speed. That's not worth it unless you can. I am thinking... Now, we can actually re-imprint these now, and it doesn't nuke the stuff. Yeah, I'm thinking Plains Power would be decent there. Probably Ferocious over here. I'm going to try it with Zokas first. And I'm going to try it with a Multitude set as well. We don't necessarily need cooldown reduction on here, so we can maybe change that at some point, but we can leave that as it is for now. I don't have maximum block chance here. The only way to solve that would be to have... Oh, that's fine. We can solve that in here. Let's keep rolling this until we get... interdiction. Smart. I would love that though. That's more damage, isn't it? But the problem is I don't have anywhere else to put it. We need to have some resolve gen somewhere. So we need tenacity on the build, I think. With the path of it. If we were using a legendary pair of boots and weren't relying on the dash, then you could put interdiction there, I guess, or apprehension there. That's what you'd do for pushing. You'd take off the mobility of the Ravager stuff here, and then you'd go for a pair of boots with either apprehension or interdiction on it, but I'll put interdiction on here because I think that's going to be more... You need that more functionally speaking if you're going to use this here. Pretty sure we're going to have to use the Hunter for Veracity. No. The PTR's down now. PTR only lasts a week. This is live. But when I was testing on the PTR, I was generally just testing the mechanics. There we go. We got it. I was just generally testing the mechanics. And I tested a couple of builds that I was keen on maybe starting on. Like Firestorm works pretty well and stuff like that. And testing out some leveling. And I tested a few endgame bits. These are builds that won't change that much drastically on the next season. Unless the patch notes for the final season are drastically different, which I'm not expecting, then I guess we'll see. Hey, Adam Barker, thanks for subbing YouTube. Appreciate it, dude. You're on Act 2 of the campaign. Got a Doombringer already. Nice. I can't even remember what the Doombringer looks like on D3. It's been that long since I played. Maybe at some point I'll be able to jump in on a season this year. All right, so now we've got that. Because we're resolve stacking, that will give us the max damage from this. Got our physical damage. Got all these in. We probably need at least one roll of resource gen, so I'll leave that there. That seems fine. Obviously, this ring could be better. I could have loads of... I'm losing a lot of damage here. I don't have all the damage multis, so I'm not expecting to push the highest here. You could have triple multi here, triple multi here, triple multi here. Although you're probably going to need some max life next season, otherwise you're just going to get clapped everywhere. You're only getting 6 stacks of max resolve maximum next season, not 12. So that's a big hit. Oh yeah, we need to put Master at the helm. I'm actually going to go into the max resource here. Oh, no we're not. Max resolve stacks. Might as well try and get the crit here. Just link me what it is in game. I'm not going to take anything off you unless I actually need it, Zach, because I literally have 0 space in my stash. That's why I'm pushing back on it. I cannot house anything else on my account. It's just completely and utterly full. So unless it's something I can literally just straight up use, then I'm probably not going to take it, to be honest. Right, so we'll use... Now, for damage, you could go Jaguar Eagle. That's a good point. Oh, we can do vulnerable with Scourge. That's not an issue. Yeah, yeah, it's not a bad weapon. I mean... It's only marginally better than what I've got, to be honest. The ring's okay. That is a good point. Resource cost reduction works with Rod of Kepaleka, doesn't it? This is the thing. The Rod of Kepaleka's... Oh, yeah, the Rod of Kepaleka's, like, diminished when it's in your charm. It's halved. But it does give you damage, doesn't it? So I'd probably roll at least resource cost reduction there, I guess. Yeah, they look okay. I think what I've got right now is okay for testing purposes, and I'm not really looking to min-max these builds because I don't have the energy for it. They're not going to compete on the leaderboards, so there's no point trying to do that. I just want to see if I can get them up and running and actually playing decently. Like, can I make Crushing Hands not feel bad to play? Like, is it a build that can be played that isn't just farming? Isn't just pushing? It's all well and good having a build that's really clunky but pushes good. I want a build that people can play to actually play the game with, you know, and do T12 without worrying about necessarily doing the highest damage, but can actually beat everything with it. And still, like, move decently fast without the crazy evade tech and stuff. So that's kind of what I'm more focused on. If I don't need that resource gen, then I can change that to resource cost reduction as well. Where's resource gen? I'm going to need to be outside of town for that, I think. Right, we need to set the skill tree and stuff up. If I need more defense, you can actually go Centipede, Eagle. But I'll stick with Jaguar Eagle to start with, because that's technically the most damage. Right, I'll tell you what, we'll just refine and do this all from scratch. Yeah, cool. I'll let you know, Zach. I'll let you know. Right, we're obviously going to max out. Oh, we're obviously going to... What the hell? We're obviously going to max out. Yeah, they are maybe marginally better than mine. But in the essence of saving resources, because I've got a lot of builds I want to try. I'm going to try not to spend too much on each build. Otherwise, I have to go farming to be able to do the other builds. Blocking increases the damage of Crushing Hand. I mean, we're going to be blocking a lot. Or barrier gen. I've got the POC rune in, so I don't necessarily need the barrier on this. I guess you'd probably want the damage more. But we'll try it. Crushing Hand costs 100% more vigor, but deals more damage. But with the Rod of Kepaleka, it doesn't matter. So I guess you've got to put that on, really. We've got Resolve sorted anyway. We'll start with Unrelenting Assault. That's probably the only one that you could realistically do with Rizokas. Otherwise, we go to the Multitude set with Heavy Hitter, maybe. Which is 10 times the damage. So we'll try both versions when we get around to it. Also, actually, because we got the Path of Emissary on, every time we move a bit, we're going to be casting Rake. So I guess we can come in here, get some Ferocity gen there. For each stack of Ferocity you have, Rake's Vigor cost is reduced. Okay, no, that doesn't work. So that actually works as resource cost reduction on Rake. You don't have to stack resource cost reduction on a build with that on. It's pretty nice. Let's put that on some more Resolve gen, I guess. And then we're obviously going to take this here. Obviously going to max out Ravager. And take the Vigor Gen and the maximum Velocity and the cooldown rate. Obviously, we need Scourge with the resource chain. Vulnerable. Aura. We need the points in here because it's too much damage not to use, and we get... So yeah, the resolve doesn't work on this right now, but it does in the expansion. So we in the PTR in the next season. So you'd be able to get some resolve gen there as well. So you potentially would be able to get tenacity aspects off next season. That is potentially a thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're probably going to have toxic skin on because we need the armor, really. Start with that. And we'll use this for the ferocity. And left with 8 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've still got a skill slot to use. I don't have unstoppable on the build. We'll have to put this on. Yeah, block damage reduction and barrier. There we go. Guess we can put the rest in there. It doesn't scale that well anyway, to be honest. Okay, that seems reasonable for the skill tree. Let's just make sure I've got the skills set up correctly. Oh, blimey. Put in there, put over there. Put in there, that there, and... toxic skin, maybe. Yeah, you want toxic skin for the defense, for the armor. Otherwise, you'd swap it out for counter attack. We'll have to see how that plays out. The Doombringer is considered an ethereal champion sword in D3, one of the green ones. One shots nearly everything. Nice. It's always good if you get that early. You've got to get a Rod of Kep charm now. Where does it drop? You can take an ancestral Rod of Kepaleka, 3 other unique charms that you've got, and then create one in the cube. That'll be quicker. You can't target farm specific charms. You can target farm the uniques and create the charm, yeah. Okay, so that's that. Right, Paragon. Cycle the max life here. Right, I know I'm going to use Outmatch, so we'll start with that down here. Oh, so actually, we'll put Ritual down here. We'll start with Infighter. Outmatch, where are you? Wish I could search it. It'd be a lot easier, wouldn't it? There it is. I should be a high enough Paragon I can justify doing this. That cluster just needs to change. Giving us a little bit of dodge is completely useless. It's diminishing returns. Dodge is a useless defensive mechanic. It's the worst defensive mechanic game in the game right now. So it's, yeah, we literally. I've said this to them before. Like, that cluster needs to change, or dodge needs to change. Which I can't imagine that's going to happen. So, yeah. Not a fan of dodging this game. Not with the way that so many mechanics just outright avoid, like, can just ignore the fact that dodge exists now. So it just completely makes it useless. Right, yeah, that's pretty close, actually. 58.98 already. That's not bad. We could put Spirit in this one, because we're going to be critting all the time. Oh, I should have put Viscous Shield first, shouldn't I? Oops. Damn. Oh, I wish I could remove board by board. Yeah, I'm going to do that. It's a lot easier to use as that way through. Yeah, some additional tools for Paragon boards would be giga nice. So I don't have to do this. Like, just allow me to remove an entire board, for example. Alright, let's try this again. Viscous Shield. It's just the way I like to build my Paragons. Okay, we'll do that. Over there. Okay, and then we'll do... Banger list. Hey, Pretty Mofo, how's it going? Yeah, it's a good one today. How you doing? JW as well, how you doing? Oh. I sorted it the right way around. Nice. Convergence. Okay, we'll take all the attack speed here. With all the velocity, we should be capped on attack speed, so that's good. Spirit. Outmatch. Oh yeah. I went through the wrong way. There you go. I knew it was doable. Other glyphs. Colossal will go in one of them. Guess Colossal goes in here. If this doesn't work out, then I'll take it out and put Revealing in. I probably should have put this up here, but never mind. Okay, that's activated. That's pretty cheap to activate, actually. And then I've put Bodgy's Temp up here because that's the one that you would... Oh, actually, to be fair, I probably should have put that first. Never mind, it doesn't really matter order. Oh, it might do, actually, because I want all this max reset. Oh, for God's sake. Oh, this is going to wind me up. Right, let's just start again. I'm doing it all in the wrong order. Let's go wind me up, because there's not tools to make my life easier. I don't really want to undo it all one by one. It'll just take me an age. It'll be easier for me to start again. Right. Yeah. Next season, they're adding all stats to gear. Well, at least that's what it looks like. It was a bit busted on the PTR, though. It was giving you like 160 from level 6, which seems a bit higher. But in the end game, I guess that's probably what it's intended to be. Yeah, if you're going to use the Rod of Kep, you need to take this board here. Go up here. Well, max resource and resource gen. Take the attack speed. Take this here. Okay, and you're probably going to use, well, either Hubris or Menagerist, I guess. Which one have I got that's the highest? Well, Menagerist is technically slightly higher. How much more max resources does that actually give me? 26. Only gives me 4 more. Gosh, that's minimal difference, isn't it now? A 16x instead of a 13.9. You gain 4 more, so it's going to be... Yeah, actually, Menagerist is probably better because 4 times 0.38 is not going to outweigh the difference there. So, yeah, Menagerist is probably the play. Okay, right, now we're doing fights. I'll do Viscous Shield last, because that one might change out to Revealing if it doesn't work so well. Okay. Outmatch. Where's that one again? There we go. Oh, good. It disconnected me. Thanks, game. Just sitting there doing my Paragon tree. Disconnect. Oh, the server instance crashed. So I've got to wait 2 minutes to log back in again. Oh, good start. Oh, dear. Oh, no. I've actually got to wait 2 minutes to log back in again. My Paragon tree is so good that the game's just noped me out immediately. Yeah, no, God, no! Yeah, that's what my internal's doing right now. Dear, oh dear. Yeah, I guess the server did blow up, yeah. Yeah, I guess it did blow up. So no, you have to wait for it to do its cloud sync, I think. So yeah, I'm probably gonna have to wait another minute or so before I can log back in again and carry on. Your character has not finished being saved by by their current game, or your account is otherwise busy. Oh, good. I'll wait another minute, I suppose. It'll fix itself shortly, hopefully. No, it's not the actual full servers, but that server that machine, whatever. It'll be you've got to think of servers as computers still. They are still computers, just really big ones. So that particular machine might have just errored out and the whole server might have crashed. And it's just like literally killed out everybody that was on that. It just happened to be on a server instance on that machine. That's probably what's happened. Oh, it's still not letting me log back in yet. No game-breaking builds by you, good sir. Yes, indeed. I'll just try to see if I can make the... I'm just going to try and make the builds playable, you know? That's the aim here. I can always, once I've got the main, like once I've got them playing good, I can always optimize them for more damage and less quality of life. But you want them to feel like they're not terrible to play. Like, if we're going to be the lowest class next season, I want to at least have some builds that can beat all the content that aren't just terrible to play, you know? We'll have to see how the pack... Here we go, so let me load it back in now. Alpha Bravo, how's it going? He's already broken the game before. Before the new builds got going. Yes, Alpha. Wink, wink. I broke the game with my powerful mind. Right, let's crack on here. Let's see. Oh, you're kidding me. It's reverted me back to this. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, it's reverted me. Wow. Good. Ah. Just to throw salt in the wounds. Oh my goodness. That is what I'm trying not to do in real life right now. That high pitch and everything. Oh dear. Right, Menagerist. I think it does work out better because... Yeah, you got 16 in the middle. 14... Oh, yeah, you got 16 in the middle and you've got the top bit. The bottom bit doesn't do anything for us. Well, Hubris gives us 4 more max resource. I know it's 3 levels lower, but that's not going to make that big a difference. 4 max resource will be 1.44x. The fact that that's a 13.9 and that's a 16. Yeah, it's the Menagerist probably wins out slightly. It'll be very close anyway. It's fine. I'll put Menagerist in. Right. Let's try and do what I was trying to do before. Are you not entertained? No. No, I'm not. Game stopped me from theory crafting. No entertainment for Immortalize. I guess we go that way. There's Outbreak gone. There we go. Okay. Convergence. Viscous shield. Uh, 46k. So we got Spirit over here. Colossal down here. No, Colossal up here. That should do it. Okay. Yeah, we'll take all the barrier stuff because that'll be really helpful. Right, now we're here. We can start fleshing out some of these nodes a bit. Is there any max life stuff I need? I pretty much taken all the max life to begin with because I'm going to need that. Especially since I don't have max life on my weapons. I think my life is going to be very low. Probably quite low. 110. No, it's 100. One there, 110. This looks fine. How much we got there? 16. Crit. These are pretty low now anyway. Take the crit here. That doesn't need any more than it has. That doesn't need any more than it has. Oh, yes, we want this one as much as we want, Ash. We want this, don't we? 64. Don't know if you can get more up here. You might be able to. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 54, maybe not. Yeah, intelligence is a pain in the ass in this board, although actually saying that, I'm already over here anyway. 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 45, 59. Yeah, 64 seems reasonable here. Okay, let's put some defenses in then. Only got 3 points left anyway. I guess this will do. Spirit, Outmatch, Ritual, Menagerist, Colossal. That all seems fine. Yeah, okay. Alright, well, first things first, I guess. We need to go and check to see if I've got enough resource gen. Oh, talismans. Yeah, last bit. I need these. What would your reaction be if you made a build and once you test the damage and you see negative numbers? Oh, well, I'd laugh my head off. And I'd be like, I broke the game! I'm not expecting that on this build, though. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, gosh, where's that gone? What's that? Eagle skills, gorilla skills, that seems fine. Eagle skills. Gorilla skills. Gorilla skills. Alright, cool. That actually works out really well. You'd have preferred to have had Jaguar or Eagle rather than Gorilla, but anyway, these will be fine. Got a whole bunch of resistances in there. And Charm. Seal, in fact. What have I got in here? I really want one that's got max ferocity, which I did have one floating around somewhere. Where did that go? Hopefully I've still got it. I do. Here we go. Pretty good one. Damage max ferocity, yeah. So that's 3, 5, 7, 13. Oh, I'm going to be well over. 4 by default. 10 from here. 2 from Ravager. Maybe I don't need max ferocity there. Two. I mean, you technically get 2 from here, but you have to get some max stacks. That's 4. 2 from Ravager, 6. 4 default, 10. 6 from Frost. 6 from Roaches, that's 16. You can get to 19 stacks of ferocity. I might not need the ferocity there. Do I even have any other Rizoka's ones? I don't know. Either that or yours. Maximum ferocity decks. No, I don't. You need that to generate your velocity. That's what the hunter's here for. So that one's definitely in play. Your 2 and Rizoka's plays in anyway. I mean, if you don't use Rizoka's, then it's a mute point, I suppose. Then it would be perfectly fine. And you wouldn't use this. And then you'd potentially swap these around so that goes down here, maybe. I mean, it should mean I'd be at 15 stacks regardless all the time, I suppose. You're just going to be overstacks. I mean, if I had one, you can get, like, Jaguar skill cast speed or something. That one would work. That would have worked. So it'd allow you to tap faster. All right, well, let's... I think I've got everything in place. Oh, I've got 31,000 life. How the hell have I got so much life? Oh, I do have max life for my weapon. Ignore me, I do. Okay, cool. All right, that's not too bad, actually. All right, let's go try pit 100. Let's go see if we're potato or not. Hey, Ganja Fun, how's it going? We're doing crushing hands today. I did a poll on my YouTube, and that's what people seem to want the most. So let's see how this plays. Oh, I'll tell you what I haven't got. I haven't got a pull-in, have I? Okay. 1 second. I do not have any form of pull-in, and I don't like that. So, yeah, that's a good point, actually. I put Cryon in my skill here, and I'm not actually using it because it's not in my runes, is it? You might be able to get away without that armor. You have to have Ravager. Arm and Hide is our unstoppable. Scourge is our vulnerable application. Without that, we've got an issue. We can't not use Zik because it's too broken not to use. And our Barrier Gen is our Q rune. I don't think the Zik and the Arm and Hide is going to be enough. Unless we put in the Barrier Gen here as well. In which case you could take the Q rune out. I mean, it's not necessarily max damage, but that would certainly play better. I don't know who that is. I just tried to request to join. I'm currently not joining up with people unless there's a good reason to. Sam Cry, right, let's try this. Because that will give me... Yeah, I don't need the cooldown reduction there. I've probably got gear for Quill as well, honestly. I've got so much gear. I'm not trying to giga juice these builds. I'm trying to get them to play nicely. You know, you can always... I haven't got the energy to try and push them all. I want to see how things work. How quickly are we stacking Rizokas on this? Out of interest. I mean, this is only 100. I know my gear's not perfect. Okay. The problem with Rizokas is you have to stack to 5 stacks. Like, really... Okay. How fast does this stack on single target is the question. Yes, it's not like I'm insta-nuking everything. Which is sad. That's what we used to do in like T12. We used to just insta-nuke everything, didn't we? Not on this variant. Anyway, this is the variant that would work with Rizokas. But there is another variant I could use, which I actually know how we can make work. which honestly would probably work better than this for just general farming. I just did 1.4 trillion there, so that's not too bad, but that's probably, that's the Zik rune, I guess, right? Oh, this is the problem. Look how freaking slow we run. Now that we've got 300% movement speed in the game, without the perma evade and without the ability to get 300, you just feel super slow. Like the Ravager tech is only so good. Only works if you've got enemies to lock on. That feels a bit better. I'm just blowing stuff up. That's what you want. That's what we used to do. We used to just zoom through the dungeons. This is pit 100, so it's... I mean, it's essentially T12, isn't it? Like, general content, I think. I need to see... Oh, that's a good point, actually. Are we actually activating the Rod of Kep every time? I should have checked that. No. Okay. That's an issue. I don't quite have enough vigor generation. Interesting. That would be one reason I'm not doing mega damage, because the Rod of Kep's not activating every time. Okay, I'll finish up the dungeon quickly. I want to see what the boss damage like even with this, and then I'm going to go sort the resource gen out. I think I've got a double resource gen ring I can slap on. Yeah, so that made short work of the boss. Let me go sort the resource gen thing out. It might make it feel better. I haven't kept up lately, laser monkeys. You're good dudes. Are they killing perma evade? Yes. Well, to some degree. They're making it so it can't be solved in the way we currently do it. Used to hate Spiritborn when it first released, then a year later I got hooked. Is it because you found me, Ganja? Wink, wink. I think I've got a double resource gen ring in here somewhere. I think we're actually going to need that, maybe. Or you'd have to roll resource gen there as well. What's my double resource gem ring like? I've got one here. Yeah, I don't have the crit on it. So it's a 50 and an 11. I've got a 23 and a 13. So it's going to be less damage for sure, I think. That will for sure solve the resource generation problem. I was only 9% off. I was pretty close. You could just temper it on there, but I want the resource cost reduction as well, really, because that's a damage scaler in itself. I think you can get resource generation on the helm next season, so you'd probably roll that there instead. If you could, you'd look to get max resource and resource generation on the helm. And then that would be that would make up the difference. You could have literally my setup. You wouldn't need the cooldown reduction here. You can't make up enough resource gen in the stats here. Even with the all stats changes, it's not going to make up enough, I don't think. Let me just have a look in here. Yeah. It's because they halved all this stuff, so it put a pressure on all the resource. They halved all these. Put a pressure on all the resource gen stuff. Let me have a look. Reduction. Do I have any of those lying around? Not that I can use for this build. Oh, interesting. Oh, I could actually make use of that. Yeah, let's do that. That would solve the problem. Because I can roll that to resource gen, can't I? Yep. Yeah. Honestly, that'll probably be enough. I might try and see if I can roll a slightly better one, but I'm trying not to waste materials where I can. Because then I don't have to keep farming to be able to do more builds. That was pretty tough going in this season, farming for all the builds, I've got to be honest. Yeah, that's better. That's more than enough. And then we temper on.
May you find your way back.
Resource cost reduction. Just keep up crit chance for the ring, no? What do you mean, sorry? You get crit chance by default as long as you're activating the Rod of Kepaleka every attack. Which means you need to have enough resource gen on top of this ring here. I've only got 49, so I need a little bit more than 100. So that every attack will crit and then it'll refill my resource back to maximum. Come on, please give me the 15. Slightly less max life, but that's okay. Quite high anyway. Oh my goodness. That's a good job I've got, like, I had like 600 scrolls. 15% question mark? Yes, there we go. Nice, okay. It's pretty comparable to what I was using. In fact, it's marginally better, actually. Okay, let's put Ferocious on here. $3,000 scrolls. Holy hell. That is a lot of scrolls, Zach. I mean, I've played a lot this season. I can't. That's crazy. That's a crazy number of scrolls. Right, that will solve that problem. So if I go try this now, I should see my resource here once it's at maximum go like way more. And it should increase my damage output. You love Spiritborn this season, hoping, well, it looks like all the current people are putting tier lists out right now, are putting Spiritborn bottom, but I don't understand how you can do a tier list right now, because so much could change before the season comes out, honestly. Why is that? Yeah, that's what you want to see. When you're in combat, you want to see your resource going crazy. Just going up, down, up, down, up, up, down. The damage output should be way higher because of it. Yeah, there we go. It's much better. Although the only problem with playing Rizokas is you do have to, like... It does seem like this stacks Rizokas pretty fast, actually. Rake was rubbish with Rizokas. It doesn't stack it anywhere near fast enough, but this version of Crushing Hand does, I guess. Okay, yeah, this is definitely doing more damage. I can feel it. So we've got okay mobility when you put into context. We've got the Ravager lock-on, and we've got the Hunter mobility. Okay, this isn't too bad. It's just the movement speed. We just feel really slow. And I don't think on this build you can actually... We haven't got any ways where we can reasonably get... It's just a Gatling Cannon Crushing Hand build. We haven't got any reasonable ways which we can get above 200% movement speed on this, really. Not really. I'm having a think. I mean, you can take the Ravager boots off, since we've got mobility. Actually, there is something we could do, which would be a little cheeky, that might actually feel more mobile than the lock-on tech. But the lock-on tech's nice when you're in combat, because you can do that. So that's the trade-off. But then you run giga slow when you've got nothing to lock onto. There is something we could try that would be a bit cheeky. I might go try it in a minute. It's for this kind of section. You're like giga slow. Oh man, feels bad when your Mystic Circle doesn't spawn under your feet. I can't even get to 200% movement speed anymore very easily. I guess I'm attacking, I can evade like this, so I guess we can get mobility that way. That's what we used to do, isn't it, I suppose? We made short work of that, okay. I mean, we're hitting for... That was, you know, 500 billion there. You're hitting very fast, right? We can try scaling this up a bit. I can't level any of my glyphs up, they're all too high. Hey, Big Pup, how's it going? Yeah, dudes, I never stopped on D4. I'm just mixing and matching the games at the moment. You put 250 hours in total. Nice. Once we can get insane damage, then speed can be sacrificed a little. That's true. But for general, yeah, I can't even get to 200% movement speed on this with these boots. You literally can't. Can't actually roll movement speed anywhere else other than up here. But I don't want to lose the damage from max results. It's kind of here. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, let's try a slightly higher pit. I know, let's just whack out to 120 and see how that feels. It's like a lot more HP than what I was just doing there. Hey, Clay, how's it going? It's Blizz, brother. Nothing's going to change, though. They have the exact same bugs on the PTR that they have been live for months. I mean, things do get fixed. Game development is harder than people think. You know, it's not as easy as people think it is. But, yes, I'd like to see some fixes. That'd be nice. Okay, well, we can kill trash mobs in the 120, so that's not too bad. I'm not exactly on a push variant. I'm playing like a variant that means I'm not going to be really slow. A push variant, you could sacrifice speed. Okay, we can actually... Yeah, we'll be able to do a 120 here. That's no problem. I've got another version of Crushing Hand we can try as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays. But this is if you're going to play this variant, this is definitely a Rizoka's variant. Because it attacks so much. Hey, Nabi, how's it going? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Like, you take the Ravager boots off and you could put Apprehension on the boots, for example, for pushing. We can try that in a bit, in a pushing scenario. 1.8 trillion, not too bad. You've got to consider this build attacks incredibly fast, though. So you're not necessarily going to hit for hundreds of trillions, but you are attacking faster than a lot of builds, because every third attack, you attack 12 extra times, and they all crit. So it's like a Gatling. Actually, I have to admit, this is the one build I've played so far, which is actually stacking Rizokas. It's, funnily enough, better at stacking Rizokas than Ray. The Gorilla skill is better at stacking the fast attacking set than the Jaguar skill is. How funny is that? Rake sucks for stacking this up. That was instantly back to 5 stacks. Instantly, yeah. So Rizoka's... I mean, if Rizoka's gets a buff, which it didn't in the PTR, but if it does, this build will massively benefit from it. Massively so. I always loved how simple Crushing Hand is. It's like, it doesn't matter where you're positioned, because it's just omnidirectional damage. I always really like that. I mean, if we can get this build to 125, 130 with the gear I've got, which is absolutely not best in slot gear, and I don't even have Mythic Seal on. Mythic Seal would certainly be better. I mean, next, it might even be that the 3 unique charm one would be better for this, because then you could move the Midnight Sun ring off. Yeah, I don't know. You'd lose the big Rizoka's damage, I guess. Actually, how's my barrier holding up here? My barrier's not particularly stacking up very well, is it? I might change Viscous Shield then to revealing. Because look, that's only go... Oh, okay. It does occasionally go higher. Interesting. I think something's bugged there. I should be getting... Yeah, if a barrier's not staying up near 100% all the time... We used to be able to make it so Crushing Hand had a temper so you could get like really high barrier on it. But look, my barrier's never really going above half much. So Viscous Shield might not actually be the play. It might actually be better to put Revealing on. So that when they're crowd controlled, which will be a lot, we get more damage on them. It might actually be better to use that. And then if we do that, I can swap off the barrier gen from the Crushing Hand skill. And put the extra damage on when I blocked, which means I get more damage out of the builds. That may well be better. That Orb Thief just ran away, but it doesn't matter because I'm about to activate the boss anyway. There we go. How's the boss go down? And how do the stacks stack here? Okay, so on a single target, the stacks don't stack that fast. That's the problem. Even on this. Like, it's faster than Rake was. But the damage is fine. Once you're at 5 stacks, you do a lot of damage here. 3 trillion, okay. Oh, well, that was a 120. That's not bad. We can certainly optimize this out a bit, I think. Eh. Hey, Breakpoint with the Prime. Thank you, dudes. Appreciate you. 12 months as well. Hey, 1 year. Nice. That's awesome. Appreciate you. Apparently, Colossal Glyph didn't boost the damage over time, according to Maxwell's Swarm. No, it didn't. Honestly, they should probably just cap Colossal Glyph and nerf that as well. And they should shift that power elsewhere. That's what I say. But yeah. Demolish that boss. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. What I was thinking, my barrier really wasn't going up. Which is weird, because I should be getting barrier from Arm and Hide, from the Zik rune. Like, very frequently getting this barrier here. Oh, it's only based on how many enemies you're hitting. So if you're not hitting many enemies, you won't get much barrier. So if there's only a single target, you only get 10% and 20% and then 30. So you're only ever going to get 60. You need barrier gen on your build. Barrier bonus, I've only got 30. So that'll take you to 78% at best case scenario. In a lot of cases. The only other way to do it is have the Q rune in, but then I won't have the pull-in. Maybe you don't need the pull-in on this build. But then you won't have that damage reduction, I guess. Or that knockdown. Oh, you got knocked down from Concussive Stomp, though, so I guess we've always got a knockdown in there. Let's try this. Doesn't matter about the skill tree for now. If I do that, then I can change this over here to this, and you'll get more damage when you block. Bit weird that they've made it based on how many times you're blocking, but... Okay, let's go to 125 here. I haven't got that much resource cost reduction here either, which would be nice if I did have it, but... I mean, in an ideal world, if you can get Mythic Seals... if you can get Mythic Charms, you would get the Starless Skies Mythic Charm. because that would give you more damage and it would give you massive resource cost reduction. That would be a huge booster to the game. I don't know if anyone's ever dropped one of those, but if you could get it, you'd wear the full Rizokas and then you would put the Starless guys, Mythic Charmin, and that would give you a huge damage boost, double-ended. Or you would do that. Yeah, that's probably what you would do. I think that would be the best damage overall if you were going to use a Rizoka's setup. Yeah, so the barrier's staying higher now. It seems more worthwhile, but you don't have. This is the problem. We don't have to pull in. This build does have massive AOE, but you kind of want to be able to pull them all in still. So I don't know. Without the cry, I don't know if I can take toxic skin off. Really. That's a lot of armor down. Might maybe a bit squishy if I don't have that. Even with the resolve stuff, it certainly make me squishy next season. But the barrier, this is the problem, in combat, my barrier's not going anywhere near 100%, even with the Q rune on. So I'm getting less than what revealing would give me on average most of the time here, I think. Yeah, I'm going to go try putting revealing on. If it'll let me leave the dungeon, that'd be nice. Fingers crossed. There we are. How well is this going to do next season with defenses, etc.? Oh, Spiritborn's going to suck next season with defenses unless they fix something. But then nearly every class is going to suck next season with defenses unless they do something about the incoming damage from elemental damage. From the elemental affixes. There's a lot of classes that just get like Necro, us, Warlock. A lot of us just get one pops without the resolve stacking. A lot of builds do. A lot of classes. I am expecting to see some changes around there, either buffs to classes, but probably more likely changes to the balancing on the mobs, to be honest. What were we doing? Yeah, I kind of want the Cry Rune in there. I've got to be honest. I do like the Cry Rune, and it gives you damage reduction. Alright, actually, I'm going to try one more thing while I'm here. Let's try one more thing while I'm here. Yeah, so I'm going to put the Q rune back in. I'm going to swap that around with the Zik. It's probably going to be less damage because you won't activate the Zik as often, but you'll activate the Q way more often. I just want to try that. Let's see how that feels. You don't know. So, Spiritborn's going to be really good for leveling. Yeah, well, that was easy in the PTR. I did Withering Fist, and I was, yeah, apart from the first few levels where you had to wait for a few skills because you can't unlock them until a higher level. It was pretty straightforward, that leveling. We'll be fine all the way into T12. It just won't compete with other builds, I don't think. Yeah, so I think if you put the pop Q in, your barrier will be really high really often with that. Am I getting the 5 stacks from that block? I don't know where I see that. Doesn't even show me a counter, so I've no idea if that actually even works. That's good. Yeah, this build should be stronger, just because the Rod of Kepaleka is going to be... Bear in mind, I've got no transfigs on this at all, apart from the Amulet one. When I do my testing on these builds, I pretty much test without I pretty much test without transfigs. So you can probably gain a few pits just off of that, to be honest. Like, if you got gem strength, although next season gem strength will be weaker, but even so, if you get the good transfigs across the gear, wow, lifelinks suck, don't they? They're still really broken. Yeah, it's not even worth trying to kill these. Lifelinks are completely busted unless you're playing something like Firestorm, which seems to ignore the interaction that blocks your damage across them all. Firestorm was still pretty good in the PTR, actually. It's going to be quite fast. I feel like, yeah, because we're not activating the Zik rune as often here. You're not getting as much damage out of the build, I don't think. If they fix the Zik rune interaction, then yeah, that would be an issue. We're going to be like giga weak because of that. We lose like 5x damage or something silly like this. Okay. I do a lot more damage. You can tell when you hit max Rizoka stats, I do a lot more damage. Honestly, they need to half the amount of stacks, or they need to change how Rizoka's works a bit, probably. Yeah, not having the pull-ins kind of balls, to be honest. Okay, I'm going to try something else here. If I can get out of here. Let's go through that, because hopefully it'll take me to the exit and then I can TP out. Yep. How does your skill refresh so quick? Because I'm using Prodigy's tempo in the Paragon board. And because I'm attacking so fast, it just resets on my cooldowns. Do you think Mythic Charms will make an appearance next season? I think they're in this game. In this season, they're just really rare. That's what I heard. I mean, to be fair, I don't actually know. Because every unique could be a Mythic next season. So I don't know. I don't know how that would transpose. If we were to have Mythic Charms, like... Do you get Mythic... Sorry, if you get Mythic... Yeah, if you were to have Mythic Charms, does that now mean every unique can be a Mythic Charm as well? Maybe. Let's see if it's in the game. Yes. So, I don't know how this is going to work in practice, but... We're going to have a lot less armor. And I want to change that to weakness. I guess it doesn't matter about his rank. I don't care about the skill tree too much. I can adjust this later. This just means I've got the pull-in now. If I'm tanky enough about Toxic Skin, then this will be better because we've got the pull-in. You want them to be nearby to you. You want as many enemies nearby you as possible, because then you'll charge up your Rizokas way quicker. You basically do 0 damage while you're not at 5 stacks Rizokas. That's kind of the problem with the set. It's a bit of a gimmick with the set, really. Wait, until you're at 5 stacks, you'll do 0 damage, and then when you're at 5 stacks, you do giga damage. So if you can't stack it very fast, it's going to be wet noodle for you. On this version, I mean, next season, I doubt would be tanky enough. These guys have got Berserker, that's why they're so freaking tanky. Honestly. It's taken me an age to kill them. Just give me that. I've invested the time, I might as well finish these now. Yeah, the biggest problem with Spiritborn and any melee class is if you have to be in melee range, you've got no chance of surviving without the Glynn's Anvil stuff on. We were really squishy before that in the high end. And so were like Paladins and stuff, because a lot of their builds are really melee as well. Most of them, not all, but... yeah, the design of the affixes are really not favourable to melee unless you can build so much defence that you just don't care about taking damage anymore. And if you can't do that, then you're just going to die, pretty much. Right, God, they took ages to kill them. Oh, for God's sake. I tell you what, I really want them to change this. I hate that this Heart of Stone just randomly drops on the floor. No warning, no message. It'd be better just to time it out. Just turn it off so it doesn't work anymore. Like put it on a cooldown or something. Because I always forget to pick it up again afterwards. It's going to be a pain to keep up with the Orb Thief with the... I'm hoping at some point we'll get some sort of unique for... or better aspects for the Mystic Circle as well. Like, we really need a way to make Mystic Circle become an aura on you so it's just attached to you. So it just applies to you all the time. And you don't have to worry about the positioning of it so much. Yeah, having a way to do that would be really, really nice because it's kind of it's clunky at best. It always has been. Is this guy going to die? Yeah, it's like you have to be at 5 stacks of Rizoka and in your planes circle, in your Mystic Circle to do any damage. It's kind of so much conditional damage. It's like, wow. It doesn't feel great for pushing. But look how much damage I do when I do damage. Look at that, shredded that elite. Yeah, when everything applies, and your Zik rune's got a kick in as well. I mean, to be honest, fixing the Zik rune and giving us that damage in the build elsewhere, so we're not forced into using Zik and not forced into that condition as well. That'd be nice. There we go. We're doing more damage now. So I think we can clear this, to be honest. It depends how the rest of the run goes. To do a 130, I would absolutely probably need transfix and better gear, but I'm sure we would do a 130, which isn't too bad. It'll be slightly stronger next season. The Heart of Stone drops again. Yep. I can't be bothered to go back and get it. This is exactly my point. It drops and then I'm just like, I forget to pick it up and it's like, do I bother going back and finding it? Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't play very well in practice because of that reason. I'm not even, to me, I'm not taking damage. To the system, I am though. Yeah, it's kind of an annoying... It's a really nice feature, but it could be better. It'd be better just to put it on cooldown and make it so after 10 seconds it will start working again or something and it doesn't drop. So you don't forget to pick it up again. Honestly, I think that would honestly play so much better. Anyway, we'll see if we can do it without. How you doing anyway? Welcome in, Racer. Welcome in. Well, it looks like we're not getting hit, but in the system we are taking damage. It's just we're sustaining it, right? So it may be bugs, I don't know. I think I can probably still get to the boss anyway, to be honest. And then we'll see how long the boss takes, because single target would be the worst thing for Rizokas. Got to wait for that 5 stacks of Rizokas. Once you hit that, your damage goes through the roof on this. There may actually be a better setup than this. Funnily enough, I figured out how to make the multitude set work properly. I've used it on a few builds and I found it to be better than Rizokas on rate. I reckon it might end up being better than this. Like your maximum damage will be lower, but if you can do But if you only do your maximum damage for 1/5 of the time, or like 1/2 of the time, because you're too busy stacking it up instead, you're better off having a build that does 75% of damage all of the time. You'll have more damage DPS over that period of time. But we'll try it in a bit. Yeah, this build would have been mental if the Sepizontek works with it as well. But it doesn't. Because then you'd be able to get the crazy number of hits like all of the time. And then you'd be able to... stack Razokas like no tomorrow. So look how much damage you do when you hit the 5 stacks. Just shredded him. Hit him for trillions. Good times. So I mean, this should be doable. It's a bit slow at the start. That first pack of elites was a bit rough, to be honest. Yeah, so should probably just skip them. Having Berserker, they get more defense, I think, as they've got less life or something. And we can get more damage on this as well, actually. I could change the boots out for less mobility, but more damage. Which I can try next, actually. I'll try another 125 without the boots on I've got. It should push better, I reckon. Yeah, it should be doable. It'll be interesting to see what the boss damage is like. How quickly do I stack this without all the extra adds, though? 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm stacking pretty quick, actually. Yeah, boss damage isn't terrible. 1. Yeah, it's much slower when you haven't got the adds. 3, 4. You only need 1 add, though, actually, and then suddenly your stacks go up way quicker. That should be a good tell. 1 stack. 2 stacks. 3 stacks. Yeah, it's pretty slow to stack when you haven't got any adds. That's the problem. See, look, I did basically no damage there for what, 5, 10 seconds or so? 5 seconds maybe? I mean, that's a 125. What? Oh, I thought it bugged out then. I was like, nope, you will not have to clear. Okay, well, we've done a 125 and we've like, what, 5, 6 minutes left. With a, well, I suppose you could say speed farming version or farming version. I wouldn't say speed particularly, but a farming version. I'm not using fitness, no. Don't. You can't make crushing hand work without. I don't think you can make crushing hand work without doing a midnight sun very easily. I don't think. Because if the Sepizontek interaction works, so that every attack you hit like 14, 15 times, then yes, fitness would make sense, but it's not. It's every 3rd attack, so you're just going to do way less damage, I think. That way. Alright, I mean, that's a 125. Let me try sticking on a legendary pair of boots with apprehension on or something. It'd actually be better to have apprehension on the amulet, but hey, we'll do it on the boots. I might even have a pair of these lying around. I want double movement speed, really. I don't want to use those ones, really. Oh, I've got a perfect pair of boots here with interdiction. I'd be giga slow without those. Yeah. One sec, I'm going to make sure that's not my Firestorm boots. No, I'm pretty sure those were the Firestorm boots. That's got to go into movement speed. It doesn't, preferably in your temper actually. You get more out of your temper. There we go. I'll change the aspects on here to apprehension
Mainlander?
for now.
See?
Yeah, I mean, Exploiters gives you more damage, but that only works against the Unstoppables. We'll try this. This works against all of them all the time.
Have plans for you.
So you won't have the lock-on dash stuff, but for pushing, this will give you more damage in theory. You're tempted to do Spiritborn at the start. Okay. I mean, like I say, some people are dubbing it going to be the weakest class, but we'll see. I won't judge anything until we see the final patch notes, to be honest. But anyway, this build will be stronger than this next season. Because it's getting more buffs than nerfs. Yeah. So we will have builds that will push decently. But this should do a fair chunk more damage just because I've got the apprehension on. And I'm fearing enemies all the time. Just need to stack up my supremacy, which is pretty much stacked now, so that's good. And then we just sit here and attack. And nuke, I guess. $4.4 trillion. Oh, just drops it on the floor again. Oh, this is going to be fun. Crackling souls. Oof, even with all that damage reduction, because I haven't got the armor now on toxic skin. Yeah, survivability is going to be an issue. I really hope they address the survivability issue, because that will make the season much less fun for a lot of the classes, I think, next season. It is a big problem at the moment. I have a feeling that's something that they will look at addressing. I mean, you can see I'm doing 3 or 4 times the trillions with this on. This is a lot easier with that aspect on, see? Oh my gosh, can I please pick up my Heart of the Stone? Thank you. So at least with the Hunter, you've got some mobility in the build still, so you don't feel too slow. Like, if you want to get between things, you can just jump with your Hunter. The one nice thing about Hunter is you can actually go over walls. So that's kind of nice. Hey, Tin Spanky, how's it going, dudes? You're trying the Pestilent Evades build. Okay, nice. Let me know how you get on. It's pretty fun. Should probably go to the elites already, but I think this would suck at doing bosses though. With the Rizoka set, kind of blows at doing bosses unless, yeah, because you do no damage until you're at 5 stacks of Rizokas. But when you're, oh, I just did 10 trillion there. So you can do big damage, but you need to get to 5 stacks. And if you're on a single target and can't stack it very fast, then you're gonna have to wait a few seconds to do it. And then the boss is to get, you don't just one-tap the boss. That was kind of the problem I had on the last build I tried with Wraith when I tried it with the Rizoka set. It just absolutely sucks at doing bosses. I need that plane spurt. Here we go. Yeah, plane circle to move. The mystic circle. So you can sort of get around with your your ultimate, which isn't too bad. You can just attack and evade around, and if you're just looking for your elites, there we go. You can dash pretty far with it if you know what you're doing with it. Man, they definitely need to tune down Crackling Soul. Crackling Soul is absolutely outrageous. Like, for melee builds, this is completely unfair. Like, I can't attack and dodge them at the same time. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah. If you can't tank it, you're screwed. It's like, it's not engaging at all for anything. If you're ranged, they're fine, but that's not engaging as a mechanic, as far as I'm concerned. That one certainly needs addressing. I'm not the only one that said that either. I know a lot of people who don't like that one. You don't have an Ibawaka, the set and aspects of infestation. Let me have a look what I've got when I go back to town. I've got an Ibawaka you can have. I've got about 4 spare ones of those, I think. I don't know about. Probably don't have the charm, the talisman stuff, because I really don't have a lot of inventory space. I haven't kept a lot of spare. I can have a look for an infestation. Maybe I have one of those lying around if you're lucky. I can certainly help you with a Harmony of Ibawaka though. Oh, Zach's got a ball. Yeah, sweet, alright. Zach will sort you. Nailed it. That works too. Oh, well, we got to the boss with 9 minutes spare this time. Let's see. I think I finished this with like 5 minutes before, didn't I? So look, the damage is wet noodle, and then the second I hit 5 stacks, you'll actually do some damage. I'm going to try the multitude set, I think. Let's see how that plays. Out of pure interest. Just feels bad that you sit there for what? Like, I need to time how long it's down. Like, how long is my downtime? I only get 8 seconds of uptime unless you get the increased timer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was 8:31. All right, that was nearly 8 to 9 seconds. So yeah, that's nearly 50% of the time. I got a 50% downtime. 8:14. I don't know. Yeah, 8:14 is when I started the counter again. That's crazy. 8:4, 8:5. Yeah, it's about 9-second downtime. I've got more downtime than uptime, even with this, the attack speed I've got. That's crazy. So that means 50% of the time I hit like a wet fish. And that is my problem. It's like, it's all well and good giving it more damage. But it doesn't matter if you're only doing it 50% of the time. You could take a 75% damage set and do it all the time and you'd get way more damage. Okay, I mean, this setup would do a 130. If I had transfigs and stuff, like, if I had gem strength on, I'd instantly go to 130, to be honest. I've deliberately not transfig my gear because it makes it a lot easier for me to test lots of builds. I've got all this gear I can just repurpose. I'm going to save that version off. It's not going to be too much of a change for the other version, I don't think. What's that one there? Oh, yeah. Okay, override this. Rename. Crushing Hand. Rezoke. Okay. So yeah, that set, I don't know, that set's a bit weird. It's actually better than I thought it was going to do, honestly. I'll say I've got like literally 0 transfigurations on here. So, I mean, if you were lucky and rolled physical damage, physical damage, physical damage, physical damage, like all the way along the line, and then had a ring over here that had, like a ring over here that would have like a, actually, I didn't even check my attack speed, but my attack speed with that many stacks of result, yeah, my attack speed will be capped. There's no problem with that. If I had like crit damage, vulnerable damage, physical damage on here, that'd be more damage. If I changed the basic skills here to physical damage, that'd be more damage. I mean, you could technically go without max life here and go for weapon damage, but that's probably, you'll be too squishy. So there's a little bit of damage to gain in the gear, and then transfigurations. You'd get a 130 down on this, I reckon, easily enough. Wow, my physical resistance, my resistances are pretty high on this actually. Mr. Andro, I would love if they did something with Sparking Storms. I've requested this. We were asked, what are your top 3 things that you would like to be changed? Not that anything will happen for this season, but, you know, they can make a note of it. And one of mine was for more support for Sparking Storms. A, the Storm. Our one and only damage aspect for Spirit Storms is useless, because it's only when enemies leave it. But these Spirit Storms only last for a few seconds, and most of them, even if they're moving, they die. The Spirit Storms die before the enemies leave them. And if the Spirit Storm ends, it doesn't count as the enemy leaving it, so you don't get any damage. So you just literally get no damage from this most of the time. It's clunky at best. And then on top of that, we got no Paragon support at all for lightning or sparking whatsoever. So that's a massive oversight. There's literally nothing in here. They got a poison board, but you don't have a lightning sparking board at all. Glyphs, you don't have any sparking glyphs. You got some lightning ones, but you don't have sparking ones. You know, it's just a lot of stuff. Yeah. There's like a lot of poison-based aspects and poisoning stuff, but they're not sparking. So it's just lacking that support, yeah. So I agree. Right here rules. Right here is very useful, Blender. Yeah, I pretty much slap him on all my builds, for better or worse. That resistance is very nice. You could do, Zach. Yeah, there's about 100 ways they could go around this. Did you sort Tin Spanky out, Zach? You've been using Subo. Subo would be good for pushing, but yeah, you'd be squishier. All right, I'll tell you what, guys. I really need to go to the restroom, so I'll be back in 1 minute. BRB. Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Amazing chair stream. Oh yeah. Oops. Forgot there was a cable there. Yeah. Gotta love a chair stream. Right. Okay. So I think we've got a pretty good gauge on Rizokas there. That can certainly be a variant in the guide. I think the original guide, actually, one second, let me have a look what I've got in the guide to start with. Let me just check to see what I had in the guide to begin with. I'm not going to do a full overhaul of it right now. I'm just going to have a look to see what I had. This was based on theory. So I did Jaguar Eagle, yeah, that makes sense. Ibawaka. Ah, okay, right. Okay, what I'll do for now is I will... It was pretty close. Like my final version, my theory crafted version. Oh, my theory crafted version was pretty close. I'll do a full overhaul of this after stream, actually. I think. But what I'm gonna do, just so I remember, I'm trying to work out how I want to do this. I won't call it speed farming because it's not really speed, is it? We'll call it farming. Yeah, I haven't updated this since before. Yeah, look, you can see. It's one of the builds I didn't get round to because it's just, I knew it wasn't going to be fast in quotations. June 4.1. Let's make a note of what I'm changing here. Renamed speed variant farming to farming. It's still not going to be a speed farm, although there is something I want to try that might make it faster. It just won't be the highest damage, but I want to test out the other set first. Hey, Sir Knight, how's it going? It's not speed farming, it's farming on speed. Well, if Sparking Storms get support some way, I agree. Yeah. If they give proper support to Storms, there's a bunch of different builds in there, like Stinger, Thrash, all sorts. Yeah, for sure. For Diamond Mine Mythic Seal, would Rizoka's Rage and Quackly's Grace be the go-to at the moment? Not on this build, no. You wouldn't even be able to do that on this build. You'd have to actually equip the Rod of Kepaleka. So, yeah. Alright, that can be Glenn's. Dex max life. Yeah, so this is fine. We don't have Scourge size anymore. That's maximum resolve stacks. That goes in there. Emerald. That seems fine. Physical damage. Dex. Yeah, a lot of this stuff got changed. Max resource. Now, you can get resource generation in here next season. I remember seeing that on Helms. I don't think we can right now. Oh, you can. I'm not sure you can. I'm going to go and check this. I can check this. I don't think you can right now. If you can, then I can just put it in. That's fine. All right, we can literally just test it by this.
What brings you to the ancient?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the stats are. Oh, you can. You can get it right now. Okay, problem solved. Cool. Don't need this. My game frame rate's died, so something's churning away on my frame rate. Fix that when I come back in. So that would be resource generation, not cooldown. That would be your resource generation roll. And then max resolve up here. Yeah, I guess right now you'll do max resolve stacks. This will change to max resource. Alters pot Q, yes. Yeah, you pretty much, it's just standard, right? You can do physical damage across the board here. Gloves can be redirected force. Oh, that's a good point. I could have got ranks. Well, that's a good point. Yeah. It's a sad time when ranks to crushing hand is not the go-to, right? I mean, maybe ranks to crushing hand would be better than dexterity, question mark? Probably. Can you imagine how hard it would be to get ranks in crushing hand and all damage vulnerable critical and all that stuff? That'd be cracked. To get the 3 multipliers and crushing hand. Wow. That really would be an absurd pair of gloves. I mean, it would be. That's like a one of a kind, probably. With cube, mate, maybe, yeah. Oh, actually, no, that is a good point. That is a good point. You'd have to have a yellow pair of gloves to do it, though, I think, wouldn't you? Let me check. 1 second. Oh. 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 Hee. So, alright, we got hacks. Skill and core stat. Nom 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 nom. It's not going to be GAs. What would be interesting to see is this more damage? Probably. 364.5. I can take a screenshot of this. Wouldn't that be very, very hard to get? Oh, look at this. I can go roll it in the cube. It won't be hard. Do a focused roll on it. Yeah, skill or core stat. You just keep rolling it until you get crushing hand, right? Quill volley. Dex. I've got so much resources, I can literally get this quill volley again. I can keep rolling this until eventually I get the one I want. I think 4 ranks in this will probably be better. Let me just have a look at... Well, yeah, this is why I took a screenshot. That's 338. So how much percentage of damage have I lost there, roughly? $364.5. So I've lost 26. I've lost 26.5% there, which is less than 10% increase on what I've got right now. And I'm pretty sure if I get extra ranks in Crushing Hand, 4 ranks in Crushing Hand is probably going to put me up. Well, it's going to put me to 42 ranks. I mean, just 1 rank there is... 4 ranks will be more, I think. I don't know. I'm at 15878. Let's see how much damage we end up with for the extra ranks. Now, I could always roll it back to Dex. That's the thing. Focused. Just got to make sure you put the right thing in. Dex. Stinger. Crushing Hand. There we go. It's not GA, of course, but... Yeah, that's given me more than 10% extra damage. I was at 1.56 or something, wasn't I? 1.578. So that'd be 157. It's pretty close. One, 1.578. So it's given me about 140,000, which is about 9%. As opposed to losing about 6 or 7%. I think this is slightly stronger. Especially if you could get GA there. Yeah, I think that is slightly stronger. The only other consideration is, are we now not hitting breakpoints over here? No, we are still, so this is fine. We're not hitting the strength and intelligence breakpoints here. They'll be easier because of all stat rolls next season. You'll be able to get all stats on some gear. So I think, yeah, that's the god tier pair of gloves there. That's pretty much. I could use this for any of these builds. I could just keep re-rolling Crushing Hand into Quill Volley or whatever, because it's got all damage and not elemental. I can use that for all of them. So yeah, that's probably the play there, honestly. Alpha Bravo, how's it going? Question, so how is anyone going to get to 100% crit rate easily on Spiritborn? I had 100% crit rate. Yeah, on Spiritborn, that's not actually so much an issue. We have got Reaper's Aspect. 50% crit chance with Eagle skills as long as they're poisoned. And extra damage. we have got the Ruthless aspect. 50% crit chance with Jaguar skills, and 30% extra damage if they're injured. We have also got Rebounding aspect. 60%, up to 60% crit chance when you've used a basic mobility, a non-basic mobility skill or evade. So, for example, Saw. So Spiritborn is going to be able to get to 100% crit as long as you use at least one of those. So on my Firestorm build, I ended up using Reapers, and on the Fire Rock Splitter build, I ended up using Ruthless. And then you have to make up the rest by critical chance, affixes, etc. Now, to be honest, I don't know if this is bugged or not, Alpha Bravo, but the crit chance part of the Air of Perdition does absolutely nothing for you if you're playing solo. That might be bugged, I don't know. Because that seems pointless to have on there if it only works in team play. You know what I mean? It wasn't even giving you 15%. Like, it wasn't even giving you... If it gave you base 15% crit chance, then that would be okay. If it gave you 60% crit chance when you're playing solo, that would be fantastic. You know what I mean? I think it's a bit weird, the wording on it. So, yeah, it wasn't giving any crit chance when I was playing solo, so that kind of made it a bit defunct. The only reason we used it on Spiritborn is because of how much damage it gave this season. And it gave you a bit of a crit chance as well. All right, let's quickly throw this all together. So that is doable and it works. We don't use Tibolts. We will put in Tenacity here. Dex, max life, because that gives us damage and it gives us our resolve gen. Dex, max life, armor, resistance, resolve, stacks. Boop, boop. Is that what I've got on right now? Near enough. Yeah, pretty close. And we're using Tam Zik. And then physical damage here. Pushing, we will use a pair of boots with apprehension. Well, actually, you'd rather have interdiction here. I just didn't want to change them around on my gear too much. Dex max life. Well, I got armor in there rather than resistances. I suppose armor's probably the play. You're gonna have to do this. You're just gonna be too slow without it. You could go into Dex for more damage, but honestly, I would go into the movement speed just so you don't move so freaking slow. This needs to change to supremacy. That can be a quarter staff for faster attack speed, Dex max life. Critical and physical would be the play. That there, and critical damage here. Yeah, I mean, you can get more damage if you sacrifice the max life, but there's no way to stay alive without that, I don't think, really. So I don't like recommending not having life on your weapon. If we were able to use 2 one-handers, you'd do weapon damage on the weapon, and then you'd do health in the other, maybe, to balance it out a bit. Well, at the moment it's gem strength, isn't it? But that'll probably be different next season. Planes power. Dex, vulnerable, crit, physical, resolve. Yeah, you could potentially not put the resolve here next season. We'll see. I don't know. Diamonds. Cooling Transfiguration can be apprehension because that would be stronger. Yes, that's the other thing. If I swapped them around, so interdiction was on my boots and apprehension was on my amulet, I'd be getting more damage than I was having before. I just don't know if I really want to swap those around right now. Transfiguration, physical again. And then Ferocious here. Dex, max life. Well, you wouldn't need that. It'd just be the same. Like, maximum potential damage is just the multipliers, pretty much. Physical. It's just that. Hard to tell if that would be better than that, really. I don't know. We'll stick with that. Diamond. Physical. And then a Ring of Midnight Sun. Dex. Same again. You'd have a lot less life than I've got right now. That's the only problem. So you may have to roll max life on at least one of these, really. Resource gen. You need that one roll on there. Gonna be hella squishy without that. Okay, got no max life there, and I've only got that there. Yeah, be down to about, what, like 25,000 life? I suppose it wouldn't be too bad, actually. I've got GA, yeah, I've got GA max life there, or GA max life there. Oh, it'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. If you had GA max lives on all those, I think it'd be fine. You'd have enough. Okay, we need... Where's the weapon? It's pretty important. Gar is nerfed as well. Yeah, what did they reduce Gar to? Like 10% or something, was it? It was way lower. Like, they are deliberately trying to make it much harder for builds to get to 100% crit chance. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing either, honestly. It just means people are actually going to have to invest in non-damage multipliers in places, I suppose. It still seemed that some builds were doing crazy amounts of damage, though. His power probably comes up here. Ferocious comes up here above that. Oh, that probably comes below there. Redirected. Interdiction. Yeah. We don't have Tibble's we want. We can leave that in there. We don't need this. I need to grab another build quickly. I've updated my guide since this. Doing a self-made tactician on PoE2 GD Cotton. How's it going, dudes? With permafrost bolts and frag rounds, just killed Viper Boss in Act 3 without her even doing a single attack. Wow. That must be pretty strong, damn. Wow, you killed her real fast then. That's nice. Pushing her. I just want to grab this here. Physical. Okay. Rowan's pot queue. Tamzik. Yeah, that there. Okay, that's the gear done for pushing there. I will put in there. Let's give it a save quickly. Pushing. Updated. Equipment. Yeah. I just pretty much updated equipment full stop, really, didn't I? Okay. That looks okay. I didn't put the charms in because I didn't have them to put in. Yeah, this guy's pretty outdated. Damn. This is one of the reasons I want to get into some of these. Try and get these guys in a better state. Okay. Best in slot would probably be Jaguar skills. Because your primary. Oh, that goes on top, doesn't it? Okay. Right, well, fire resistance there. Jaguar skills. Oops. I cannot type today, apparently. Let's make that one physical. Physical, fire. Number 3. Lightning. Cold. Number 5. Poison. And then this one, shadow. And Jaguar skills. Rod of Kapaleka. There we go. And then this here, you'd want critical damage. +1 charm slot. And, well, I had, what, 19 stacks. I didn't really necessarily need the +3 with the Rizoka's set. You got 2 from... Even without your 2 Rizoka overflow, you've got 2 overflow from your ultimate, 2 from Ravager, that's 4. 4 default, 8. 6 from Ferocious, that's 14. So you're 1 under max. And I guess that doesn't matter so much because you don't really do your full damage until you hit the max stacks anyway. So you'll be at 16 at max stacks, which is where you'll want to be at 15. 14 stacks is 70% attack speed. You're going to get 20 from Inviter and you'll easily get the rest. So you'll be at max attack speed all the time anyway, regardless. So yeah, I think this is fine. So you would actually, honestly, you got 2 options. You either have Prowess duration, so your 5th stack lasts for longer, which is probably better, or they don't actually have it in here. There's a Jaguar cast speed one, which might allow you to hit a higher attack speed breakpoint, I guess, in theory. But I guess we can just put Prowess duration for now. This is very thin. Let me go grab this. From where is it? There we go. Loving the songs today. I just stuck on a different top rock songs thing. There should be some older stuff in here today, yeah. What are the breakpoints? I'd have to work them out. I haven't got them off the top of my head. You would only hit a breakpoint when you hit 5 stacks of Prowess, though. 5 stacks on Rizoka. And then the extra Jaguar car speed on there, if you had a high roll, I think it probably would push you into an extra attack speed bracket when you're doing your damage. But it wouldn't help you stack. I don't think it would give you a breakpoint to help you stack quicker. So making it so your Prowess lasts longer might be better. I don't know. I don't think the Jaguar car speed's even an option in Mobilistics. I need to get them to add it. +1 charms. No, you just want critical damage. In fact, that'll be above damage. We don't want any of that. That is your options, really. Jaguar skills are fine. Eagle, Gorilla. They're all fine. All stats, resistances, max life. They're all fine. Okay. She just gets frozen instantly, then insta-pinned. Pinned with Tactician is actually just a 5-second stun, and frozen again and dead. Wow. Yeah, sounds pretty good, GD Cotton. Sounds like you're cooking. Nice. Okay, let's check the tree here. Reset, here we go. Okay. Smash all the points in there. Damage reduction. Barrier. Unstoppable. We need all these. Barrier. Damage for now. Aura. Weaken. Vulnerable. 17 points left, and I don't know where you're going to spend them, really. So this. Yeah, I guess you just dump them in there. Yeah, this is a problem. Like your skill tree, you end up in a situation where it's like I don't really have anywhere specifically I need to put those points anymore. I don't need to max out Vortex. There's no benefit to maxing half these skills out, really. So you just run out with places to put the stuff. Bit weird, really. So you just sort of dump. I didn't really need to spend those last 13 points, to be honest. Kind of tempted just to leave them out. You actually don't need to spend them. You can stick them wherever you like. Yeah, okay. That's auto cars versus acquiring. That's not right. That is, though. Right, it's minimum velocity. Oops. Increases. Maximum velocity. Grants. Resource generation. Vigor generation. I don't often put the numbers in there, but I will for that one. Yeah, block chance, unstoppable. Right, let's resolve. I can probably nab that from here. That can be red as well. Don't have counter attack. Applies vulnerable. Yeah, I never actually fleshed this out because I wasn't able to. I knew what the hunter was going to be like before the expansion went live, and I couldn't put the points in there. Didn't want to get in trouble. Put anything out there before it was actually announced publicly. I can pretty much take this from down here. Let's be green. There we go. That seems fine. We don't need that either. Update his skills. It really makes me happy to bully these bosses. I bet, Judy Cotton. It sounds like you're having an easy time. Just did the exact same thing to Doriani. This is busted. It sounds it. Should write a guide on it, dude. It sounds sick. I didn't see a Spiritborn attack speed breakpoint list for a long time. No, Max Roll do it occasionally, don't they? Yeah. Okay, let's update the Paragons here. So got that one, right? Did I not click? Oh, sneeze. Did I not click edit? No, I didn't. That would help. Yep, that seems fine. In fighter, so I was pretty close to my theory craft. There were some big differences there. But my initial thinking wasn't a million miles out. I put a spirit in here. Outmatch in here, because it's way cheaper to achieve it. It frees up a lot of points. And 10. Let's see how the last board looks. Colossal, yeah. There's one all the way over there. What a pain in the ass. Might actually be better to put Colossal in here, actually. Yeah, 74. And we can get rid of all that stuff. Because then we can put Spirit in there. On 1 point over. There we go. Nailed it. I think you can get 105. It's 1 under. Oh, we're 2 over. So you just take 2 of those out. And you get, that's right. Okay, that seems reasonable. Sapping and fire conversion. Yep, so that was, I got those right. This will be correct. All right, well, that's that. Bum, 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 bum. Let's put that in there. Hey, Langas. So right now, we lost 2 evade builds. Which ones? We've lost evade thorns. But Swarm is still the highest pushing build on the PTR. It just doesn't perma-evade as well. And Firestorm actually still works pretty well. There is a way to solve the evade thing on the Firestorm build. Which I have got a draft of on my guide. It's not quite perma-evade, but it's pretty close. And if they fix the Loyalty's Mantle interaction with the evasive swipe conversion of the spirits, then it will be pretty much perma evade. Hey, villains, how's it going? But yeah, evade thorns for the most part is dead, at least the way it was, which is a shame because I actually really like that build. Yeah, so that's a bummer. Let me. Yeah, that's fine. I actually changed this. Yeah, I prefer it like this. It's way easier to read. Okay. People are more likely to read that, frankly. Okay, well, since I've done that, may as well do the rest of the guide because it doesn't take doing the variants. If I just redo the variants, they don't actually take that long. The only difference here will be that will need to change here. Interdiction. And then you'll put Path of Emissaries in here. Although I do want to try something else that might actually be better than this. But we'll see. No, you'll need movement speed and then reduce, yeah. I just remove all the transfigurations. Apart from the cooling one, because that's actually reasonable to assume people can hit that. There we go. Oops. We'll leave that in there. Otherwise, it's pretty much the same. You finally managed to pick 120s and I'll be nice. GG's. So I've been playing Crushing Hand in the current season villains, but I'm just updating the guide with findings today. I got a 125 down with, you know, pretty good gear, but not perfect. No transfigurations other than the Coolian. So with perfect gear and transfigurations, you go to 130 in the current season. And then that means next season it will probably hit that because the Rod of Kepaleka is getting buffed. So that plus other little bits and bobs. Even as things stood in the PTR, this build will get to 130, which is not too bad. Actually, the highest pick clear on the PTR was 127 on Swarm, and that may go to 135. This will probably be able to go to 130 on next season, which means this will be higher in the tier list than it was before. This is fine. This is all fine. It's basically the same. I just switched the boots out. That's literally, and the interdiction onto the amulet. Literally, the skill tree's the same. Paragon's the same. For the farming version, I'll treat this as it was like the mythic version, I suppose. Do I just quit? I don't have any mythics on this. So, screw it. I like following. Like, I want every good guy. I want all the guys to do the same. So just call it mythic. Doesn't matter if he's got any mythics on it. It's just the mythic version. And then you got the pushing. I like conformity across my guides. And people understand them when they go to use them. Okay, so that's that. That's just a good point, actually. It'd be really good at Infernal Hordes, this, theoretically. I guess it is that right now. For these fast farming builds, Blizzard should just balance them around pit 119 and leave the fun fast builds alone. Yeah. Yeah. You hope so much that the dev will change the rubbish Mythic 3.0 system? Well, we'll see how that plays out. I'm not going to comment for now, I don't think. Yeah. I mean, it's got pros and cons to me. Not for leaderboard pushing. I was trying to work out how I wanted to word that. So, the new Mythic system has pros and cons. Its cons are the RNG is going to be insane. But for me, there's a pro. There are some items now that will be able to be stronger than they were before. And they'll be able to roll damage multipliers, so they're not useless anymore. Like, there were some items that were just like, meh, this is going to roll really bad. I've got sun in my eye again. I'm trying to think of an example. Like the Nessicum, I don't think we're going to use that still because the aspect sucks. But, actually, no. Better example, Shattered Vow. The Shattered Vow was actually pretty good in Season 13 for the poison builds. It'll be even better in Season 14 because although the attack speed and berserking was nice, it'd be better if you could roll damage over time multiplier and poison damage multiplier. So you get like weapon damage or dexterity, max life, and then those 2 damage multipliers. Oh, no, you get damage over time duration on it. So, yeah, if you can get damage over time multiplier, damage over time duration, poison multiplier, and dexterity, I mean, that would be insane. That'd be full damage. I mean, that's pretty strong for any poison build. Especially if they go ahead and nerf supremacy like I asked them to. They probably won't, but you never know. Yes. True RNG, but no, yes and no. Because you can craft on them, right? So you do have some control. I mean, look, I didn't play the PTR as much as some people. I think it's the PTR I played the least in 4 or 5 seasons, mainly because I needed a break, to be honest. And I kind of knew roughly where it was going anyway. I just confirmed that by testing. But so we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure if it doesn't work out well, people will let them know. Yeah. I always try and stay positive where I can. Even if it's really difficult to do. You know, I don't honestly think they're trying to make the game bad or anything. I'll say, there are certain uniques that are actually going to benefit from that system quite a lot. And others not so much, I suppose. Have I ever created a mythic out of a unique? That's just retarded. I mean, I did it in a PTR. Yeah. They got to keep on the never-ending hamster wheel. Yeah, I know, right? So Langus, perma evade is, I don't know. You're not going to be able to zoom across the screen quite like we are right now, but with my Firestorm build, even without the fix the loyalties mantle, I was able to TP. I was able to evade pretty quickly. I'm trying to think. I might be able to demonstrate it on stream in a bit, but I'd have to swap off my Crushing Hand build. But essentially, right, Rushing Claw won't be an evade, but it's still a mobility skill. And because Firestorm is all about picking up feathers, you have to do that for the Firestorm. You're already doing that. So we use another aspect slot, which costs us a bit of damage, but it means when you pick up the aspects, when you pick up the feathers, it reduces the cooldown on your mobility skills. So because you're picking up so many feathers, you end up refreshing your Rushing Claw like no tomorrow. Literally. If the loyalties mantle works with it, then you could potentially put loyalties mantle on, reduce the cooldown there, and then change that aspect off for a damage aspect instead. And maybe you could get more damage from a damage aspect than the Harmony of Evilwalker, because you only get 60x of a Harmony of Evilwalker. We take the Erudition off because that's weaker in the next season. But the point is, Firestorm is probably going to be our fastest build. Swarm was still quite strong, and you could, with the Writhing Moonring, you could kind of evade. You could kind of do evade often enough, but you couldn't perma evade with it. With Firestorm, you could evade pretty regularly with it still. It just wasn't. It wasn't perma evade, but it was as close as you're gonna get. I'm sure someone will figure out how to circumvent this thing. I'm sure we'll figure it out. I didn't spend that long, but the Storm Feather stuff does work. You have a strange dream last night. The Spiritborn had some new evade variants like Crushing Hand evade. I mean, look, Quill Volley has a skill in there. It has a... Oh, for God's sake, it disconnected me. No! Quill Volley literally has an upgrade that's designed around using that. It's designed around using the Path of Emissary boots. I think. I'll show you. But now that they're changing Rushing Claw to not being evade, it's going to suck again, probably. Yeah, where is it? Quill Volley does more damage when cast within 5 seconds of evading. Yeah. So, I mean, that was kind of the evade thing there, I suppose. I don't really know if anyone's ever going to use that, though. If you can't evade super fast and cast them giga fast, then it's kind of a moot point, I suppose, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. It'd have maybe been better to make it so you can make Quill Volley projectiles count as storm feathers. Like an upgrade here. Quill Volley projectiles now count as storm feathers. And the reason that would be really good is because then when you're playing Evade Storm Feathers, you could put Quill Volley on here, put the Path of Emissary on, and as you're evading around, you'll auto-cast your Quill Volley, and all your Quill Volley projectiles will scale a lot as well. I don't know. Although I suppose it wouldn't scale your primary Spirit Hall, would it? But yeah, I don't know. Missed opportunities, but yeah. It is clunky. Well, it is, yeah. Bimmerbot, how's it going? 10 watt streak. Nice. How you doing, Bimmerbot? Devs always manage to get a bad perception out of every PCR. Well, the PCR's there to find stuff and to get upset about it, isn't it, I guess? So that we can feedback what needs to change. So that we can have a better game, right? Right, yeah, before I do any more variants, actually. That change. And vulnerable. Yeah, both of those. Thank you. Yeah. I got a spell, apparently. That seems reasonable. Gorilla Jaguar Eagle, yes. No. Yes. And vulnerable to enemies. Mobility and velocity generation. Maximum attack speed, various damage multipliers, barrier. Yep. Yep. Okay, that all looks fine. How it works. Okay, so all I've got to do now is just multiply this out for these other two variants, and then I want to go test a couple other bits. Oops. Oh, wow. What the hell's happened there? That was weird. So we only need... And Harmony Reaper Waka, those three. Could do all the links and stuff in a minute. Ideally, that's the case, but if you give feedback in a forum, it feels like it's ignored anyway. Well, Blender, I don't know how much the forum feedback is taken into account or not. Honestly, I can't really comment on that. But what I do know is there's a lot of feedback given through the Diablo partner program from various different people, and that is at least seen. Whether that's going to be actioned on or not, we don't know, right? But no worries, Langus. Thanks for jumping in, dude. Appreciate it. But yeah, I can say that stuff is at least seen. I mean, the end game is basically the same here as Mythic. Because I don't have any Mythics on. Oh, no, okay. Actually, Rod of Kepedeka Charm. And Path of Emissary. Okay. So the gear can stay the same. Yeah, it's reasonable to assume they can put transfigs on here. The Kulian transfigs you can get quite early on. I'll leave that in there, I suppose. Got to try and remember where the Path of Emissary comes from. I can't actually remember. I don't know if I've still got my list. Probably not. I think I closed it. I've got about 1,000 tabs open. Where's the Path of Emissary come from again? I can't remember. Try and remember where the Path of Emissary drops from. I cannot remember for the life of me. I wouldn't say it's wasted. Like I say, making games is a lot harder than people give credit for most of the time, honestly. Bloody, but okay, Butcher. Oh, I gave him the details. Hey, I did send all the stuff over to Kay. Good job, me. Yes, our list is correct. I can tell you that. The max roll one last I looked was not to throw shade, but it was wrong when I was looking at it before. I spent ages making a list with it. There we go. Good job, me. Matt can come over here as well. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying you're wrong, but making games is harder than people give credit for, and there's only so much that can be done in so much time, I suppose. So I don't necessarily think that the feedback's ignored. I think it's more, do they actually decide to do something about it, right? Just noticed that that's got crazy coloured text on it. Better. Okay, so I think the only other thing we need to do here, again, skill tree can just stay the same. We want to reduce this down to like much more bare minimum. We do want those. Could probably get away without those. You definitely want all that stuff. Certainly go away without those and all that. And that. Wise Wizard, Drink City Streamer. Cheers, man. Cheers, everybody. I didn't say only the partner program matters, Blender. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that I know that the stuff in the partner program definitely gets looked at. I'm sure the forum stuff gets looked at as well. I just can't say it does because I can't see that, can I? But I can see in the partner program that that stuff at least does get seen. So it doesn't mean that doesn't mean I'm saying that's the only thing that matters. Sorry, I missed that bit before. I'm sure the forum stuff gets read, and I'm sure it probably gets taken into account, but I have no visibility on that. I can't say 100% it does, it doesn't. I'm just sure it probably does. You know, I'm not going to say something's happening when I don't know for sure if it is or not. You can probably get away without doing all that either. I suppose might as well leave it there. Take the one out there. You kind of want to leave those in, but I think I'm going to have to take some out. I'm massively over on the points right now. We can definitely take all take all these out. You can take all of those out. Strip it down to bare minimum. $263. What do I normally go on this variant? I think lower than that, right? 233. I'm massively over. Wow. Okay. I guess you'll have to do this. $251. I don't know how else we lose. Maybe I'll just... Oh, we can lose those. And that. And that. That's probably about as thin as I can get, really, without really... This build, actually, there's certain things you just need to have, really. I suppose you could go out this. That'd make up the difference. Yeah, okay, that's close enough. Okay, we'll delete that one. And then we just need to duplicate starter. Yeah, you need the Rod of Kep and Ring of like some for this build to really get going. It's pretty much unavoidable. That'll have to be the Rod of Kep. Dex, max life, crit, physical. I mean, that's going to be absurdly hard to get at this stage, but, you know, you might do. Skull. Skull. Let's just put a pair of normal boots in there. I know, let's just stick haste in for a second. I'll think about that in a moment. Oh, that's right. I normally do it that way around, don't I? I normally don't assume that you can get the GA tempers at this stage. But Masterworks, I think that's what I do. Oh no, I don't put any Masterworks in there or anything. I didn't put any GAs in there at all. What do I do up here? Yeah, I'm not going to assume that as a starter they're going to have loads of scrolls. So I think this is fine. 1 GA on the gear. You can do your Masterwork there as well. I'll need to tidy up that other guide. I think it's got some slight non-conformity there. That's fine. I mean, that's an absurd pair of gloves for starters. You're never realistically getting that, are you? I think realistically, you've got to tell people to try and aim for something like this. That's already going to be very hard to get. Yeah, resource gen. Resource cost reduction. I do normally not put even a Cooling Transfiguration on. So that's what I would do. Put interdiction there. No Transfiguration there. It's meant to be a starter version, so someone picking up his guides like, okay, can I actually play this without all of this stuff? And then we don't use that charm here. Oh. Hey, Yatori, how's it going? Yeah, free falling. How's it going, man? We'll be back in the game in a second. Just while I'm here, may as well update this. Right, we get rid of the last board. Bring that in. Needs to get that down to about 160 somehow. Yes, we get rid of that. Get rid of this. It's supposed to be a starter board, so needs to be really easy to achieve. How much is just all the defense, isn't it? Still over, holy. That's about that's as thin as that can go. I don't think you can slim that down anymore. Oh, you can. I theoretically can. That is as thin as that can go, though. 169. Okay, delete that one. Other variants. Updated in full. Pretty much. Right, there's just one last thing I need to look at. That looks fine. That's fine. And I need to sort these links out here. Oops. Mythic. Pushing. How do I normally do those? Yeah, I think I had the wrong text on that one. Going good? You back on Diablo? Yeah, I'm playing PoE and Diablo at the same time. But I'm doing a bit of Diablo for the next couple of days, getting into some of the builds that I didn't before. And getting these guides in better state. So when season 14 starts rolling around, I haven't got a metric ton to do. Right, that should be all of that. That should be it. That guide should be pretty much up to date now. That's why I do this here, look. You can go between all your variants just by clicking on stuff. It's real nice. That one's wrong. What's wrong with that? There's something wrong with that one. That should... You got a headhunter drop at league start, and then you got a mage blood. Bloody hell. All right, well, GG's. Why is that doing that? That's opening in another tab. 1 second, there's something wrong with this. So it got, oh, it's got that set, that's why. Yeah. That would be why. That's better. That's what I want. Just making sure the loot works. Yep, nice, good. Oh, there is one error here. Input interdiction there. Haste here. There you go. Might need to change the priorities on that actually as well. Yeah. That needs to come first. That's pretty important. Cool. All right, I'd say that's in a pretty good spot now. Back to the game, I suppose. Yeah, there's something I wanted to try. How do we make this work?
Mainlander?
I wonder.
Seek?
Let's try this one. I just want to test this out from a speed farming point of view. It's still 100. I'm actually quite excited to push Crushing Hand on pits. I might push power. Yeah, I mean, this should go 125, 130 easily, I'd say. Should be stronger on the PTR on next season. I want to play another go. You want another go at Spiritborn, but the Glins nerf has me not really wanting to play at all. To be honest, Glins hurts more than just Spiritborn. I'm hoping that Blizzard will address the insane spike of damage from certain affixes and stuff in the high end. But we'll see. We'll have to see. Yeah, it's going to be an issue, particularly bad for Spiritborn, but it's going to be bad for a few classes. So what I want to see is, the thing is, you get extra movement speed with the Storm Feathers. Like, how much movement speed does that give me? 206. I need to see how much that's given me. Gives you 20%, okay. It allows you to overstack your movement speed, that's the thing. So it makes you... If we could get to 300% movement speed, that would be better for speed farming than the Ravager stuff, honestly. You'd just be able to run everywhere and then use your Hunter to jump everywhere. I don't know how we get more out of it, though. Off the top of my head. I mean, obviously, the Ravager lock-on is pretty good for mobility as well. But you just run so freaking slow. Can't even get to 200% movement speed. Well, you could roll movement speed on your amulet. Okay, it's food for thought. I don't need to complete this. Because that's how you get 300% movement speed on Firestorm. But you can also get movement speed from the Jagged Plume glyph. And a few other places as well. So you can end up getting to 300% movement speeds bracket. Let's change that back to apprehension for now. It hurts a lot of classes, yeah. Did they provide any other decent means of survivability? Not really. No. The one-shots were real when I was testing. It got a bit frustrating, to be honest. Note, potency skills are in the dumpster. I'm not the only one that said that. That has been brought up by another individual of fairly grand stature in the community. Right, I want to test. Yeah, this will work. Out of pure interest. Because this worked better on Rake. It may not work better on Crushing Hand, but I want to test it. All the same. And I think I've got a really good seal for this as well. If I can find it. If nothing else, I've got a 25x crit damage one, which is fine. A 10x and a 14x. Is that better? If that was a 20x and 10x, it'd be better, for sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's better than that 25x crit one. That'll be pretty darn close. I think that would be slightly better. I can let you do the math. 100 times 1.25, it's 125. 100 times 1.4, 1.14 times 1.1. Yeah, it's literally 0.4 different. It makes no difference. They're so close. Yeah, I figured it. I figured that would be slightly more, but it is literally marginal, so it makes no difference really. I think I'm going to have slightly less ranks in my Crushing Hand, but that's okay. Now, the thing about this is actually getting buffed next season. I think they've buffed both the resistances in the middle was going to like 75%, not 35%. That's huge. Massive. It's also they're buffing the top bits 20% as well. So that's another 5% multiplicative per spirit. So what we would do here, we're using a gorilla skill. So what we would do is we'd actually sacrifice the 15x here. And we would go for Centipede here, I think. Because then when you cast your Jaguar, you get Jaguar applied to your skill. And we get Centipede here. And we get Eagle here. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Gorilla, Eagle, Centipede, Jaguar. That one's not going to work, so we've lost some ranks. I might have to keep re-rolling until I can get that with non-Jaguar. Oh, no, it should be right, actually. When we cast our ultimate, the Jaguar skills will apply. It'll be fine. But the other thing is, this allows you 4 spirits, which means you get 120x out your Harmony Vibawaka, not 90. So that's really nice. And you'll get 60 out the top, 200 out the bottom. So we'll give that a go. I think that's the only change I need to make. I don't really need to change anything else, I don't think. Pretty much test this the same as before. Yeah. So, I mean, the Rizokas. Yeah, Rizokas is 15 stacks times 25. So that's 375x on the bottom. And you get 50x on the top. So you get slightly less on the top, but you get the attack speed on the top. And you get a lot more on the bottom. And you get... Yeah, I mean, the dodge chance of damage reduction only stacks per stack of prowess. So that's a bit meh, to be honest. The problem is, my downtime was like 9 seconds. And my uptime is 8 seconds. So it's a 50-50. So you might as well slash that 32375 in half. In which case, it's actually lower than the 200x here all the time. If you can keep that up all the time, which is nearly, well, at least on Rake, I could keep them up most of the time. And the other thing is, this gives me instant impact damage. It was much better for bossing. Hey, Ganjafun, you've been away for a bit. How are we cooking? Yeah, I got a 125 down. I've got the guide fully updated as well. Now I'm just testing a different set out. One I found that was better on Rake. You're still going to have to stack Supremacy. I mean, look at that. We're still hitting the hundreds of billions. But you see what I mean? Like, I instantly kill stuff. There'll be no, like, downtime on damage. So I want to see, out of interest, like, how does this perform? I have a feeling this might be better. Rizokas really needs a buff because of the way it works. That damage needs to be double what it is for the uptime if it's going to have a downtime of 50%, you know? Or something. I don't know. Or it needs to change how it works a little bit. This feels a lot better. Yeah, this feels much, much better. It felt better on Rake as well. Rizokas on paper should give more damage, but it doesn't. Maximum possible damage is not necessarily the maximum damage the build will do. In terms of, you want the damage per second, it's different. And some people calculate builds based on the maximum damage they can output. But not the actual true DPS if you were to play it. Yeah, we're giga slow though, holy. Really, I did mention this, like Spiritborn really is a way to be able to reasonably get higher movement speed on some of these builds. Now that other builds can do it, because we just feel slow compared to everything. I mean, it's not terrible. It's not terribly slow. It's just obviously it's all comparative, isn't it? If I was using the Ravager boots, I guess I'd have more mobility in there. Where the hell are all the elites? That's why this dungeon's taking so long. Yeah, this feels a lot closer to what we were playing before. You just run in and blast. Like, look, you literally just run in and everything just dies. Yeah, the Rizoka set sucks with farming. The question is this better for pushing? It might not be. But this is definitely better for general gameplay. I'm going to change the guide to use this, for sure. That feels... And because this is getting buffed as well. As things stand, Rizoka's isn't. This makes your resistances go crazy as well. If you have all 4 of the ultimates up, your fire, physical, cold, and lightning, and poison will all scale quite high because of it. It's funny because some people already played down this set, but this set's actually better than it looks if you know how to build it. Boss got absolutely eviscerated. There's no other word for it. He was there and then he wasn't. That's a good point. I don't even have a good loot filter on for this build right now. Oh well. I should make one of those, shouldn't I? Duplicate. Crushing Hand. No, Demon Warrior. This is main server, but this build won't be million times different. Right, we'll try the 125 in a second. I'm just going to change my loot filter to be useful for this build. Because it's not right now. Oh, we only care about cool staffs. Really? Oh, I'll show them all in case we get some nice ones. Hey, Demon Warrior. Thanks for the follow, dude. You want that build so much, Athos? If you do !build, I literally just updated the build guides, but I am probably going to change it to use this set. But bear with me. I'm just doing some testing. This set was better on Rake. I tried the Rizokas so hard on Rake. It was just terrible. It's terrible for bossing. You run in and you're like, I'm going to hit you for 8 seconds until I'm at 5 stacks and then boom, you're dead, you know. But no one wants to spend 5 to 8 seconds stacking before they can kill a boss. They want to walk in and go right on their forehead, flick them in the forehead and kill them straight away. 1 second or bad. Pretty much. So, yeah, in that sense, Rizoka's bad, you know. And I'm not exaggerating. That is just that's how people play this game. So, you know. All damage, crit, vulnerable, physical, max life. Seems very good to me. There's weapon damage in there. And weapon damage, I suppose, is always nice. Oh, that's rings. Nope, no weapon damage there. That seems reasonable then. Amulets. All damage, crit, vulnerable, physical, max life, basic skills, core skills. And I guess that's probably okay. I mean, you could have all the skills up as well, like these. You could have all 4 of them. Any of them would work. I'm guessing that's got dexterity, yeah. You have to have movement speed on this build. Must have both of the... must have this and movement speed. You've got to have movement speed on boots on this build. You're going to be too slow otherwise. I don't often do that, but you're going to have it on this. And then you're going to want one of the these others. Max life, armor, resistance, attacks reduce rate. It's quite nice as well. Ravager, we don't need this. Don't need focus skills. And we're already forcing movement, so that's fine. It's good for mobbing, but bossing, oof. It's okay for mobbing. I feel this is better. Honestly, this feels better. I just walk in so... You know the old crushing hand where you used to walk in a room and just like go... You used to zoom around and just go boom, dead, boom, dead, boom, dead. And you just like flicks around. I can stick the Path of Emissaries back on to flick around again. And then you just do a couple of attacks and everything would just die. This feels more like that than Rizoka's ever did in that testing I did, honestly. Armor resistance, that seems fine. Gloves. Change 5 for physical, and that will probably... Oh, we want Crushing Hand on here as well, don't we? Crushing Hand and Core Skills. Where's Core Skills? Body Armor. Max Life Armor, Resistance, and Max Resource. GA weapons. Must have both of these. Dexterity and max life. Yeah. I mean, some people would want to... No, you need max life on this. You're going to be so freaking squishy without it. Optional affixes, all damage, crit damage, physical fire, weapon damage. That'll be fine. Desired mythics. None. There are no desired mythics for Spiritborn anymore on many builds. Desired charms. Rod of Kepaleka. What are the other ones I've got 'em? Endurance Faith is getting nuked into the ground after this, but I suppose we'll leave it on for now. Harmony, Weeblewaka, we turn that off. Protean Heart, we turn that off. There we go. And that's it. That is my loot filter. Cool. All right, let's go test the 125 and see how the damage stands up. We won't do as big a numbers So Rizokas will do bigger damage in that window of time when it's stacked up, but then it has no damage in the other half when it's... If you're down... In clearance, you are stacking very quickly. If you've got lots of enemies, you hit a lot of enemies, so you stack it very, very quickly. But on bosses, it sucks. So I'm interested to see how this fares in the 1-2-5. It might not be as good for bossing, but it's certainly better for general... it might not be as good for pushing, but it's certainly better for general farming, I'd say. Looks like it's going to be a good farm build for Season 14. It'll be okay. I think I'd probably play Firestorm over this still, but we'll see. Oh, man. Oh, wow. What the effing hell killed me? Go away. I've got like 90% damage reduction. Get lost. We've got to go a different way. That guy had some dot or something and burned me before I could get my stack to resolve up. That's one of the issues we've got on some of these builds. There you go. Now I've got my stack to resolve. We're good. Yeah, so the question is... Oh, we need to stack our Supremacy up. And then we'll see what the damage is like. It might work out around the same. The only difference is we just got more consistent damage on this. I don't know. Rizokas might be better for pushing. Bit annoying I died at the start there, to be honest. Don't know why I'm just suddenly doing... What have these guys got on them? Why am I suddenly doing no damage to them? That's weird. Yeah, it's a bit annoying. You have to wait for your planes. You have to wait for your Mystic Circle to spawn. And then you just kill everything, so... It's just so much conditional damage on these builds. Like... with no way to really get rid of the conditions. And if they're not inside that Mystic Circle, you're screwed. Yeah, it feels bad. I'm trying to gauge the damage on this thing. We're still hitting for hundreds of billions there, funnily enough. There is something else we can try with this. Okay. I think this variant doesn't work as well for pushing, but there is something else we can try here. Because we're not reliant on all the hits. We actually can try Heavy Hisser, which has 10x damage on it. I heard that the size doesn't change with Rod of Kepaleka, but that probably wouldn't make much of a difference for pushing. We'll see. Let's see how this feels. I have no idea how this is going to play. I've not played with this variant before. But 10x damage is pretty big. For the single hits anyway. I was just trying to stack up my resolve so I don't get collapsed trying to get the stacks. You don't hit as often. You obviously don't hit as many times. So I'm intrigued to see what that feels like if it... It feels really slow. Like the animation for this feels really slow. I did just hit the 7.8 trillion there though. Yeah, the size is too small. I think the size of this hasn't expanded. The size on this hasn't gone up with the Rod of Kepaleka. I did hear about this. If the size of this changed with Rod of Kepaleka, it might have actually done more damage. This is definitely doing less damage because you've got no... It hits, look, 17.6 trillion. It does a lot more damage if you can get them in front of you. If you can get all your spirits up. Problem is, the area effect on that is so small. And hasn't expanded with the Rod of Kepaleka. Yeah, this does a lot more damage. If we had the size on that, if that increased in size with it, then that would probably be better with this set. I'm actually going to report that right now. I'm pretty sure someone might have already reported it, but I'm for God's sake, I need to get them to change this as well. Like, why is it 5 seconds to leave a dungeon? It's so tedious trying to leave a dungeon. Like, I need to halve that time, seriously. That's one of my main grievances with the game, funnily enough. Like, just that. I'm going to have to leave the sodding dungeon. It's really annoying. Yeah, the size of that isn't increasing with it. I'm going to report that right now. Sorry, I'm just reporting this bug. Spiritborn, Crushing Hand, Heavy Hitter variants. Size doesn't scale with Rod of Kapaleka. Renders it near useless as the area of effect is non-existent. Just going to add that screenshot of the heavy hitter in there so they know what I'm talking about. Okay. All right, let's try it. Let's try once more with that other variant on. It does have something to do with exploiters, but it's to do with hardcore, right? But honestly, if they made that timer 3 seconds, not 5, it would still be fine. Exploiters would still, you know, if people are going to exploit, they're going to exploit straight up. You shouldn't make the experience worse for everyone else to try and stop the minority from doing something, you know? Like, 5 seconds is too long. Like, if I want to leave a dungeon in softcore, I should be able to leave a dungeon in softcore, you know? Not sit there getting prodded over and over again so I can't ever leave. It's really annoying. Yeah, so this feels pretty good. Feels fine. Where the hell is my Heart of the Stone? I don't want to kill these. I just want to pick up the Heart of the Stone, which is in there somewhere. There we go. There's a lot of stuff in here. It's like they've got nice features. And it's like they're like 90% of the way there. I'm no game design expert, but I've done a fair amount of game design in my professional career. And it's like... And I've played the game enough to know that there's certain things that you just play better. And it's only only minor changes that would need to be made. Yeah, so I'm hitting for 3.44 trillion there. I'm hitting for some good numbers. You can see all the ultimates spawning up. And like I say, this is going to be stronger. As things stand, Rizoka's is not getting any changes. It might do. That may well end up getting some changes. But as things stand, it isn't. So that won't get any stronger. This is getting a buff. It's getting a little bit of a damage buff. And it'll be better defensively, for sure. Because it'll give you the resistances against some of the main damaging ones, anyway. 4 of them. 4 of your resistances will be giga juiced. So you could potentially put gems in for the other 4, you know? For the other 2. To make them much stronger. And you could actually make your resistances way higher, giving you more defenses. And that might actually be required next season. So this set might actually be really good for Spiritborn in terms of actually being able to stay alive. So look, this feels pretty good, actually. I don't know what was going on with that other run. That was weird. I think it's more about the Mystic Circle. You want a run where you can actually use your Mystic Circle to your advantage. This, to me, we'll see how the boss feels. This, to me, feels better than what the Rizoka's did, because I actually feel like when I'm hitting them, I'm doing damage. Look, I'm doing pretty quick at the moment. It's a good map, to be fair.
There's barely any change. I just have an issue with the Rizoka set and how it works. It just feels really bad. Yeah, we're hitting some pretty nice trillions there. Can I please move? Thank you. The lack of mobility is kind of sad. That was an elite group. Yeah, we should grab that. Is there another one? Yeah, there must be. Let's try and grab all the things over here. I need my Mystic Circle to spawn underneath me. There we go. Right, now I just need to grab everything in. There we go. I mean, a lot of his stuff would have obliterated me in Season 14. There's no way I'd have been able to stand inside those shadow damage balls that are going on right now. I think that was 2 sets of release, actually. Must have been. Let's kill this guy, because he's... Just stand, there we go. I was waiting for the other guys to come and jump on top of me. So yeah, you got to bear in mind, my gear is not perfect, and I have 0 transfigurations on except the one on my amulet, which obviously anyone could do. Man, I was having a really good run until we hit this bit, and then these enemies just pain in the arse. Oh man. Grab him in the plane circle. Yeah, the Mystic Circle is like so much damage you can't not use it. It's just... Wow, look at all the orbs on the floor. Holy. I just want to see what the boss feels like. I'm fairly certain this is better for bossing. Why are these so... Oh, they got lifelink. No wonder these are so freaking tanky. I was just sitting here like, these are mini enemies. Why are they taking such a beating? I might as well finish them now. I'm here. Freaking lifelink, seriously. Yeah, most builds are really bad against these. These don't allow you to hit them all at the same time. But Firestorm did actually, funnily enough. Ugh, stupid tanky. Hey, Silver Guide, how's it going? 25 watch streak, nice. Appreciate it. After this, I'm gonna go test just general gameplay. I don't need a lot to get the boss. There we go. Right, so yeah, this is it. I think the bossing will be a lot better on this, because look, the damage consistency, look at it. There's no window of damage where it's not going to happen. And you're going to have your 4 ultimate, your 4 spirits up all the time. Your gorillas by default, you've got your 2 from your spirit hall, so you only need to trigger your ultimate, which you do all the time. So you literally... It means literally every time I attack, I've got a 5% chance to proc the eagle, the centipede, and my gorillas already, and the gorilla. So if you're attacking giga fast, you're going to get those all the time within the time window, and then yeah, you're casting your ultimate, so you get all 4 spirits up all the time. Yeah, it doesn't feel too bad. Yeah. Apart from that really slow bit in the middle, that was about the same as the Rizoka run. It just feels less bad, I think. And I've got less skill ranks. So I've lost a little bit of damage. I've got 5 less skill ranks from my charms, I think. No, 2 less skill ranks, because I get 3 when I cast my Should get an extra 3 when I cast. It says I'm at 42 there. What? It says I'm at 37 there and 40. No, there we go, 37. Yeah, if I do that. 40. Yeah, okay, it is working. Yeah, so I'm only missing 2. Okay. It's a pretty good ring. Nice. Okay, we put that on. I want to try a lower level one. Just see how it plays with like a more... I want to see how this one plays with a more speed farm variant on. Because I've got the Ravager dash stuff on it. So I don't know, let's just go down to a 115 or something. How's it going? Yeah, Legendary Mike, it's going good, dudes. Madine Day, sorry, I missed your message. I hope I wasn't... If you want to put it back in again, we can. You're new to the game. I started last month and I'm playing Spiritborn, Athos. How's it going, Athos? I'm loving making your builds. I'm level 218. There's a lot of things to learn. Nice. You don't know how to use this loot filter, Athos, so I'll upload this to the website and to the guide shortly. But basically, you can download it, go to your loot filter, go new filter, and you can go import loot filter here. And you can you can get like a loot filter code that you can import and stuff. You just copy paste it in like this. Yeah, I've not actually imported one myself, but it works. People use it. On console, you have to do it manually, though. So if you're on PC, you can import. Otherwise, you have to do it manually, sadly. Yeah, you're doing trillions, so it's fine. I think this is going to feel a lot better for faster content, though. Let's wait for Supremacy to stack up. Yeah, being reliant on Mystic Circle and not being able to attach Mystic Circle is kind of a bummer. Oh, I can't even bother with a Heart of Stone, honestly. Yeah, you kind of want to just be able to TP around and blow the room up, which we're not really doing right now, are we? That heavy hitter one would be the zoom around and blow the room up one, I think. Yeah. I'll say, if we use this set and the Rod of Kepaleka, this will just be stronger next season. There we go. That's what you want. This is what we used to do. We used to just zoom around and blow the room up with, like, little effort, didn't we? Okay, so we can't do 115s, like, with absolute ease with this. With the Rizoka set, you're not going to be able to zoom around and just blow everything up. You're going to have to stack the stuff up. So it's not necessarily going to be any better. It depends on how many enemies you've got, I guess. This isn't the PTR, Lucas. No, this is just a live server. I'm just doing some testing on it. Oh, we'll be a lot slower without that, but the Firestorm build can still get near perma Rushing Claw, funnily enough. Let's just go to a Pit 100, which is standard Torment 12. Yeah, nearly every build's going to feel slow, Legendary Mike. I think everyone needs to get in that expectation that Spiritborn is not going to be zooming around a screen. And, that's just how it is, unfortunately. They removed it, so... But Firestorm can basically can just about get there still. Okay, T12 content, we can still relatively nuke with the Ravager stuff on. There you go, that's what you want. It's not quite what we had in previous seasons, but it's not far off. Mainly because we're having to rely on the plane's power and the Mystic Circle stuff, to be honest. But yeah, basically, now that you've got builds that can zoom around perma teleport, perma evade, and you've got classes that can get to 300% movement speed, this is just going to be really... It's going to feel like you're moving like a snail. And anything in the game that doesn't get to 300% movement speed or have perma evade or equivalent is going to feel like it's moving like a snail, straight up. They've created a separate problem for themselves with that. They've not given Spiritborn many ways to do it. You have to be using some form of Stormfeather pickup build, hence why Firestorm can do it. because that whole build is all about picking up Storm Feathers. So you don't have to sacrifice the build to be able to get the 300% movement speed, and you can use that to reduce the cooldown of your Rushing Claw as well. So you can end up getting to a point where it's near permanent evade and 300% movement speed. So I'm pretty certain my Firestorm build is going to be, if not the fastest build, it will certainly be one of the fastest builds on Spiritborn next season. Swarm's going to be pretty slow overall. It's going to have okay uptime on the evade, but it's not going to be perma, so you're going to be quite... And you're going to run real slow. Because you're not going to be able to get above 200% movement speed, so you're just going to feel slow. For just general farming, anyway. Yeah. But, you know, I don't know. They've added some cool stuff in and they've created some problems for themselves as a result. It's just a lot of conditional mechanics on Spiritborn right now. And... yeah, it creates a place where it's like... it doesn't just feel fluid to play a lot of the time. So, I mean, we don't run very fast on this, but if we've got enemies, we can lock onto them and zoom onto them. So that gives us mobility in that sense. It obviously doesn't make up for the evade stuff by any means, but it means you can actually zoom through dungeons like this to some degree. Oh, the boss is down there. Where's it gone? Oh, he moved over there. Rude. Yeah, it feels alright. Yeah. The damage is okay. Yeah, the damage isn't too bad. How'd you get more charges for Rushing Claw? You can't. There is currently no way to do that. In the next season, you can get in next season they're changing this upgrade here, Daddy. This upgrade here is changing to +1 charge. I've actually mentioned to the devs though, we really need an aspect that gives plus charges to skills that use them. Rushing Claw and Razor Wings particularly needs it, and reduce cooldown. And make Razor Wings scale with maximum charges or something as well. Like, Razor Wings fundamentally doesn't work as a skill. Like, it just doesn't work. It is pretty much garbage. It might as well not be in the tree right now, unfortunately. Real shame, because it's one of my favourite skills in Spiritborn Arsenal. It just doesn't work very well. 3 charges is just not enough. Rushing Claw doesn't work that well either. This Ferocity cooldown refresh stuff doesn't work very well. So it just, yeah, I don't know. It annoys me, to be honest. I look at them and go, I've given them so much feedback on both skills, and it feels like they've gone in a direction where they didn't like pay attention. I'm not trying to knock on them, but I've given them so much feedback on both those skills. I've played them to death. I was the one guy that actually played them to death running up to the expansion and made them somewhat like viable, and neither of them really play very well at all now. But yeah, potency skills are just in the dumpster right now, sadly. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Let's just go to a Helltide and try this quickly. I'm trying to think. If I could get like 250 movement speed, that'd be so much better than this Ravager thing. But I don't think there's any aspects that give us movement speed into movement speed bucket 2. Haste doesn't. I don't believe. Anything that says movement speed multiplicative is bucket 2. That's what I asked them about it. It's not actually multiplicative. It's just their quick and easy way of fixing the... Yeah, it was their quick and easy way of fixing the visualization of it. Oh, it still feels slow. Just don't do enough damage. We just don't move fast enough. I mean, the dash from Hunter's okay. That gives you some mobility. Yeah, I don't even know how we get to 200% movement speed, really. Not about sacrificing damage. You'd have to put it there. You'd have to put it where your max resolve stacks are there or something. I'm going to go have a look at movement speed aspects quickly. Should I replace Claw with Evade somehow? We used to have a temper for max charges for both of them. They took them away. Could I replace Claw with Evade somehow? You could. It'll be a lot slower though. You'd need max evade charges, but there's no way to reduce the cooldown in your evade very easily apart from attacks reduced evades, and you can't have both at the same time. So getting permanent evades is pretty difficult now, actually, to be honest. Yeah. I don't know. I can think of another way you could do it, but it would require pretty unique, pretty niche setup, to be honest. But let me have a look at these mobility aspects again. Your knock and pull effects grant you multiplicative speed. That's bucket 2. Interesting. So the biggest one is, that's 35. Your knockback and pull effects. I wonder. Momentum, is that what it was called? After you evade, your next core skill dash your target, increase your movement speed. I mean, we should get that all the time.
Auspicious omen.
You could possibly get away without tenacity next season, actually. Because the resolve generation on the Zik rune actually works. It doesn't work at the moment in this. It doesn't work in this league this season. If I put that in, it doesn't work. You really like the interaction between Prodigy's Temper and Rushing Claw? Yeah. To drop Harambe and punch the hell out of things? Yeah. Oh, hello. What the hell? Look at this. Look what I spawned into. Imagine doing that in hardcore and not having any defense until you stack stuff up. You just get clapped. Wow. That should give me more movement speed, I think. I want to check that's actually kicking in. It should do. Yeah, it is. 220. Okay. I mean, I was trying to think, like, how we could get store. If you don't have to have tenacity on, then you could put the Storm Feather stuff on as well. Or you could, yeah, and that would give you another 20%. And then you're up to 240%. Look at this. Look at the difference in movement speed. Even at 220, look at the difference. If we could get that higher, then that would be fine, right? You just wouldn't feel so sluggish between sets of enemies. This feels a bit better already. It's annoying I can't get that extra 14% without sacrificing something on my amulet, to be honest. I'm going to go and... I'm not bothered about pushing now. I'm now looking at how do we make... So I've got something in my eye again. I've got something in my left eye. I've had it in there the whole time and it's not gone away. Because the only other thing I can think of doing to get that movement speed is to put movement speed on the amulet as well. Like this. And then you could masterwork this into dexterity instead. And you'd be up. Yeah, so look, 200% is so much faster than 186 already. And that means I'll go to 235 in combat. It'll probably feel a lot faster. It's not quite 300 is really fast. But this will feel less sluggish. I'm putting stuff all the time with Vortex, so... I mean, that's the biggest problem I was having there, really. It's just like the between combat. Yeah, look, it feels way better. Way better. Like, that Ravager thing's flawed in a way, because you can't have the movement speed with it either. I think I'd prefer to have the movement speed than the dash, because you can't use the dash unless there's enemies. I suppose you can't. I suppose the one I've got on you can't either, but you have to actually pull and stuff, don't you? But it lasts for a certain amount of time, so you can hit an enemy and then you can move between. And if you've got attacks, reduce, evade on the boots, you can just attack and evade a bunch as well. Yeah, this feels way better. That extra movement speed makes a big difference, honestly. I mean, that movement speed combined with the Hunter feels much better for farming. Oops. Feels like I'm just doing more impact damage as well, but that might be because I just added the extra dex on, to be honest. Wow, I felt a lot faster. What the? Why does that feel suddenly so much stronger than what I was doing before? I didn't add that much dexterity on. No, barely. This is using the multitude set, Grief. I've tried the Rizoka set. They're both pretty close, to be honest, in terms of the pushing capability. Now I'm trying to find... This is better for general farming, for sure. But 100%. I know you got clap there, because you've got to stack up your resolve, haven't you? Why does my damage suddenly feel so much better with this aspect on? What? I haven't changed much. Once it gets going, anyway. I suppose I need to find some elites. No, actually get them grouped together. Probably not going to be able to do what I'm doing right now next season, which is just straight up standing in the middle of the explosions. Probably not going to be able to do that, to be honest. I didn't even get the kill there because there was one over there, for Christ's sake. Good old AI. The enemy AI didn't track the whole group together on me. Come on. I think I need to get to the boss and see how that feels. I mean, I've taken damage off theoretically here. For mobility. Oh, Crackling Souls, my favourites. Ouch. Wow, even with all my defense, Crackling Souls rips me to shreds. That's how broken that's what I mean. That affix is egregious. Like, I'm just gonna skip these. Oh, I can't because they've even stolen that from me. You arses. Freaking stupid thing where they drop my Heart of the Stone on the floor. That's ripped that run completely. God damn it. Yeah, Crackling Soul honestly needs to be deleted from the game. It's completely over the top. Yeah, I don't like the Rizoka thing at all. No, I agree. Yeah, there was something I was thinking about there. I need to think. What was I thinking? Where's the healer here? Because I need to get my potions so I can heal up. Yeah. There was something I was thinking there, and I can't remember what it was. It's gone. It's poof, gone from my mind. It can't have been that important, because I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I actually can't for the life of me remember what it was. I was thinking of something. If I go into that dungeon, I bet you I'm going to remember straight away. It's obviously not kicking in right now. Guess those don't overly matter. Yeah, I can't actually remember what it was. Oh, no, I remember. I was considering... testing out revealing. Because the problem is, unless your barrier is literally 100% all the time, you're not really benefiting from that all the time. And since defense is going to be worse next season, unless things drastically change with like the incoming damage, you're not going to keep 100% barrier very easily on this. You got to get too close to them. So I'm wondering if maybe Coming through here and doing this might be better. Okay, let's just take out a couple of these then. Yeah, let's try that. Did you try Zebazontic and Gepaleka? They never worked together properly. Well, they were never meant to. Not with the, and they were never intended to. Not for Crushing Hand. I asked the devs about it, and they gave me the feedback to say that it wasn't. Yeah, if they did, then obviously this would be cracked. But they don't. And when I asked about it, they said that it wasn't intended to work with anything but the original basic skills themselves. Bloody hell. I mean, look, you can see how squishy we are. The second you don't have the resolve stacking thing, we just get almost one shot. It's insane. But this now means I do slightly less maximum damage, but I've got another means of knocking enemies down, which is good for this movement speed aspect, I suppose. But also... yeah, it feels like this is feeling much better for mobility, what I've got right now. I'm looking to build out a version of the build that's nice to play for farming. Not necessarily for pushing. I'm just testing pushing with it because I was just intrigued. Like, how does it fare? How much worse is it? Why am I stuck there? What? Oh, F off. I hate that affix with passion. That's Crackling Soul, isn't it? No, I'm going to leave that. I hate the chain one. It's just annoying as hell. I'll take this guy out because I've actually got... I've got the invulnerability pylon on, so they can't do anything to me anyway. Although saying that, I'm against a guy that seems to be immortally indestructible. What the... He's got Executioner. Bye-bye. So far, this has been a dreadful run. As pushing would go. 2 Crackling Souls and Executioner. And I've seen a lot of really prominent figures complain about Crackling Soul. It is incredibly unfair against melee-based builds, and that's nearly all of Spiritborn. Zero way to play against it other than eat the damage, and it's impossible to eat the damage without glins, pretty much. So yeah, it's a bit stupid, really. Highly overtuned. Yeah, so I would expect the damage to be lower here because I've put on mobility stuff instead. I was just testing to see how it fares. Not taking into account that that beginning of that dungeon was absolute trash. Hopefully that's lifelink. We're going to leave those. Oh my gosh. I got body blocks against the wall. Fantastic. There is one that allows me to get unhindered, but it gives me less movement speed. I want the most movement speed I can get, frankly. He's got Executioner as well. Man, the pull-in from Hesher is so much better. The hell is doing so much damage to me? Yeah, I don't know if changing to reeling was better or not. All I can say is my barrier is absolutely not staying anywhere near 100% all the time. Like, ever. Alright, I'm not going to try and push this out. What I'm going to try and do is I'm going to... yeah, I took damage off there. It's quite a big damage loss I've lost there. Let's just try like a 110, slightly lower. I want to see how fast we can get through a 110. Didn't they work together? I can't remember. But that's just what they said to me. They may have done. But they said to me they were never intended to work with anything but the original basic skills. I've run out of potions. All good. Yeah, so this will be a little bit stronger next season because both the Rodokep and this set are getting buffed. So this is feeling okay. This is a what, a 115? No, 110, okay. That should mean 110. That means T12 content should be totally fine. And I've got enough movement speed that I don't just feel really slow. It's by no means the highest pushing variant, but it's... I do think I prefer this set to the Rizokas though, overall. Rizokas just feels bad to play right now, honestly. It would definitely be bad for bossing, that's for sure. What I might suggest is the Mystic Circle aspect that you put in your boots for the Eagle stuff, where it lets you do some damage and allows the Mystic Circle to move with you. That would be so much better if that aspect made your Mystic Circles attach to you like an aura. So once it's up, it just attaches to you and grants you more movement speed. That would be giga. That would be really good. Because that would make Mystic Circle not play like... That would take away the condition for Mystic Circle. As long as you trigger it, it would attach to you. So that would be really nice. And then it would give you a means of getting movement speed while it's on you as well. So you wouldn't lose the fact that it's a movement speed aspect. That would be really, really good. Yeah, I doubt if I should make that sort of suggestion that it would ever happen, let alone for season 14. But no, this is a 110. This is feeling okay. This is feeling more comfortable to play with. Like I wouldn't hate my life playing this, to be honest. Like that was a comfortable 110. I would not hate my life doing that, and I've got decent movement speed. Hey, we got a raid coming in from Stefnax. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. How we doing? How you doing, Steph? I'm not sure. Have we ever crossed paths before? I'm not sure we have. Let me have a quick look here. I might have to search your account so I can... I don't think I have. I'm going to give you a follow, that's all. Stefanax, here we go. I assume this was you. Yeah, nice. Well, let me get you... Oh, you got a shout out. Nice. Yeah, guys, go check out Stefanax. Show him all the love. Well, him or her. And yeah, thanks for the raid, dude. Appreciate it. What were you playing, man? What were you playing? Yeah. I really think that would be really, really nice. Like the casting an eagle skill in a Mystic Circle empowers them to move with you and explode for lightning damage when you evade is completely useless. The making it move with you is okay. Attaching it to you would be better. I'm going to give this feedback right now. The damage is literally useless. Like, it's worthless to us. What's it called? Aspects of Sky Power. You're playing Call of Duty in Diablo 4, but you're going... You're going sleep. Okay, no worries, man. Thanks for the raid, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, catch up with you soon. I'll come check you out sometime when I get a chance. And Eagle's skill is cast inside it. Deal lightning damage when evading inside it. Issues. Mystic Circle. Feels really bad to play without this. Feels better with this, but still not great. Lightning damage is pointless, may as well not be there. Suggested change, recommended changes. Make it attach Mystic Circle to us like an aura when active. Have it grant us movement speed cap 2 in cap 2 so we can reasonably gain this on less mobile builds. Results. Create a much more fluid playstyle with Mystic Circle. Help mobility on slower builds. Okay. Cool. All right. Yeah, I mean, that was a 110. That was pretty straightforward, so that was pretty quick. This isn't feeling horrible. I never liked standing in circle stuff. Yeah, but you wouldn't mind it if it was able to attach to you, right, Crantry? Like this, what I've just recommended is this. Oh. I must have hit T. Right, let's try that again. This aspect here, aspect of Sky Power. If this made it so when you cast an Eagle skill within it, it attaches to you and becomes an aura, essentially. So it literally moves with you. Because at the moment, when you use that, it moves with you, but it doesn't move with you. It's like you'll go somewhere and you'll activate and then it'll go underneath you again. So it does kind of move with you, but it's still a bit clunky at best. The damage on here is completely worthless. Like literally, the damage may as well not be on here. That is literally... it does nothing for anything. It has actually no utility, no damage purpose, nothing. So it'd be much better if that granted movement speed, because it's a movement speed aspect. But it doesn't have any mobility in it. So it's like, why is that a movement speed aspect? You know, that would make your Mystic Circle feel a lot better, and it would grant you movement speed for builds like what I'm playing right now. It'd honestly make the build feel a lot better as a whole. Let's just go to a Helltide somewhere. What's the time? Yeah, okay. Let me check out. There should be 2. Yeah, there we go. Let's check out what a Helltide farm looks like on this. Postprandial, how's it going? From a Season 10 Convocation of Spirits Enjoyer, thank you for promoting Bliss of Multitude. Yeah, I used this set on my Rake build as well. Standing till Mystic Circle is so... I know. Yeah, I've just put a recommendation into the devs. I mean, whether they'll do that or whether they'll... even if it does happen, it's unlikely to happen for next season now. But that doesn't... You know, just because I make a recommendation doesn't mean it'll happen, but... This is from a lot of playtime. Like, Mystic Circles has always bugs me. It's like they put so much weight. They giga-jacked all the Mystic Circle stuff back up again, and they didn't improve how it plays at all. So yeah, I don't know. It's, you know, being able to run around with a Mystic Circle attached to you, which gives you more movement speed, would make a lot of sense. Builds like what I'm playing right now would absolutely want to use that. It would synergize perfectly with this build. For farming, you might take that off. You might take the aura attached movement speed off for pushing scenario, where you want more damage. But for a farming scenario, you would want the movement speed, right? And you don't want to make it so you have to stop and wait for your circle to spawn again, so that you can... Because even as it works right now, you have to wait for it to spawn underneath you again. And we really just need more movement speed on these builds. This is running at what, like 220 or something? Yeah, it goes up to 220 when I'm in combat, I think. Or was it 235? I get to 234 because I've only got a 34 one. Yeah, I can get to 234. And that's pretty good. And you've obviously got your Jaguar mobility, so you haven't got like useless mobility. It's no perma-evade, but... It doesn't feel horrible to play. That's the main thing for me. But being able to have that aura attached to you that grants you movement speed would be really, really nice. Since you've only got one slot, yeah, it's a bit weird there's a mobility aspect when it doesn't actually grant you any mobility. Really. But this doesn't feel horrible to play. It certainly doesn't feel like it did. Yeah, it certainly doesn't feel like it did, but... I mean, the fact that they moved that Ravager dash thing onto the Path of Emissaries... We're not going to use it for that reason. You can't get enough movement speed with it, so it's like... You're either going to have the dash onto enemies, or you're going to have movement speed. I'd take the movement speed all day long. Means I can run around between packs faster, in a way. It just felt better before, I think. It wasn't even that broken before, really. Hey, Frosty Ice Tips, how's it going? I'm running Counter Swarm still. Nice, how's that going? You want to do a basic skill Spiritborn, it's going to be good next season. It's going to be okay. But the Swarm build was still the top pushing build. Although, saying that, they did, what, a 127 that leaderboard? What I'm playing right now, literally as I've got it set up, is pretty much only buffed. The only thing that could get nerfed is the Zik rune, but then the Swarm build will get nerfed with that as well. So this will compete. The Swarm build might go to like 135. This will go to 130 to 135. This will be pretty close, I think. And honestly, this will be just as fast. Like, the Swarm build will still have the evade in there. It just won't be able to perma-evade. So it might be a little faster in some ways, but this will have more movement speed, I think. So, and you've got the dash on the Hunter. So this will be closer. This is actually... My gear's not perfect right now. I haven't got any transfigurations on. And I did a 1-2-5 early on 2 different sets. So this build will get the Rod of Kepileka's getting buffed, and it's getting significantly buffed actually, and this set I'm currently using is getting buffed as well. So if we go for the Bliss of the Multitude, if the Rizoka set doesn't get any buffs, I would absolutely use, I'm going to change the guide to use this set in a minute. Because this, for me, is just way better to play with. Rizoka sucks to play with. We're going to go try a boss with this. Rizokas will suck on the boss. It'll be really good once you get to 5 stacks, but you're going to have to wait a few seconds. Single target boss, it's going to take you like 8 seconds to get there. If it was an aura type thing, yeah. If it was like you have to use an eagle skill inside of it to attach it to you, and it becomes an aura for X amount of time, that'd be fine. That'd be great. Oh, you lit me a build. No, you're okay, Frosty. I can see it. One sec. Let me have a quick look here. You're using... Okay, basic Born. Okay, I have a Fire Rock Splitter build I put together. Gain up to 45% damage reduction and impairment resistance based on your block chance. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Pain Gorgeous doesn't really work for us, sadly. Tyrell's is nice with defense, of course. Yeah, I mean, this will be okay. You'll probably do like pit 110, 115 with that. You've got some stuff on there similar to what I put on mine. I didn't even put the Mythic Seal on mine, to be honest, to start with. Yeah, not bad. It's a good start. Yeah. I mean, I've already got a guide for this. I actually put one together. I'll show you. One sec. I put a guide together for that skill the other day. It's all, I'm trying to get it on the tier list right now for this season. Yeah, my Furyborn. This uses Rizokas and stuff. This will probably do like 125 maybe. I haven't put the Mythic Seal in there, but short of putting the Mythic Seal in there, yeah, this should do... that'll probably do like 125 or something. Rizoka's lasts for like 8 seconds, but you have to get to 5 stacks before it does anything. I don't know what they're going to do, Rizoka's. Hey, we got an Ith raid coming in. How's it going, Ith? How's it going, Raiders? Let me get your shout out here. It's been a hot minute. How's your stream? Thanks for the follow, El Lobo. That's awesome. I appreciate you. Oops. Helps if I type the right command and can spell. If all day. There we go. Hey, thanks for the raid, If. It's been a while. How you doing? Are you on D4 today, were you? It has been very busy. I had to take a few days off. I basically hit burnout. I went too hard. I went so hard. I basically killed over. But yeah, welcome in, Papa Power. How you doing, man? I am okay. If yeah, just playing around with some builds that won't be largely different next season. I didn't do that much PTR testing this time round. I did a bit. I didn't do 100 hours like I normally do though. New streamer, who this? Hey, Mango, how's it going, dude? But yeah, guys, if you haven't checked out If, she's a really good friend of mine. We've been friends for, a couple of years now. Fantastic streamer. She dresses up as a fantastic Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny. So if you ever want to see that, it's a good place to go. Go check her out. Oh, dear. What were like? You was gone for weeks. Oh, you were moving. Were you moving anywhere exciting? Try and find the cosplay in the many boxes in the cellar. Well, I hope the move wasn't too stressful for you, because moving can be really stressful, can't it? You want Rizoka's boost, and then again, they do have to be careful. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what they come with. You're in Hamburg City area. Okay. Nice. Last I went to Germany was Hamburg, actually. You started a new job? Nice. Nice. It is actually a really nice city. We were staying near the Reaper Barn because we were there for a stag do, but we actually did venture into the nice bit of the city, so we weren't degenerates for the whole weekend. I was, believe it or not, one of the least degenerates of the group. The last day I was still functional, and most of the others were not. I can actually, no word of a lie, let me check this. Let me check. I'm pretty sure I can fly from my airport, which is 10 minutes down the road to Hamburg. I'm pretty sure they've added that. Destinations. I'm sure they added Hamburg onto this. Let me have a look. It's a smaller airport. It's literally down the road from me. I'm sure they added Hamburg. Maybe they didn't. They've definitely got somewhere in Germany in here. Where was it? Oh, maybe they don't. Maybe it's Munich and Berlin only. They keep adding more, so the chances are they will eventually add something. Yeah, okay. They haven't got Hamburg yet. Bummer. Oh, well. If they ever add... I mean, it's not really that hard for me to get to one of the big airports, to be fair, to get there. But yeah, if they ever add Hamburg to there, that makes my life really easy. They've added quite a lot the last week, the last year or two, so yeah. I don't know. You're the one that said if I'm ever over there, we'll have to go for a drink. So I guess maybe one day, maybe. But I've only got one travel. I've only got BlizzCon set for this year. So the Reaper Barn together. Oh dear. Oh dear. What are you trying to do to me? You trying to knock me off? You're gonna take me to the dirty industrial rave bars that I went to, where it was like sweat coming off the ceiling. It was all. I'm not even exaggerating. It was crazy. Yeah, good times. What happens on stag stays on stag. I'm a well-behaved boy, me, but my friends not so much. I don't even know what Dollhouse is, honestly. Yeah, I will do. I don't know. I haven't got any plans right now, but you're missing casting Magic Monkey ult too much to go zoo build, Edward. Yeah, the Harambe ultimate is probably the best looking one, isn't it? Oh, right. I see it all day. Okay. Okay. What you like? I was going to go test the boss. Let's go test a Belial or something. T12 Belial with all of the war plans on. Oh dear. No, it's good to hear from you. Were you playing D4 today, were you?
Is reality.
You got the seasonal journey done, nice. Right, let's see how this goes. Oh god, we're not going to take the laser beams to the head. I'm not sure we'll survive that one. Yeah, this is the problem, right? I can't do damage until the freaking until my Mystic Circle spawns. Damage is still average at best. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, you can do it. Wasn't quick. Man, this used to be crazy fast at killing these bosses. Let's try another one. I want to see how it feels the second time. Oh, you're working on it. Okay. Yeah, we still got a little bit of time. I mean, we're expecting the new season to start around 30th, but we're not 100% sure yet. So I guess we'll find out in due course. Yeah, I can't say that. Pretty sure that'll kill me. And then you have to wait for your plane circle. Yeah, I think the damage felt a lot better that time. I think it's just all contingent on all your actual spirits activating. There is obviously a little bit of RNG on the spirits actually activating, but that felt a little bit better. Yeah. And I don't have apprehension on the boots. What other mobility aspects I got? I'll try aspects of momentum. Requires you to evade, but I suppose you can evade, and then you'll have a lock on for one skill, and then you'll gain more movement speed. So as long as you've got attacks, reduce evades, that'll probably work pretty well.
This should be
Rather than requiring you, and that means when you evade, you can get the movement speed easier. So it might actually be better, to be honest. Let's try that one.
ancients watch over this one.
Let's try that in the context of a 110. Oh. What the? Sorry, guys. Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the stream of Immortalize. Yeah, okay, it's jammed up. Good, 1 second. Let me reset that. Oh, you gotta love technology sometimes. Right, let's try that again, shall we? Hopefully that'll pick it up. There you go. That does seem very slow for some reason. Why is that so choppy? What? Why? I think I need to reset my game. I think the reason that jammed up is because Diablo 4's got a memory leak, and yeah, it screws up my OBS capture as well. That makes sense, because that's why that's so choppy, I think. Yeah, the game takes forever to get to a place where I can actually start it again. Let me just reboot the game. It looks weird, because it's got the memory leak's got to a point where it's just killed the frame rate, I think. This will fix it, probably. Unless you want to hide the game. Well, you don't want to know what I was doing on the game all day. After you mentioned Doll's House. Yeah. Dear, oh dear. Hey, Jason, how's it going? How does this build compare to Evade Thorns? Oh, yeah. This is me just testing things for next season, Jason. This is fine. I did a 125, so pushing-wise, it does okay. It'll do a 130 if you've got Giga Gear. I've got no transfigs and stuff on. I'm actually testing more like a farming version now. Like, can we make it feel not bad to like just farm with, as opposed to pushing with? This doesn't use the evade tech, no. So I'm sort of looking in some builds that don't use that, because that's obviously going away. And it's I gave the community on my YouTube a poll, and they chose this one first, so. So yeah, damage is good. What's the movement speed? Yeah, okay, so it actually gives us a dash as well if we evade. I don't have a tax reduce evade on this pair of boots, which would be really good actually. Because then you could evade and get the dash, and then you get the movement speed. So this is a 110. I'm just looking to try and get something that doesn't feel bad to farm, you know? Like, you can do the content. Okay, there's obviously some fundamental clunkiness to these builds, to be honest. Which I have put in some feedback and recommendations to the devs, which would help. But I doubt any of that's going to fruition for this season now, but, you know. If I keep pushing the notes in there, then hopefully they'll see them and maybe somewhere put in. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure. Okay, so look at that. Boom, dead. It feels okay. It actually feels pretty fun to play now. I don't feel like giga slow running. Yeah, the slowing doesn't... The running doesn't feel giga slow. And once you get that movement speed buff on, like when you evade, you get some more movement speed. That's kind of nice. Yeah, this here, the dash. So you get that extra movement speed, so you're actually moving at a half decent movement speed. Yeah, I'd need attacks, reduce evades on my boots, which I don't have right now, I don't think. I could technically try and roll it, though. Let's do that. Don't need those resistances this season. I need the enchanter. There you go, nice, that'll do the job. It can... It could be higher than that. I might try and roll a few more times. Oh, he rolled the same. I think it can be at 1.8. Oh, he rolled the same. Oh, there we go. I was going to say 3 times it rolled the same. 1.8, right? Yeah, because this will allow me to... I don't know if we get the movement speed only after we do the dash. I think you have to dash to something, which is kind of... Well, I suppose in the context of farming, it's like as long as you're evading and then dashing onto something, then you're going to get loads of movement speed, so it's not so bad. It gives you a dash, which you don't need on the Ravager then. So again, makes Path of Emissaries kind of meh. Another one of those uniques. It's like a bit of a gimmick, if you ask me. And as you attack, you're resetting your evade, so you can just evade and get a lock on and off you go and get your extra movement speeds. Yeah, happy days. Well, this is all we used to do. As long as you've got movement speed, you can get like crazy evade lock on with this. Actually, that works pretty well. This will be solid. This will be solid next season. It's not going to be crazy fast, but it's going to be solid. The only problem, the only concern I've got is defense. Like how squishy we're going to be without glins, to be honest. So we'll have to see. Yeah, so if you've got attacks, reduce evade, you can do this. You can attack as you go, and you can, if you attack and move, and attack and move, you can still keep kind of moving, and then you can evade in between, so you can actually move a little bit faster doing that. That's what I used to do last season. Oops. And then that combined with the extra little bit of movement speed and your hunter gives you enough mobility that you don't just feel trash slow. It's certainly not, you know, it's certainly not going to be what we've had this season. I mean, what we had this season was hilariously fast. I laughed my head off when I literally the first thing I did. Anyone that was in my stream before the season went live can attest. The first thing I did was go and test the Rushing Claw stuff, and I laughed when I worked out it could be perma. I was like, wow, we're going to be fast this season. So yeah, I'm really not surprised that's been taken away. Yeah, this feels alright. Evade, lock on, movement speeds. That's probably the play, I'd say. And once it gets going, you just nuke everything. Oh, they didn't jump me over, that's good. Is there a link for the builds? Yes, there is. If you do !build, I'm actually going to update it in a moment. With these, it's only a few changes I need to make. I've done most of it already. Now that I've got it moving a bit faster, I want to update. I want to change the set because Rizoka's is just not as good. It's just not. It doesn't feel that good to play. That made short work of that. I'm just going to try, before I do that, I'm going to try 125 again with this speed farming version. Actually, maybe I'll try 120. Because I wouldn't expect this to do as much damage because I don't have apprehension on. So I've lost quite a lot of... I've lost a big damage multi there. But if this can do 120 and be reasonably fast about it, then that's not terrible. That's like that by next season. Oh god, he got one shot on the entry there. By next season standards, that's not god awful. I'm just trying to stack up my supremacy before I get going, and my resolve stacks before I get going. I was going to get one shot by the elemental affixes. Yeah, so you got the evade lock on. See, look, that's actually really good. I actually like that. That's basically what Ravager does, except you don't need the Path of Emissaries on for it. But why have the Path of Emissaries with that and that aspects? It's basically the same thing, just better. It works with just your general evade. Wow, I'm actually melting this stuff once I get going. That guy is just insanely tanky because he's got a barrier. Oh, good. And the second it's down, we kill him. Alright, let's get this. Yeah, partly at the beckon of what elites we're going to get and what map layouts and stuff. Shielded is not really ideal, but never mind. We have got another elite here, so what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and lure them all together. There we go. Winning. Feels pretty good. Yeah, I took Visca's shield off because your barrier doesn't stay at 100% like all the time. That's going to be really hard to do next season, even more than this season. Honestly. It's like, unless things drastically change, we're not going to be able to keep our barrier up. You're not going to be able to stack enough life or keep your barrier up, yeah. One sec. Let's see if I can complete. If I can complete a 120 in 5 minutes, that's pretty good actually. Given my gear is not perfect and I've got no transfigurations on. You know, if I put transfigurations on, that gives you more. That gives you quite a bit of power. You obviously just got RNG, the good stuff. But there is quite a lot of power to gain there. The damage is there though. Oh, what? Wow! I still got killed. Wow. This is the pride. Even with Glins, I still died. This is the this is what was really putting me off playing the PCR. Honestly. What? That actually pinned me between the pylon and the wall. I couldn't even move. That is BS if I've ever seen it. Alright, you can go away, good sir. That was... Oh my gosh, I didn't even go over the wall. Are you having a laugh? I want my stone. I'm going to die again. You watch. F off. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Alright, I'm going to start another one. Screw this dungeon. Yeah, this is the fundamental issue with the game right now. They've actually shot themselves in the foot a little bit. The numbers are far too high in general. Damage is too high. They need to reduce the damage numbers by 10,000. And they need to reduce the damage by 10,000. And then they might actually be able to balance stuff a bit. Just, Daddy, give me 15 minutes because I'm going to update it. But, yeah, I wouldn't use pushing unless you're only doing pushing, which is not really what this build is for because it's not as good as Swarm. So you'll follow the Mythic, but I'm going to be changing the Talisman set in a minute, so just let me do what I'm doing, and then I'll update it. Yeah, that was annoying. But if I'm dying with Glyn's Anvil on right now, it is going to be a really bad time next season. Because that's giving way more defense than we'll ever reasonably be able to get without it. Yeah, and that guy was just... Like, some of these affixes are completely stupid. Like, look, it's constant. Constant. Oh, dear. There's actually absolutely no way you can outskill that in any shape or form. It's either you can eat it or you can't, or you just avoid it. And that's what I have an issue with nearly all of the affixes in the game right now. I don't think there's any, there's very few of them that you can actually outskill in any way. They're too sporadic and too constant and too much AoE. Yeah, this movement speed's really nice. This feels a lot better to play. This is definitely the aspects. It's 100% better than Path Emissary. Now that you don't get core ranks on the Path Emissary or anything, it kind of is defunct as an item, to be honest. Is that wall preventing me from doing damage to them? I think it is. That was really weird. I can't seem to do any damage. Oh, I got Berserker. I thought that wall was preventing me from doing damage to anything. I have had that before. There we go. Yeah, once you get to like 220, 230 movement speed, the movement speed feels a lot better. Much, 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 much better. Like 300 movement speed is actually insane. Like you run well fast. Just want to see how long it's going to take me to clear this on the farming version. Obviously with the heart, the Ocon, or Heart of Stone, or whatever it's called. That was Goblin, eh? Oh my gosh, it's dropped it on the floor again. Yeah, that's really annoying. I might have to give that feedback. I don't think I've given it yet. I'm sure someone else must have. It's... like zero indication that this drops other than you just happen to notice. Where the hell is all the elites on this floor? I feel like I would have gotten onto the boss way quicker if I had a floor that had actually got elites on it. So I can kill them, I just haven't had any to kill. Yeah, that floor screwed me a bit, actually. I wasted 2 minutes trying to find elites and there were none, basically. Yeah, the only problem here is Barbs have got builds. They're going to be doing like 130 to 135 farming. We're going only just about, well, at least on the PTR, we're going to get there at best on any build if we're lucky. Rogues are obviously just giga farming everything. I don't actually know. I can't really attest to the other classes too much as to exactly where they were landing, but I think Druid was going pretty high. on at least one build. Druid Shred is not... Okay. Do you know how high it went? I think they were going 140 plus, weren't they? Crackling Soul may end me here. It's the most stupid affix in the game. It's one of the most stupid affixes in the game. And they got lifelink as well. Holy crap. Berries. Yeah, lifelink is still busted. Still, like, it still acts as like a massive damage reduction. You can't hit all of them at the same time. So they just... I should have just moved on, but I really can't be bothered. Yeah, honestly, I think it would have been possible to clear the dungeon. Oh, you're having a laugh. What the hell killed me? F off. Jesus Christ. Yes, this is gonna be the problem. I really hope the defensive thing gets changed, because otherwise I can really see myself not playing much next season compared to usual, which is a real shame, because I can't remember the last time I didn't. There's no way I'm playing a season in full where I'm just going to keep dying all the time, though. You know, I really made a point of how bad the defenses are on Spiritborn before the expansion and after the expansion. So I really hope something happens. Yeah, if I'd had a better dungeon and I didn't get that death there, we would have done that in 5 minutes or so, probably. Which is not bad, given I've got no transfigurations. And I'm on my farming, non-pushing version. And this build is getting stronger next season, so that will actually probably be quite easy, I think. Oh, wow, that's really good. Yeah, that'll probably be quite easy next season with the buffs that are coming in. 16% chances. I might as well YOLO these at 8% and hope for an upgrade. Hey, we got one. Okay. 135 plus, okay. Yeah, makes sense. Hey, Jay Anxus, how's it going? Warrior, Rogue, 150, and Druid seem to be best on PTR. Yeah, they did, yeah. Yeah. Honestly, this on PTR would have done 125, 130. It would have been up there on the leaderboards. With the setup I've got right now. Right, let's make these changes to the guide. I don't like the Rizoka set. That can go away. It does more peak damage, but it just feels horrible to play. So I'm just going to change that to multitude set. And we will actually want that to be centipede skills if possible. I suppose it doesn't really matter, but centipede would be best because that's your primary. So everything would benefit from this. Multitude, multitude. Okay. Fiber. Yes, and what did I get on Eagle's skill damage or something? Yeah, that'll work. That's fine. Because we got the Harmony of Evil Walker on, so that'd work. Oh, I wish I could copy paste these across variants. God damn it. I was updating them for all four. Rod of Cap. Centipede. I actually didn't change that over here. Oh, I didn't need to change that over here. Okay. That can change to Eagle skill damage. Multitude. Don't know what colour would make that really. Gorilla, Jaguar, Eagle, Poison. Let's just put it that one there. And that wants to be Centipede as well. Okay, we've got to do these other two variants. Eagle. I'll copy that in a second. Four, 5. Eagle. Oops. Okay. Stand there. Probably don't actually need the colon after that. Changed Rizoka. I don't think we got a talisman set to multitude talisman set. More more consistent damage. I was going to save that. Aspects of haste. It's probably useful for stars, so once you get to end game, Path of Emissaries can go away. Momentum was much better. Move speed, attacks reduce, evade cooldown for sure. Move speed. And then we can also put move speed up here. Tenacity, balance power. That's everything else is the same, I think. Although saying that, we'll be removing. Yeah. Okay. Do the same thing on here. Momentum. Next life. Oops. Movement speeds. It just feels too slow without it. Movement speed. Okay, we just want to slide that up here. Cool, and then pushing. Yeah, interdiction. That's where you put apprehension up here and interdiction down here. That makes sense. You're sacrificing your movement speed, mobility for damage. So that makes sense for pushing. So that would have made what that 120 was there. That would be easy peasy if I put that on. Let me just get rid of this from the guide. All right. Yeah, Daddy, if you want to look at the guide, it should be up to that. That should be good now, I think. I don't think I changed it. Oh, I did change one other thing, actually. But only for pushing, to be honest. Which will be... For pushing high content, I honestly think Revealing's better than Viscous Shield. We just can't keep the shield up enough. I don't think. So you know what? Might just be easier to do this. If we could guarantee keep up the shield 100% of the time, then great. But I think especially next season, it's going to be very hard to do that. Why is that all red? Oh. Oh, okay, I see. Change that all around. On 10. Got points to spare as well. Giggity. Revealing. I had a board here before, did I? Is it this one? I had a guide where I swapped a board. There we go. At this point, we can swap out. We swap out. Viscous shields. We're revealing. As we will find it pretty hard. We'll find it hard to sustain 100% shield uptime in the high pits. Maximum shield, maximum barrier uptime in the high pits. In the high content, level content. More consistent damage, since we will Okay. Totoro, but I am daddy. How's it going, Totoro? Hey, Bone Mill, how's it going? Okay, this will be fine. I mean, Viscous Shield theoretically gives you more maximum peak damage, but it's like you'd have to be, let's say, sustaining a barrier. If I can't do that with Pot Q, Armored Hide barrier, and Concussive Stomp barrier in there, then I don't know. I suppose the only other thing you could do is swap block to damage into barrier, but then you're losing damage to make it so you can get the peak damage from Viscous Shield. So you may as well just swap over to Revealing, get the 30x all the time, and get it averages out to about 45x unless they're unstoppable. And then bosses, you get 30x and get 60. You get 60 when they're staggered. Yeah. And this gives you another form of crowd controlling, so you'll crowd control the bosses quicker. So anyway, I think that's in a pretty good state, that guide now. I'm pretty happy with that. Good boy, aren't you, mate? Yes, you are. Just giving it a quick one over. Yeah, it looks fine. Nice. All right, I got to quickly go to the restroom. Then if anyone wants to jump in and play for a bit, then I guess I'm free to play for a bit now. I don't really need to test anything else on this today. I can leave my current version on because it's the fastest moving version that allows me to still kill stuff. So if anyone just wants to come and farm some war plans or something, just go give it a little bit of a test ride, then we can do that. But yeah, I just need to go quickly use the restroom. So I'll be back in 2 secs, guys. BRB. Right, I'm back. You'll be swapping to push. What, you mean you're going to go and push now? I gave up with the leaderboards, honestly. They're not in a state that I would really want to engage with them, so I just go find elsewhere. But yeah, if anyone wants to jump in or needs help with anything, let me know. I'm pretty sure this build will be good enough to do stuff. If not, I'm just going to go run some war plans for an hour or so. Yeah, give me a little bit of a test ride. It's amazing how much better 200% movement speed feels over 186, honestly. And so on and so on. I am bad at video games and could use a T12 Mephisto.
Ah, the one thing this build probably isn't geared up to do. I probably could swap to another build, actually. And help you with that. I don't think I'm going to want to do T12 Mephisto on this build somehow. Let me go try it on my own first. With 0 stacks of resolve. This is going to be interesting at the start, that's for sure. He might just clap me because I haven't got any resolve yet. Yeah, I haven't got any stacks of resolve. Where's he gone? I haven't got any stacks of resolve. So yeah, I probably should go on my other build because this, like I said, I can do it, but the chances of getting collapsed at the start are pretty high because I'm got, like, unlike the swarm build where you can just perma evade to get resolve, at least in this season anyway. Did I get him? Oh, I got stage 1. Happy days. Oh no, I didn't get him. He's doing some crazy thing. I normally kill him so far, so I don't see that bit. Alright, well we did get stage 1, that's good. I'm a little bit concerned about stage 2, I've got to be honest. But yeah, no, I can go on my other build and help you with T12 and Mephisto, that's no problem. I just wanted to test to see how this goes.
So be it.
Yeah, how this goes, I guess.
You want the truth of what I am. Let all illusions burn from your eyes.
Bateman's doing his poison stuff. No. Oh, why did it evade that way? For Christ's sake. It evaded the completely wrong direction. Oh. That would have probably nuked me in season 14, to be honest. Oh, laser beam. Oh, that was lucky. He was laser beaming me. Oh, but now my plane's now my Mystic Circle's in the wrong spot. Yeah, this build sucks to do this boss on, so I'm going to swap to another boss. This is what I thought. This is the problem. It's just too much conditional. The plane, well, I got screwed there. My plane, my Mystic Circle was in the wrong spot. He went to laser beam me. I got lucky. You know, it's just, yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. This isn't a build that I would recommend. I don't like plane's power as I don't like the Mystic Circle as it is, but it's too good not to put on the build. It's a bit annoying that they buffed it so much that you actually want to put it back on again now, and they didn't think about how to actually make it feel nice to play. So yeah, I'm gonna go put on a different build if we're gonna go do T12 Mephisto. I probably could do it, but I don't need to, so I'm not going to. So be honest. Which one is my... Yeah, this one here. We should probably be able to do on this. Just need to put my... Yeah, I don't know why I did that to me and the boss. It evaded me in the wrong direction. I need my gems back. I assume it's all good otherwise. Probably. Alright, yeah, come and join Crantry. Were there nerfs in PoE 2? Not that I know of. Why? So this will still be kind of like this, almost to a degree.
Especially if they get the loyalties mantle fixing for the variant swapping. So that I can get the cooldown of Russian Claw super low. There's an aspect you can put on that means when you pick up the feathers, it reduces your mobility skill cooldown. And yeah, you'll just be able to do this. You'll be able to evade around over your feathers, and you'll be able to perma evade a bit. So this will still be able to pretty much near enough perma evade. Suddenly squishy? Oh, I don't know then. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen. I don't know if there's any updates. There wasn't any updates before I went live, but that doesn't mean there hasn't been any since I've been live. Yeah, I just added you. Hopefully you get that. I don't know why I've got a ping up on here. That's a bit strange. It's because of this. Oh, we got an event reliquary. Oh, I didn't know that. Huh. Okay. I didn't know we had this going on, to be honest. I haven't been on for a minute. Yeah, no worries. You're fine. I'm just unlocking all these. Can I not do it from here? Yeah. Crazy WoW looking stuff. It's been on for like a month. Yeah, probably. I probably just wasn't paying attention, honestly. I don't look at the reliquary that much because I completed the main one ages ago. And then obviously I've been playing a bit of PoE too as well. How you doing, Pagwag? You good? Alright, one sec. I'm just waiting for that to complete so I can actually accept. Do the rest of those in a minute. So look how fast I'm running on this. This is what I mean. This is going to be a really fast build next season, and it still works. I tested. This is only 287.2. If I had it is possible to get to 300. I just can't remember how. But it is possible. But yeah, because I've got it when I pick up my feathers. Look how fast I run. And then on top of the fact that I've got this perma evade stuff as well. This build is going to be one of the fastest speed farmers for Spiritborn next season, if not the fastest, I think. I've got to try and remember how to play the build now. It's pretty much potato. You pretty much just pick up the feathers and stand on top of him. It should just kill him once it gets going. Just got to wait for Supremacy to stack up for the damage. Yeah, I have got a faster build for this, but this is just the build that I know I've got the gear set up for. There we are. Hey, Devious, how's it going? As soon as you hit max level, do you immediately go into your Paragon? Yes, at level 70, yeah. Thank you for the follow, Devious. Appreciate it. Yeah, at level 70 you do, yeah.
So be it. You want the truth.
What level are you right now, Devious? You're forced to use Legendary Seal for pushing. Why are we forced for that? I put Legendary Seal in because I haven't got a Mythic one. So I haven't been able to test it. But for this build, yeah, you need the Rod of Kepaleka charm at the moment. While Supremacy is as strong as it is, you definitely are going to use that over... You're absolutely going to use that over the... over the Rod of Kepaleka itself, even after the buff, funnily enough. Yeah, even after the buff, the Rod of Kepaleka still will not beat the Supremacy aspect. Sorry, I really need to pay attention to this because I'm not on my Swarm build. That's why I'm stuttering on my text, because I'm trying to pay attention to his mechanics. This is the one stage that's a bit of a pain in the ass for me, to be honest. I've got about 4 builds that can beat him. I haven't actually tried on this build, but theoretically I should be able to beat him, I think. As long as I don't fully potato it. But the laser beam is the one move I've got to be really careful of, because that one will end me. Yeah. Yeah, I've not tried to do a T12 carry on this build, but if it does it now, this build will be just as strong, if not stronger, next season. It loses a little bit from the talisman, but it gets the mythic version of the talisman, of the amulet. And that will make up for the difference, I think. Yeah. This build should still be pretty good. Be interesting to see how this goes. I mean, if this really doesn't work out, I'll go on my Swarm build, I suppose. But my, I can't remember if I've got my Thorns gear usable anymore. I might have changed that stuff at this point. This evade stuff is a bit buggy on this boss. I'm going to be... you get like stuck on him and all sorts. It's crazy. Probably stand over here and not get nuked. Let's not get like chain gunned. Yeah, is he staggered or what? Yeah, I think it's staggered or something. Although I can't actually see if I can damage him or not, to be honest. No idea what's going on here. What? How did he hit me with that? No way. No way did he hit me with that. I was miles away. What is this? Oh, I'm dead. Oh, that is BS. That is the biggest BS I've seen on a boss. He did not hit me with that wave. What the hell? Right, try again. He took away all my skills because he hit me with the wave, but he didn't hit me with the wave. That was BS if I've ever seen it. I was miles away from it. What the hell? There's got to be a hitbox issue on that. Christ's sake. I got 4 of the orbs and it gave me every skill except my freaking evade. So I wasn't able to evade away. And yeah, if you get hit by the bite in the middle, you're dead. That was utter BS, that was. Dear oh dear. Did I get him? I did get him, yeah. Can't believe he hit me with that. I was like halfway across the other side of the arena. Yeah, no, that I should have beaten him there. I don't see how... It only takes your skills away from you and it creates the orbs. If he hits you with that wave, he pushes out. The big wave. But he didn't hit me with it, so I don't understand how that said I did there, but there we go. Let's come here and just bait that in. What, I want him to do the poison wave thing. There you go. Okay. Now he'll do his lightning bolt things. Is he doing laser beam now? Yes. I'm going to be somewhat careful of that, because that will kill me. Alright, we staggered him now. Good. Yeah, it's just that barrier. I've got enough damage to beat through it on this right now. Close, but no cigar. I don't think you can actually do enough damage to him at this stage. It's deliberately designed. You can't kill him during that bit. Oops, out. I dive straight into the middle of that one. What's he doing next? Okay, right, that's stage 2. Well, let's hope he doesn't do the same thing to me this time. You played a ton of D3 in Immortal, but I'm about to start D4's Barb. Okay, nice. Awesome, man. Well, have you got any questions about the game? You're in a good place. We're all about helping each other here. I'm just helping someone do... This is like the hardest version of the hardest boss, basically. I'm doing it on my least... I'm not doing it on my most powerful build. I'm just doing it on the build I decided I wanted to log in on. To help out with on it. Will the other set charms be stronger than the Rod of Kep, or do you want me to go test? No, they won't be. You need to have the Rod of Kepaleka on the... You need to have that on. No, yeah, let me do this boss first. I actually have to pay attention. Sorry, I really can't. Normally I can, but I'm not playing on a build that I can just one-shot this boss on right now. And I really can't bother to watch that animation again. He's a really tedious boss to do right now because of having to watch all the animations all the time. Oh god, I dived straight in the middle of it. That was lucky. Oh, Christ's sake, stop it. That auto lock-on stuff's annoying. He's staggered. Right, here we go. He's gonna do the same. He's gonna do that wave thing again, and you gotta hope he doesn't hit you with it. I was really unlucky he hit me with that before. Yeah, that thing there. I think I avoided it this time, yeah. Yeah, that one, I actually was quite close to it. Where the hell am I? I'm over there. But yeah, if you get hit by that, you're dead. I don't think much survives that. I think that's designed to kill. Oh, we should be good now, I think. Just keep going on it. There you go. Yeah, I was a bit unlucky on that first one. I don't actually know how he hit me because I was miles over here and the wave was going, so I'm not really sure how he hit me with it. Okay, right, I'll ask the question in a second. That was a bit more stressful. I had to actually pay attention. Right, let's get you up. Yeah, I've even got keys. I'll even open it for you because I'm nice like that. I've got a bucket load of keys. So cool. Right. So, no, we need the Rod of Kepaleka. The weapon is too weak in this season. So you have to put the charm on because you need that for the crits and for the bigger size. Crushing Hand will suck without the extra size, and it's the only way to make it bigger. And in next season, it'll be the same because Supremacy is too strong. If they nerf Supremacy, you would wear the Rod of Kepaleka instead, and then you might free up the charm slots. So then you might go 4 main set, 2 non-main set. But, yeah, that's kind of where we land with it. I mean, there's also the other mythic charm coming in where you can equip 3, so you could have you could have the 3 set of a you could have the 3 of a set, and then you could have 3 unique charms. So you could put on something like Rod of Kepaleka, Protein Heart, I don't know, something else. And you have to mathematically work out, is that going to give me more damage? Honestly, for the Crushing Hand build, let me look at how this set works. Okay. While you have an ultimate skill active, your skills gain an ultimate spirit type. Okay. Your skills deal increased damage per spirit type they have. So, actually, yeah. I think a final pushing variant might actually be better to go 3 multitudes. And 3 unique charms, because you'll have 3 spirits on your Crushing Hand by default, and that's going to 20x next season, at least from what we know right now. You get your 4th while you use your ultimate, so you're going to have your Jaguar up all the time. The 5% on the bottom, the casting a skill has a 5% chance to invoke the ultimate spirit. That's nice and everything, but it's a little bit inconsistent, and it only gets the 200x damage. So you could have your Rod of Kep still, and to make up the 200x damage, you could have Protein Heart, which would give you more defense, because you get damage reduction from it, and it doubles your core stats, making Dexterity double value, giving you a lot of damage there. And then you could put a 3rd charm in, and I mean, I could go look at these charms now. you could probably make up, if not the full 200%, near to it, except you can make it so it's like 100% of the time. So I actually think that new 3 unique charm one might actually be better for this build next season. No chest open. Yeah, I opened it for you. You got what you needed from it, yeah? It's quite a good weapon, that, actually. I'll keep that.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Yeah, nice. Okay, I'm going to swap back to my crushing hand build then. For now, since that's what I want to play tonight. Doop, doop, doop. Alright, let's turn that off. Yeah, so I'm going to have a look at the charms in a second. Just thinking about it. It's like, could you shift? Because that 200%, you saw when I was playing, sometimes I'd do a lot more damage than others, and that's just the inconsistency of the 5%. Because that bottom bit on this set isn't what spirits you've got active. Oh, I thought I'd saved this. What? Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Alright. Oh, getting frustrated. Yeah, this set was 100% better. Yeah, it's got the wrong stuff on. Okay, put it over here. Over there. Let's make sure I'm not getting rid of anything I want to keep. Okay, that's fine. I swear I overrode that. I definitely have now. Salvage these. Yeah, it's a bit inconsistent. So yeah, we could. The protein heart's an obvious one because that gives you about 80% extra damage. But it also gives you, because we're casting our main skill's a gorilla skill, it's going to give us 30% defense, which is going to be really good for staying alive, to be honest, in the high-end stuff. Let's just stick that over here somewhere if I have any space, right? And then in terms of other charms, you just want something really big damage, I guess. Barrier. Just got to look through to see if there's anything that's like particularly well. You could. But what would you put there instead? The best thing that you could put, the best thing would be if there was a mythic. Oh, no, wait a second. Ring of Starless Skies is going to be a standard unique next season. So you'd put that in. Ring of Star, all of the current mythics are going to be normal uniques, aren't they? They can just roll mythic. The same as every other unique. So Ring of Starless Skies is going to be a unique. I think. If that's the case, then yes, we will be able to equip mythics next season. And yes, we'd use that in the third slot. That gives you a 50x, which you'll have all the time because you're constantly spending your resource, and you get the 50% damage resource cost reduction. And resource cost reduction scales your damage on the Rod of Kepaleka in a big way. So I mean, that would be a solid option. Yeah, I think Blood Mad's big for damage, but it just puts too much sustain issue on you. Yeah. So that might be the way to go. I don't know. We'll have to see when we get there. Can't test that right now because that charm just doesn't exist, and I don't have any mythic charms anyway. You got a severed finger. Did you get a mythic seal from that, Crunchy? Are you actually having a giggle? I still don't have a mythic seal, and I opened a chest and you get one. Oh, good. Well, I'm happy for you. Yeah, they're getting rid of that bad one for next season. They're making it so you don't get the penalty, and you get it so you can equip 3 unique charms. This RNG trolls. It actually does. Yeah, I've given up trying to get one at this point, honestly. It's hard trolling me. Yeah. So yeah, we'll get into that next season, but I think that would basically make up the 200x damage all the time, if not more. Laughing at you, yeah. Fun times. Yeah, this movement speed is goated. It just feels so... You wouldn't reasonably want to come and play on this otherwise, really. I just feel like I now move fast enough, but I just like... Just don't... Yeah, and I have that ability to dash as well a little bit. Oh, I didn't realise I'd gone down the cliff. Oh, good. It's Rogue or Barb for me next season. Yeah, well, they're both looking very strong on a PTR. I don't blame you. Yeah. I will stay hopeful. I won't keep my hopes up too high, but I'll stay hopeful. Yeah. You can get them from anywhere. I just haven't been lucky enough. Grim Hobbit, how's it going? I hope they're a little more common next season. Well, same. I haven't had one this season. My luck for these kind of things doesn't tend to work out too well half the time. Yeah, see, look, if we shift the conditional damage from that set onto 3 unique charms, which just give you that damage pretty much all the time. I was nuking stuff there when I've got all the conditional damage all the time. And this build will be a bit stronger because the Roller Cap's going to be stronger. So this build will be fine. And I think if you can get that Mythic Seal, it'll be particular. It'll be decent. I mean, it'll be decent as Spiritborn goes anyway, you know. You see that where we do that burst damage, you just have that all the time. So I'd nuke these bosses even in 12-12. And these are juiced up bosses as well. So yeah. I think this build will actually be fairly solid next season if you can get the right stuff. Let's see how it performs in Infernal Horde. This used to be crazy good at Infernal Hordes, but you need that instant impact damage. I guess with this set on, I don't really get that as much as we used to get. It needs to be in your circle and everything. Yeah, so it just feels bad when you don't have your circle underneath you and or whatever. It's just so much conditional damage here. It doesn't feel too bad, but it doesn't feel as satisfying as it used to. Did they fix the ovals guy and not giving uniques? Not sure. Can't remember. I really didn't test the PTR that much in the grand scheme of things. But I didn't test those kind of intricacies. Yeah, I mean, it seems to do fine though. Not the fastest or best Infernal Horde farmer, but it's doing okay. A million miles away from being really good. Like I say, if you had it so you could make Mystic Circle raw, and then we did those triple unique charm changes, as I said, this would be a beast, I think, for this kind of content. You'd get all your conditional damage all the time. You wouldn't be waiting for all your ultimates to come down. And you get your Mystic Circle damage all the time, and you get extra movement speed all the time. It'll be really good. I mean, it'll be pretty solid. And then you'd be able to translate that exact tech over to Rake and Quill Volley, so they would all feel good as well. The damage feels good though. Doesn't really matter how much ether I get at the end of this. I'm just doing a test run, see how it feels. I want to get to the boss and test out. It's unlikely I'm going to get Bartok in a 6 wave, to be honest. You got everything ready? You just need to level up the glyphs. What glyphs do you need to level up? Yeah, I mean, this feels pretty good to play otherwise. Honestly, actually feels pretty good. I'm hoping for the goblins. 2 chaos waves. Who knows? Maybe. Oh, I didn't get it. That'd have been cracked. I would have easily had enough for Bartok then. I'm like, oh wow. Give me all the Aether. Oh, I might have enough. Give me all the Aether, baby. Let's go. Om nom 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 nom. That'd be close, but maybe. If I can kill them quickly. Nah, probably not. I can't clear them fast enough on my own. Wow, that gave me a lot of ether though. I only need... Oh, I don't know. I'd only need 1 more of what that was. And I'd have enough, but I don't think I'm going to get one. Yeah, some of them spawn more. And then if you get them all, you end up getting a crazy amount of ether. I was close. I was close, but no cigar. Like, really close. Oh, no. I missed it by 30. Never mind. Not bad. Smashed him. Can't group all these together, annoyingly. Not unless they choose to. Oh, hello. What we got next? Dungeon. I'm just testing all the different types of content before I go off. It gives me a good test run of the build, so I've got a pretty good idea of how it plays then. Going over there. Hey, Twisted, how's it going? Thanks for the follow, dudes. How's your day go, man? Oh, man. See, I really like Crushing Hand. It's like 5% away from being a banging build. 5%, I reckon. Those small tweaks. And we'd be blasting. Like, I mean, we're not doing terribly here, but it's... It would just be more like what we had before, which was just giga fun. Hey Damon, how's it going, dude? How you doing, man? What have you been playing recently? I haven't seen you in a hot minute, I don't think. You been on D4 still, or PoE2, or... We have music over here. YouTube is quiet. That's true. Oh, sorry, Twisty. I've just seen you were talking YouTube. Yeah, I can't do music over YouTube, sadly. Can I still zap around with Claw in Season 14, or do I have to find a new build? Sorry, I do try my best to check all the chats. In short, no, not like we do right now. They're removing that tech. However, the build I was playing on a build earlier to help someone do their T12 Mephisto, which will just be getting stronger next season. My Firestorm build, that build... Oh, got two of them. That build will still be able to near perma-evade with Rushing Claw. And the reason for that is it already relies on picking up feathers to do damage. You pick up feathers, the Firestorm gets bigger. And because of that, and because Rushing Claw's a mobility skill, you can use the aspects. You can sacrifice some damage for the aspects that gives you mobility cooldown when you pick up the feathers. And that will give you near perma evade on that build. But builds like Swarm and such, they will just inherently be slower. They probably won't ever be able to attain full perma evade, to be honest, but we'll see. Maybe some clever soul will figure it out. So there will still be some good builds, but we'll have to see when we get there. But yeah, thanks for coming over. I appreciate that, Twisted. Sorry I didn't get back to you on YouTube until now. Still D4, didn't play much PoE2. I really enjoyed PoE2 this league. I'm still playing in the background. I had a lot of fun on my companion build. Yeah, absolutely. No worries. I'm just going for over the next few streams that I do on D4. I'm just going to be going over some of the builds I didn't get round to and just fleshing out the guides so they're mostly ready for Season 14. And then I'll just do, when we get the final patch notes, I'll go through all of my guides and just update them all, you know, appropriately. And we'll have to see how... Well, we'll have to see what the change... If there's no changes from the PTR, it's going to be pretty much done. If there's changes, we'll address it, but... ready for Season 14? No, not really, but... Tomorrow we'll do another build. And actually, I don't know what build that will be. Let's have a look what the poll's at right now. I did a poll earlier for 4 different builds. Crushing Hand, Quill Volley, Saw, and... Fire Rock Splitter, which I've already written a guide for anyway. What's the next one? The Crushing Hand won before today's stream and is still winning. The next highest is Saw, and I suppose that's probably out of intrigue, but we'll see what number that's at when I actually get to stream tomorrow. And I'll determine what I'm going to play by that. But yeah, I think if I get those 4 builds covered, I've got a load of others. One of the builds I've got is dead next season, pretty much. But the others can all be updated and addressed, mostly. And then I've just got to get a couple of leveling guides written up, and then most of my guides are at least there, and then they'll just need a final update. So yeah, it's not too bad. I've got plenty. Because there's no like crazy seasonal mechanic next season that we know of, it's like this power, you know, like where you get a breakdown and these powers do things with core skills and these do some for basic skills and these do conversions and all sorts. At least from what we know, we haven't got anything like that. So honestly, it's not that difficult for me to sort of like foresee what, from my small testing on the PCR and what I've seen and what I'm playing, like what the best things are likely to be. And I can sort of preemptively work on the guides because of this, I guess. What ended up happening with the water leak problem, so I had a guy come round, quite expensive. That they do is they got their leak detection specialist, very expensive, but they go through a series of things. They didn't have to do heat stuff because it was definitely not my boiler. So the next thing they do is they put gas through your water system, they flush your water system, and then they put gas through it because that will make a hissing sound if there's a hole somewhere. Even the smallest gap somewhere. Anyway, turns out it was right underneath my toilet where the pipes were. I won't bore you with all the details, but that was the best possible outcome in a way, because it meant I didn't have to rip up floors in like anywhere else in my house. So it was a lot easier to fix than originally thought of. And he didn't charge me anywhere near as much as he could have, because I guess it was a much smaller job for him than originally anticipated. And he liked me, but it was an easy fix, yeah. You really liked my Simeonborn build, Jane? Yeah, so that will still be pretty good. Actually, funnily enough, Simeonborn, I could probably... Let me have a look at that build quickly. Let me see what I have on the boots on that. Yeah, I did toy with making that a separate guide. We'll see how different they are. They're quite similar, the fire and the Simeon otherwise. Interdiction, yeah, okay. I mean, honestly, I might make that into a separate guide next time because... Just because, generally speaking, what I've done here with the movement speed on the amulet and movement speed aspects, I would do on Simeonborn as well for farming, just so that you can move quicker. So when I get round to updressing that guide for next season, I might split it into 2, one for fire, one for gorilla. We'll see. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm going to have loads of different variants for all the things. It's... Yeah. Yeah, I'd say, but otherwise, the Simeonborn build should be pretty good next season. There's not getting any nerfs, really. That didn't use the evade tech. That's using the same set I'm using. It's getting buffs. It didn't use the Rod of Kep, so I might change its use of the Rod of Kep next season. It was better without the Rod of Kepaleka, but yeah, it might be one of those things that we can. The thing about Rake, you can use it without Rod of Kepaleka because of the node here, cost reduction and damage. If you've got enough stacks of Veracity, which the second you use Hunter you will do, you reduce the cost of Rake so much, it becomes free to cast, essentially. So you don't even have to worry about the resource thing. Sure, your Rakes don't get the increased size, which the Rod of Kepaleka would do for you, which would be really nice. Funnily enough, this node acts as the resource cost reduction on your Rod of Kepaleka as well. So you don't have to put resource cost reduction on your build if you take this node. Scales your damage, but the Rod of Kepaleka just wasn't strong enough. Next season... It was pretty close, but the non-Rod of Kep version won overall. Next season, the Rod of Kep version will probably win because it's getting buffed. So we'll probably use that. Because we won't want to use the Harmony of Ibawaka and the Charms anymore, because we won't want to use the Air Edition anymore, because that's been nuked. So we'll go back to Harmony of Ibawaka and the Helm, Rod of Kepaleka, So I'll address that next season, because that's definitely for next season, that stuff. But the Simeonborn build was pretty good. I had a lot of fun on that, actually, yeah. And that actually looks sick when you got the Rod of Kepaleka on. It's like a massive, massive swoop. It's like a bird swoop comes down every time you hit. It's like, it looks really cool. You don't get that without the Rod of Kep, but it looks really cool with the Rod of Kep on, yeah. Arcart, how's it going? Is there anything that can be done with a touch of death poison build? Seems like something that could be decent. Hey, Tassif, how's it going, dude? Honestly, I'm sure there could be something done with it. But I don't know. They kind of all don't really hit the mark. All the potency skills. Like, you kind of want to... Touch of Death Swarm bursts every second. Applying poisoning damage over 6 seconds to surrounding enemies. But then you won't be able to spam this. Gains an additional charge, so you put that on. So that's 2 charges. Yeah. I don't know. It's a difficult one. I don't know how you'd get this to a point where you could spam it. You can only have 3 swarms active at once anyway. Well, something I've put forward to the devs is this pair of gloves here. The Craze Guard. These just don't work, right? They're meant to be touch of death focused, but they just don't really work. The poison stuff doesn't work when you got barrier, which means you can't play with barrier, which means you get one shot by everything. Like, this will be better if it just make it so that we can Gatling cannon touch of death. Or something. I don't know. That pair of gloves has just been half forgotten about since it first came into the game. It just doesn't really do anything useful. And it doesn't really work well with the rest of the mechanics. Like, Swarm or Swarms, you do this with Rod of Kepaleka, so it just becomes another Rod of Kepaleka build, and it'll be fine. But it's still, you know, it's going to be okay. Touch of Lightning has got some bugs with it because of the variant swap. Erupting Swarm, I mean, that's straight up loads of poison damage, isn't it? I haven't really looked at Touch of Death, to be honest, so maybe. Maybe. Yeah, a lot of these potency skills, like Razor Wings just straight up doesn't really work. Rushing Claw doesn't really work for damage, not really properly. Payback's a bit underwhelming. But this will be playable, it's just underwhelming. Just another Rod of Kepaleka build, basically. Yeah. So we'll see what the devs come up with. Yeah, I'm slowly but surely fleshing out the guide. So my plan is today I did Crushing Hand. I'll see what the most popular is tomorrow. I've got a poll going on my YouTube. If you didn't see it, it's on my community tab. So check that out. Go vote. At the moment, Saw is the next highest, followed by Fire Rock Splitter. So we'll do those. I should be online tomorrow and, Saturday and Sunday. So we'll do a build each day. And then there's Quill Volley, which is less popular apparently, but we'll get that one fleshed out. So that'll be 4 builds I haven't got. I've already got the Fire Rock Splitter written up, but the other 2 I haven't. So we'll get those written up. And then maybe at some point we'll get... The potency skills right now don't really hit the mark properly, sadly. Not in the sort... I don't know. They don't feel unique, or they don't really work properly, or they have bugs with them, or something like this, you know. One or the other. Or more. Eclipse, how's it going, dudes? You should tell the devs to create a satchel for the Spiritborn. It would be similar to a Focus. Well, this is the thing, Eclipse. I have pressed home that we're really limited on I haven't mentioned that specifically. But we are really limited on aspect slots, like big time. And we are forced into a 2-handed weapon. And we're very unique and aspect heavy on this class to make things work. Like, you need a lot of stuff to make a lot of your builds sort of function nicely and well. So, yeah, to be honest, an extra aspect slot like that would be really nice. But I can't really tell them anything. I can only make suggestions, you know? You'd be doing 130s on your swarm with only 4 charms, mate. Yeah, that makes sense. It's pretty strong. You won't be doing 130s next season on swarm casually with 4 charms. Not unless something really broken happens.
You know where to find me.
It's actually really sad that they've moved that Ravager stuff off onto the Path of Emissary, and it's just worse than than using a legendary. That's actually hilarious. That is genuinely better. It gives me a dash and it gives me more movement speed, which can go above 200%. It is just better. Oh dear. Right, we're nearly at the 7-hour mark. I'm probably... I'll finish... I was waiting for this hell side to come up. We'll finish this hell side and then I'm probably gonna... I'm gonna go off for the night. It's after 5 in the morning. I'm pretty happy with where this build's landed, given what we've got available to us right now. I could sit here and make critical comments about how it could be better and what would be really nice and stuff, but the reality is the build's not terrible. It's just not fantastic, you know? It's like, it's good, but it's not great. Or it's great, but it's not amazing. It depends, whichever bracket you want to put it in. But it's not a million miles off of being where, you know, at least a great build. Sure, I'm not perma-evading across the screen so hilariously fast that... let's put it this way. My Thorns build was so fast, even faster than the Swarm. It was so fast, my camera detached from my character when I was recording, and it went through the floor. So I just saw my camera falling through the floor, and I could see the world going into the distance, and my character was up there. I was like, oh, that's good. I broke the camera. So, yeah, I kind of expected something to get done about it. It get a bit silly. So, yeah, it's not quite that fast or anything, but it's still a pretty solid build otherwise. It's just like, it needs that extra 5%. You feel bad for Spiritborn? Spiritborn's going to be fine, honestly. We're probably going to be on the weaker side as things look right now, but we'll still have, I've proven already, a build stay. This did 125 with 2 different sets on. And one of those sets is definitely getting buffed, and the Rod of Kepaleka's getting buffed. And there's very little on this build that I'm using right now that would be nerfed. In fact, is anything on this getting nerfed? Not really. So, this build will only be stronger next season with the right gear. And I don't have perfect gear, and I've got no transfigurations on. The only thing that's really going to be a struggle, potentially, is the defensive side of things. But the new Mythic Seal will probably take this build to that next level, and it'll make it a little bit better. So I think overall, this build will be a solid build next season, as Spiritborn goes. But if you compare it to the likes of... Well, I reckon this will go to pit 130 next season, because I could do 130 now if I gig a gear. It'd be a struggle, but I'd be able to do it. I did a pit 125 in 9 minutes, in about 5-6 minutes earlier, and it would have been faster if it wasn't for the second map being not favourable. So a 130 would be doable this season. It'll be even more doable next season. So yeah, this build will be it'll be somewhere about 130 to 135, I think, this build. The Swarm will probably go to 135, but it'll be a hell of a lot slower than this, I think. I've just realised I've got the wrong spirit on as well. Lol, no wonder I'm doing wet noodle damage. I was meant to have sense speed on. That's better. Gorilla, sense speed, eagle. Jaguar. There you go, you get all 4. Well, okay, well, I was running. I could have done all the bosses and everything a lot easier earlier if I had that on. That's quite a lot of damage I didn't have there. 30x missing from Harmony Beeblewalker. And didn't have all 4 spirits on my... It's because it didn't save to my armory. Just crossed my mind that the other thing was balked, so maybe this would be as well. One sec. Why have I not got the objective for my thing here? That's weird. Why is my war plan objective not showing? Oh, there you go. It's done it now. What, on Crushing Hand, Zach? Ask Debs for the original Quill Volley build. There is an original Quill Volley build. Just the only person that did one decided to go to Fire version, but you can do an original one. Quill, yeah, you can use Quill command, like fly further and converge, so that they, instead of going outwards, they'll go inwards. And they deal 100x multiplicative crit damage. That's loads. It just won't be as good for clearance. Because your feathers will converge on your targets. Whoever you're attacking, all your feathers will attack and hit it. So I'll get round to testing Quill Volley at some point over the next week or so, probably. And we'll have a play around with some of those. I don't really need that.
Taken apart, left it down.
Need to take some footage of that at some point. But while we're here, may as well complete that. Well, I feel like you've got to just keep re-rolling and hope you get a mythic one, right? And if you don't, you just roll with it. Yeah, we didn't. Okay.
Go with you.
It doesn't really matter which ones you choose, to be honest. Not bad pair of boots. Oh, when Spiritborn was launched. What? No. It's still you can still do that build. It's not going to be doing pit 150s though. That wasn't the Quill Volley build that was broken. That was Spiritborn that was broken. It's just Quill Volley was able to utilize the bugs the most. It was gaining drastically. Yeah, we can resolve stack now. It's just it could get drastically more damage on redirected force than it should have done. Drastically more damage on viscous shield than it should have done, and so on and so on. It was just giga broken. So that wasn't really intended. So that won't be coming back. There's no point me even mentioning that. That was just multiple bugs stacking on top of each other, giving Spiritborn and Overpower. We could get that easier. And Overpower stacks by max life as well. And max life scale viscous shield. So yeah, Spiritborn just got drastically more damage than they ever should have done. Well, the rod is getting... Yeah, the rod is getting buffed up again next season. It's getting... and who knows, maybe it'll get even more of a buff before the season goes live. So it's heading in the right direction. Yeah, launch Spiritborn. I wouldn't say it was the most fun. It was definitely broken as hell, though. Well, that's because most people do just want to go around and just one button AFK farm the game, don't they? That's what they deem as fun. They don't want to feel like they're struggling, so I kind of get it. Yeah. I mean, obviously that was giga broken. Do 150s. That was like, the leaderboard was how fast could you do a 150. I think the fastest was like 1.5 minutes or something, wasn't it? It was something completely absurd. 80% res, nice. Exactly, love blowing things up. Absolutely, I agree. Okay, I'm probably gonna call it there for the night. It's getting pretty late. I'm actually getting quite hungry. Let me have a look to see who is online in the D4 category tonight. And we'll raid into one of them lovely people. Got a few friends on tonight. Okay. We'll go raid over to my friend over here, I think. Yeah, there are a few. It's alright, I've made my mind up. Alright, let's flick over to it. Alright, guys. Nice. Alright, well, we've had a pretty good test on Crushing Hand today. I know that's one that people were asking for ages, and I've only just got around to it. So sorry if you were one of those people, but it's pretty good, actually. It's actually not terrible. It definitely will do up to 130. Yeah, I'm not going to stress test like actually push the highest stuff. I just want to get a pretty good feeling of it. The guide's written up. Won't need an awful lot of change unless the patch notes really change from the PTR. So that won't be too bad. Thank you so much, guys, for everyone that's been here today. Everyone who's here the whole time. Anyone that's new. Anyone that's been lurking. Really appreciate it. Anyone that came in with any of the raids and hung around. I really do appreciate you and your time, guys. So thank you so much. If anyone hasn't hit the like or subscribe button on my channels, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. I'd love to see you again. If anyone wants to get hold of me about any of the builds that I've got going on for this or PoE2, wants to be notified when it's go live, wants to join the growing community or join a D4 clan or the PoE2 guilds, if that's what you're into, feel free to join the Discord. That was just linked by Zach, so thank you, Zach. We'd love to have you there. It's there to be used, and a load of people use it, especially at the peak times when the games are really active. So yeah, hopefully we'll see somebody there, but if not, that's totally fine. I won't be offended. It's just there if you feel that would be of use to you. All the channels except Twitch, I'm just going to be shutting down tonight. So thank you, guys. I appreciate you. I hope you have a great rest of your day, whichever time zone you're in. Twitch, I'm going to send you over to Spiritborn. I think she's doing a 3-year affiliate anniversary, like, long stream. I saw her yesterday. She did like 30 hours straight or something, and she's back on again today. So let's go over and blow her channel up, say hello, and make her day and see what she's up to. I don't know how the hell she's alive. She must be on a lot of caffeine. And yeah, we'll go do that. She's a good crack. She's a good girl. I'll be on again tonight for me, tomorrow night, Saturday night. I will see what what's the second build is that wins on that poll. At the moment, it looks like Saw, so that'll be interesting because I don't think any of you would have seen anyone do Saw before. I've already got half an idea how it works, so I had a little play around with it earlier in the season. So we'll figure something out and see if we can make it feel not bad. And yeah, so that should be fun. That'll be tomorrow, same sort of time. So I hope you see somebody then. And I think that is about it, guys. So yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your day, morning, afternoon, evening, whichever time zone you're in, guys. Really do appreciate you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Keep safe, keep blasting, guys. Much love, and I'll see you later. Cheers.